There we go.
There's no music though.
Yeah. I do
I
have
turned it
sound here. I almost forgot that I have my stream, that I need to look at my stream chat. I was just looking at your stream. I was like, this doesn't quite look right. Something looks weird. Oh, I need to actually mute my phone.
Now where's the heretic? That's the one character I want to unlock. Jesus, so slow.
The heretic?
Hmm?
Oh, yeah, that was from... Yo, what's up, Slav Cabbage? Welcome in. How you doing?
Garbage.
Risk of Rain is cool. Risk of Rain is cool. This is modded Risk of Rain, too. Why does that
loud?
sound? It sounds, yeah, it sounds like it's loud, right? I have my thing turned down, so it's not loud on stream.
It's not loud on mine either, but
Yeah,
it does kind of hurt my ears. Oh no. She's trying to break the door.
Oh no. I knew I heard something that sounded oddly door-like. Now we enter the quiet part of the stream. Oh, I didn't realize you had clicked ready. Let me... Nemesis Mercenary. Here we
I
go.
accidentally clicked on it, by the way.
Hey, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Just making sure you're...
This looks pretty cool.
Yeah. There's actually a Nemesis Commando as well. Oh wait, no, I am playing the Nemesis Commando. I meant to play the Nemesis Mercenary. Oops. Oh, why does my sensitivity feel so... Oh my god, bro.
Is it slow?
No, it's high as frick, bro. But yeah, how are you doing, Cabbage? Welcome in. I almost want to call you Savage because I have someone else. But I know someone else that kind of has the same naming convention. And they go by, like, Sandwich, I think. Not Sandwich, but Sandwich. That seems loud. Give me a second, let me turn down the touch. Ow. Ow.
I think it's the mod, honestly, because for me it's still loud. I'm gonna die!
No!
Die with me.
I see.
I forgot I had the thing.
I heard that ding ding ding. I was like, what's that? Boom. Alright, Nemesis Mercenary? No, actually, I will go with the Commando. Looks like the Mercenary has a shotgun instead of a sword. Oh yeah, I'll stick with this one. Let me see if I can turn this down. Okay, well, I guess. Settings, audio.
You go through a portal.
Let me get the music up.
Do I need this?
I mean, you can take it, and if you die, you die, but it might might die at a bad spot, you know?
Sure. There is reviving.
Yeah. But I remember how well that works. Okay, that seems better. Ah. I'm not entirely sure how my guy works. Gouging, agiles, slice enemies in front for 160% damage. Shoot an enemy for 150% damage. Roll short distance. Temporary gain 200 armor. Okay. Alright, we have an active over here. Did you pick your
Noise.
act? I'm going for it. Yeah. Oh, okay. So my R shoots a volley.
What does this do again?
This one turns you into the flying thingy. This one makes you crit, and this one gives you health when you attack for a little bit.
Flying thingy.
Yeah, the like cocoon one makes you fly. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's see, does it dash forward or... Okay, dash just forward. Oh, box. Boxes. Oh yeah, we have the item sharing. That's right.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Should we have that on?
Oh, I don't know. It just, I guess it makes it a little easier to just grab item type case, but we could probably bump up the difficulty with it on.
I'm getting a different active. I didn't like the one I got. It's a moon thing.
I got you. Alright, so we have... At least we found the boss area already.
True.
I don't know why, but I have... Go ahead.
Oh, lose a portion of health to gain gold.
Oh,
That's what I
yeah,
got.
yeah. I don't know why. Well, I guess I kind of know why, but I have a song stuck in my head.
Which one?
Friends in Low Places.
I haven't heard that one before.
No?
No.
I guess it is a country song. So. Not too surprised.
Usually you could end stuff like that when you finish the lyrics. You know the ending of the song. That's what I heard.
Oh, yeah, the, like... when it's stuck on your mind.
Yeah, whenever it's stuck on your mind, you can just finish the song and then...
Yeah, I think I used to do that. Pew.
That's
a melty coin. Alright, that music get high. Trying to turn down the music. Bandolier. I have a feeling we got most everything.
I only got 4 items.
Oh, wait. There's one here. I just feel like we went around, right? Yeah, here's the escape pods over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got France in Low Places. I can't remember the first part of it. But it's just, I don't know. I don't know why I remember it stuck in my head, but I can't remember it like enough. I don't know. It's odd. Dodge, roll. We got this. I believe in us. Oh yeah. Die. Die, you fiend. No. No, not like this. No. Alright.
There we
It
go.
is, it is deaded.
What is this? Murd urn.
Oh, that was the boss drop. It's the one that gives you health when you're near stuff. So pretty much his ability.
Oh, I see.
Did you even like go down or did you just teleport?
I think I just teleport.
Alright.
Let's go.
What's a goal? Did you know? I remember seeing something. It's not him saying it's me. It's not him saying it's me, Mario. It's him saying something in Japanese, actually.
Really?
I think so.
I could kind of hear it. Itami. Itsami.
Yeah, I think it's like Itsumi or something like that.
Itsumi. Hmm. Interesting. I never knew that.
Rely on something right now.
Messing with the audio settings.
No, I was sending out a quick reply. Back though. Oh yeah, we can buy items. I would suggest, remember, we have a limit to what we can buy.
Oh yeah, because we share.
Oh, I don't know what this one does. Portable reactor?
Buy it.
Alright. Let's see. Gain full invulnerability for the first 80 seconds. Plus 40 per stack of a stage. Okay, so for the
Oh.
first 80 seconds, we're just invincible? Okay. And now you can pick the other items that you want.
Let's get. What does this do?
This one
Squid-
spawn.
wait.
This one spawns those little squids when you get an interactable. And
Let's get this one.
yeah, okay. Attack speed, can never go wrong.
I got 2 of them.
Yeah, I think that's the oh. Alright.
What does that do? That's new.
Oh yeah. Both of these are. do you want them?
You're gonna get them though.
Hmm?
You're gonna
No,
get them too.
no, lunar items aren't shared.
Yeah. Give them.
Okay.
Give them now. What does it do? All attacks strike 1 per stack, additional time for 5% total damage. Consecutive strikes to the same enemy increases damage dealt by 5% up to a maximum of 100. Total damage dealt. But reduce attack speed and increase skill cooldowns by 40. Ew.
Oh, wait. I got lost somewhere in that. Alright, the next one though.
Increase maximum health by
Oh.
100%. Reduce acceleration and deceleration by a factor of 8.
Factor of 8. Oh lord.
What
Look
is
at
that?
you. Pretty much your inertia. You both accelerate and decelerate much slower.
Oh, that's not good. So I'm like ice skating.
Yeah, you're like a really heavy object. Oh, tuning fork.
It's a.
So the current health percentage of all nearby characters to your current health percentage.
You hear that?
The like ding that it made.
Yeah. So that means that if you're low on health, I can ding it and you set to my health.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is also an active over here.
What does this one do? You see toggle. While active damage is 10 times higher, but you die from any damage. No, it's not really worth it. The blue rose.
Seems there's any new one. No, didn't mean to pick up your thing.
Crown.
Okay, that's the gain money by shooting stuff, but lose money when you're hit. Oh, that's another of that force, the one that we got confused on.
No, I'm good.
Oh, there we go. That's something new. Another active.
This one instantly
No
teleports to the
hesitation.
next stage. You will save some time, but lose out on items from unopened chests.
Oh,
Oh, that's nice.
yeah, that could actually save us.
Yeah, I'll do it. What is that?
So,
Oh.
oh, this here. It gives you money. Hey, Dad.
Oh.
Ducky the Ducker has redeemed first.
Hello, Mr. Duck.
Use a portion of your current health and then gain that amount in gold. Okay. Are we going down or?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, Bruno and Sun. And Sun. What, did I do something? No, actually, I named my character on the Valheim Sun.
Oh.
So
I remember you told me.
yeah. I think my audio is fine, so I'll go ahead and look, or have your stream back up, I guess.
Dum dum dum.
Of course, it would spawn me outside of the barrier by a few inches.
It's always you.
Yeah, it's always me. It kicks me out. I say how it is. I know when I'm not wanted. It's okay. And lurk while asleep. Okay.
This ice skating thing is kind of annoying, not gonna lie.
But you have an increased 100% of max health, so that's cool.
It is pretty cool.
Have a great stream, y'all. Yeah. Why do I seem like awfully white?
Yeah,
And
it's like a weird highlight on you, right?
yeah, I'm already pretty pale. I don't think I need whatever
I think
this
it's my
is.
ability, the active I have.
Huh.
Does it work here?
Oh, to just skip stage? Probably. So, oh yeah, that reminds me. I actually had a thing about that. Oh, I guess I'll grab it. We're gonna have this one. More damage when nearby stuff. Over there. Yeah. I had that one lunar item that makes it so you have to use your active, but it makes it go quicker.
Oh.
And then I picked up that thing. I was like, "Oh, what's this?" And it just kept on using it. I couldn't do shit. I was royally boned. I just kept going from stage to stage to stage. Took me to the lunar area. I was like, okay, maybe, and then it just skipped the stage. I was like, okay. Like, all right. Can I? You want to make a quick cameo? The duck cameo? Hey, Bruno.
Hello.
Hello. All right.
Love you. Go have a good stream.
What do you? Love you. Good night.
I slid off.
Oh no. That ice skating. It really does look annoying. Maybe we can get you some more movement speed. Alright, and you pick it. Oh no. Okay. Alright, that way?
Yeah.
Boing, boing. Alright.
We need some health.
Yeah.
It's these things.
Oh no, the little, like, bombers. Oh, there's a box down there. Well, I've got friends in low places where the whiskey drowns and the beer chases I move away. That's the song. It's still stuck. It's not going away. No, I'm gonna
Your turn.
grab this. A fork, sure. Oh, that's our second fork, didn't realize. Increase your base damage by 8%, plus 8% per stack. Nice. I'm gonna grab this box down here. I'll be over there in a second. Oh, good item. And this box. No. You know, I would say the fork is actually a pretty good one. 8% base damage.
Not bad.
Yeah,
That's all it does. Just
Yep.
was 8%.
it's 8%.
I thought there was gonna be like a gotcha.
No, that one's just the normal item. I didn't know we had a fork already, otherwise I would have grabbed the other one. Guess I, should have looked. Oh yeah, what items do they have? They have a stimulant. X4 stimulant reduces secondary skill cooldown by 10%. Using your secondary skill increases base health regen by 2 health per second, plus 1 per stack for 3 seconds. Okay. Chance to ignite enemies on hit for 100 base damage. Earn 1
I got
coin per
peppermints. We're all
stack.
pennies, I mean. That was like a
Oh,
chocolate
okay.
bar.
I don't see it. I'm guessing this way. Okay, I see it. Right there.
I think it's too far.
Up there. You got this, Bruno. Oh, it's down there. Okay. Okay, we just sit in the bubble for a second while you heal. Oh, what's that? Are you actually healing though?
A little.
A little?
Barely.
Yeah, we don't really have healing items, I'm seeing now. No, we have the one where in combat, the nearest one enemy to you within 13 meters will be tethered to you, dealing 100% damage per second, applying tar and healing you for 100% of the damage dealt. That's a
Oh, yeah.
mouthful.
There you go. I'm ready. That's good enough.
You got any songs stuck in your head recently, or is that just a me thing?
I think it's just a you thing right now.
Damn. Typically you're the one with a song.
That is true.
Oh, the hermits. Or whatever those things are.
Mushroom dudes.
Yeah.
The Shroom Bros.
Yeah, shroom bros. High as a cat right now, bro. Those shroom bros, different shroom bros. I actually have not heard, like, okay, actually I take that back. I have heard stories of shrooms, but I don't think I've heard many. Typically it is just the weed.
Oh, it's your turn actually.
No, it's good too.
Fusion.
I'll look around for a second. I don't see it. Not okay, so not back the way we came, maybe? I'm not seeing a laser. Any healing item in here? Take the question mark. Nope. Flashbang.
I failed accelerator.
If you get close to dying, just click the button to take us to the next stage. Oh, it's over there.
Could always res me.
And can I? I can try.
Maybe not. Nah, don't do it. It's not worth
I am
it.
leaving.
Just heal. You're leaving? Alright.
Yeah. Because the thing was on the other side. And I think the revive counter actually goes down. That's okay. We can try it again. We did get some good items though.
I remember this map.
Oh yeah, that's right. We have the procedural maps on.
That's confusing.
Yeah.
Marwan's Ash.
Oh, that's our second one. It's the like little blue dust.
Oh.
Let's see. Hitting enemy causes them to take an additional hit for 2. So an extra 2 damage. Upgrades at level 17. Yeah. Oh, big bucks. Big bucks. Yeah, if you want, we could turn off the procedural maps.
It's one.
Well, if there's any map related unlocks, I don't think it's gonna appear because we have yet. I don't think I've ever come across the normal map with the mod on.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because when I was first playing with it, I thought, oh, okay, it's you know, it adds procedural maps, not overwrites with procedural maps, you know.
Yeah.
But after we played and played and played and I played and it never showed a normal map, I think it overwrites it.
Maybe, yeah. I need to turn it off.
I'm gonna look around and scout. At least we know where the exit is. Got the weird like tongue things. It's like a the flying guys.
Oh,
But
the bad thing.
yeah.
I think they're kind of cute.
I don't know.
Would you ever want as a pet?
No. Seems like way too much drool.
True.
We're lucky that Odin didn't get the mastiff side of his breed. Because Odin is a Great Dane Bull Mastiff.
Oh.
So he's
Do
a
they
big
drool?
boy. Yeah, big Bull Mastiffs drool. But luckily he does not. He didn't inherit that part. Hey, I think that's like our first normal healing item. It's the one where you stand still and it heals.
Mushrooms.
Ah.
Are being
found-
followed.
Yeah, I have fans. I'm famous. I think that's everything though.
Alright. Mine.
Trust me, I
You
ain't
don't need
trying.
another one.
Yeah, I'm not trying to take them. That guy. Huh? Hello, sir.
Jesus, the
you
thing
haven't-
just pushed me all the way across the map.
Oh, did he hit you with the chains?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those chains are supposed to pull you in. There we go. Oh, we got leeching seed.
Oh. Alright. I'm here. I got pushed though.
Oh, yeah, with your inertia thing. Bam, 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 bam. I like how we both have, like, a pistol. Does yours recharge, or do you have to attack for it to recharge? I forgot.
Recharges? What do you mean? No, it
Your-
just doesn't.
It doesn't. Mine just reloads.
Mine just has infinite ammo.
Oh, that's right. I'm thinking of the ability part of it. Yeah, that one.
This one?
Yeah.
I think it recharges when I like kill an enemy.
Yeah, I think so. Round
Let's
2.
go.
Ah. I'm going to hydrate once I get down here. Oh, okay. Almost took the quick way down.
What does this thing do again?
That's the ward, the
Oh, look,
slowing one.
you can ping it and it shows you.
Oh, nice. Can you look at it in chat? No. Oh, do you want it? That's the one that you can put down the slowing wards.
I like the teleporting thing.
Alright. I'm gonna hydrate. There's also this stuff over here. We have just enough to get a sick skateboard.
Get it.
Alright. Alright, what does that do for us? Sprint in any direction. Using skills grants a buff which provides 20% movement speed for 3 seconds, up to 4 stacks. So you can sprint in any direction. Cool. I feel like we were already able to do that. There we go. We have a little bit more spending money.
Sure.
Oh, that's what you mean.
I bought it again. My bad.
When you ping it, it shows you the stuff on the bottom. Okay.
Oh, my bad, brother.
Oh, what's this do? Increase base health regeneration by 3 per second. Plus 3 per second per stack. and also plus 20% per level. For all allies, difficulty increases over time is 30% faster. I see. I see.
Hmm.
So,
No, I'm good.
yeah. Oh, this is what screwed me. It's a really good item, but with the wrong active, like yours, it just kept sending me to the next level.
Oof.
Alright, I guess, do you want to go down?
Yeah, what does this do?
Oh, yeah, reduces attack speed, yeah.
I got the me hook.
Okay. Oh, we got some glasses. Increase critical strike damage by 400%. Halves critical strike chance for each stack.
Hmm.
So, 4 times crit damage, 50% crit chance.
Minus 50% crit chance.
Yeah, so it goes down to 50% crit chance. 50% of whatever percent that you already have.
No, I think it's pretty low as it is. Let's go. Got this cool little hook thing on my head.
Yeah.
And I actually want to win the game. At least once. We haven't beat it.
Yeah, and that we'll be able to unlock that character. Oh. I was just waiting to see how that played out.
It's not there.
Hmm? What do you mean? What?
It's gone.
It's gone. It abandoned us. It's actually not here. Well,
I guess we queue. I can't seem to queue though.
okay. Well, I guess let me go up and see if I can fall down, and maybe that will do it. That's weird that it's not there. I don't know why. Alright, take me up, please. Ah! Well, I'm up, but at what cost? Oh, I'm almost dead. I got down to 5 HP. Alright. I had just so much momentum that it absolutely sent me. Yeah, like that. Yeah, yeah. Oh, hi, Saga.
Hello.
Never, no.
What's up, Saga?
Alright, I'll go down. Oh, what's this? You see that right there?
No, I don't believe you'll repeat it. At least me and Oliver together. Yeah, I see it.
It looks like a little book.
Can you pick it up?
I don't know. I want to try. You get my health back though.
Just chill it.
Fair enough.
Do you want to play? I know you got the game.
Oh, right here.
Where we spoke about it.
Ah, I got it.
You got it? What is it?
It's one of the environment logs. You picked up environment log. Bizarre between time.
Nice. Are you okay with Saga playing, Oliver?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. I guess we'll switch to normal mode. I don't believe Saga has the mods.
Alright. And you want me
Do
to
we
click
finish
the,
this round first?
you want me to click the portal?
Yeah. Go for it.
Alright.
I can't teleport.
At least get us to the next stage so we can die.
No, that's fair. Let's do the round. We do a first round.
Okay.
Yeah, you finished the round.
$60. I don't like this
This map, yeah,
No.
it sucks. It does kind of suck. It looks like cheese.
What kind of cheese have you been getting, bro?
Oh, it looks like the kind of cheese you get when you leave in the fridge for a while.
Oh. Like moldy cheese.
Have we beat Monsoon? Monsoon's the highest difficulty, right?
We
Or it's just
haven't beat. Is the thing.
Oh,
We've
yeah, we haven't.
obliterated on Monsoon,
That's true.
but we haven't beat the game.
Still haven't.
Oh,
keep
there's a
dying.
corpse here.
Like,
Yeah, one way or another something happens. Do you see it?
I do. This guy, he
Let's
was
see,
like us, he got
inspect
lost.
corpse. Oh, I inspected the corpse and I got this
A badge.
stars badge. Oh, that's a lunar item. Each stage has special stars box spawns that can only be opened using this badge. Oh,
Stars. You know what that's from?
no.
Resident Evil. You should play the
Oh.
Resident Evil games.
I was
I
about to say
think
that's
you'll
what.
like them.
Maybe. Where is the exit? I just want to find the exit. I found it.
What character am I? I'm a mod character. I forgot his
The
name.
executioner.
Executioner. He executes.
Sounds like, you know, one of them top 10 videos.
Yeah. I used to be able to do the TikTok Candice.
TikTok can't. Oh, I'm assuming it's like one of the voices.
Yeah. This is why you never want to. Something like that. I can't do it anymore. This is why you should never brush your teeth before you go to sleep. For one. I don't know how to do it anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Do you
That's
need to
right.
let the mod? Nah. You don't need to. We could just do normal mode. I still need to unlock some of the normal characters. What did you say? You said something.
I don't remember. Whatever I was saying is gone. Die! Yeah, no, I have no recollection of what I was saying, if I'm being honest.
Oh. We're good. I lowered down my music because it's too loud.
Fair. Yeah, I mean, if Saga wants to play with mods, then can, but yeah, normal's fine too.
What's up?
I was saying if Saga wants to play with mods, then we can, but either way is fine.
Gotcha. I don't know if Saga has the mod installer,
Yeah.
but we don't have to. It's a lot of work. I'm ready. I want to get out of here. Actually, let's just get out of here right now.
Are you just skipping? I mean, we already have the boss, so we might as well. Okay. I was gonna say, might as well kill it and get the item. Is unmodded. Yeah, we use a thing called Thunderstore. As far as modding stuff, it's very, very easy to use. There's
What's
also
that?
R2 mod
It's a
man.
mod application. And then
Yeah.
does like the mod installs for you.
Yeah. I'm just going around so I can find the teleporter. I mean, hell,
That's fair.
I mean, we have you there. I need a teleporter to get out of here, but... Oh, eggs.
What?
I found eggs. I shot eggs. I'm assuming they would spawn a boss, like, on the other map. Gamba? Oh, but our money is shared. I won't use it on Gamba.
Don't. I'll do it. Gamba, I lost. Oh no, I won.
Yeah, you got tax me. Hell yeah.
Your turn.
My turn. Gamba, I lost.
Alright, my turn.
All
I
right,
lost.
my turn. Yeah, what do we get? Gasoline. Nice. Nice, tanky. I feel like we might have. Okay, I'm going to the next level. I'm going up here. Oh, there it is.
Found it?
Yep, out of here. Thunderstore is an Overwolf app? I think so, yeah.
I do believe that's what it's called.
It's a good thing to have if you like modding games, and it's easy to share with friends, which does make it quite nice. That way if you're playing with someone, you're like, oh, you know what? I haven't played this game in a while, but I want to mod it, if it has mods, of course. You can, you know, mod the game easily, share it with your friends with a little link, and then bing, bang, boom, you got yourself a modded game now. I didn't see any other eggs, by the way.
Gotcha.
Used other Overwolf apps before for League of Legends. Oh, okay. What type of apps are for League?
But not for mods, just like trackers data to compare myself to my opponents. Ooh.
Oh, okay. Ah, egg.
Found it.
Found
Did
another
we spawn
one.
a boss?
Maybe? That's why I'm killing the eggs. Poor things ain't getting a chance at life.
I mean, we eat them all the time.
Yeah, but we eat the infertile ones.
I don't.
Oh, needles. Yeah,
Fork.
that's not fork.
Oh.
Egg. Got it. It's a third egg and it hasn't said anything. Egg.
Downloading Thundercloud right now? Go for it.
Oh,
We can
it
just
said-
send you the code. And then you can just join late, right? Pretty sure there's that. Do we have
Can't remember. No, actually, I don't think we do.
Ooh,
Alright.
okay.
Alright, there we go. We got the boss right there. Ah, oh, good
Get
lord, he does some
obliterated.
damage. Oh yeah, look at that damage. Alright, he got absolutely fricked, son. Ah, item.
What do we get out of that?
We got the alien head. Reduce skill cooldowns by 25%.
Oh, is this guy? It's Nemesis.
Oh,
Stars.
there we go. Complete the trial of the pursuer.
I think this is
here's-
a
here's a
Resident Evil
box.
mod from the Resident Evil mod that I got.
Yeah, I remember seeing this guy in some of your clips. I think I was actually I was watching that stream.
Got a
What's
chocolate
that?
bar.
Chocolate bar. When damaged for at least 20% of your max HP, the excess damage is reduced by 50% and also gain a stacking buff that grants 50% base damage and 20% critical strike or critical chance for 12 seconds.
It does everything for me. Don't have to like mess with it. Nah, you don't. It does do everything.
He's still here. Does he just...
Yeah. It
Is
doesn't
this-
get down, I think. Oh, alright, let's get out of here. Should I just teleport?
Oh, that's up to you if you want to teleport or if you want to...
Let's fight the boss.
Alright, let's wait. We got this. Bro.
The mods we have? Yeah. We'll send you a code.
Yeah.
And then with
I'd-
the code, you could just put it on the application and just install the mods we have.
But yeah, man isn't gonna die. I've hit him with that skill several times now. Bro.
He's just after me. Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Yeah.
I started the event. What's this guy?
Where's this guy? Same dude.
Poor guy. He doesn't even know. There we go.
He's angry.
He's dead. Grab this. We got... What's that? Wireless voltmeter. Voltometer. No. What does it do? Gain a shield equal to 10% of your maximum health. Getting hit while your shield is active causes you to zap nearby enemies in a 25-meter radius, dealing 300% damage plus 300% per stack. Or no, dealing 300% of damage taken. Okay. Wow, he really does just want you.
Oh Jesus! Almost smacked you out of the map. Are achievements and unlocking new characters talking about it? Achievements are, I think, but character unlocks, no, right?
Actually, no, I don't think achievements are locked.
Oh.
Oh,
really?
hi.
Die. Oh.
He really just doesn't care. Alright,
Hit it. He's
I
coming.
hit it. I don't think achievements are locked. I could be wrong. Maybe there's a mod to make sure achievements are locked.
Bum, 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 bum.
Alright, so we're on this stage where we have the primordial portal, or teleporter.
Okay.
So we can teleport to the moon on this stage. Seeing a whole lot of boxes, but nothing to get money. Box.
What the freak? How's that?
I think it was my ability, but didn't do it. Sacrifice
Unlocking
50% of your
boss.
current health, gaining either the amount of gold lost or the price of a standard chest as gold, depending on which is higher.
Oh, he's here.
And I didn't get either one, actually. Well, okay, I'm gonna buy this.
How are you both today? We're doing good. I forgot to ask. How are you doing?
Yeah, I can't remember if I asked. I feel like I might have. But yeah, we're doing good. I was super tired earlier.
Oh yeah, he barely woke up.
Yeah, I was doing a stream with Dad. I tried to take like a nap. I was on my phone for a little bit because I wasn't too tired. I was like, okay, well, I'll just look at a video. And bro.
I'm
Okay.
trying to run away.
Yeah. He just wants you. He wants your stars.
Stars.
Oh, there's a little way up here.
Going.
But yeah, no, I was streaming with Dad. And oh, you actually need this right here.
What is it? Healing?
It's a legendary chest. You need that
No.
for a character, I think. Can't remember if it was a modded character or not, but
I think I got him.
what did you pick up? Oh, it was another skateboard.
Ah!
What's this? Oh, another legendary? Oh, I'll open up this one then.
You were continuing with your
wait.
story with your dad.
I think this is a stars chest actually, because it doesn't say it cost anything. And it has a skull on it.
Stars.
But yeah, no, I was playing Valheim with Dad. And we played it for, I think like 4 hours, somewhere between lunch and dinner. And went to go to bed. Got some sleep. And woke up, and it felt like I woke up midway through a nap. Like, it was too early, sooner than anticipated. I didn't know where I was. It discombobulated and shit. Heard my alarm was you know. It was one of those waking ups, and that, bro, it sucked. Oh, he's actually stunned. I'm gonna smack him while he's down.
Here.
Oh, did you pick up the... Oh,
He's coming.
does he want me now?
No, he's coming after me.
You okay, bro? Where are you going? Okay. Ah. Can't hit by other stuff. Okay, I don't know what this box is. It's a lie is what it is. Can you open this?
Which one?
That one.
I don't see a box.
Okay, well, that explained that. Okay.
Oh, he hits, dude. He hurts. There's an active
Oh, here's
right there.
here's the portal. Oh yeah,
Let's
I should.
go.
I don't like that active. I think it's targeted for the moon. Some items are in here I want to grab real quick. That. Gamba. Gamba.
Direct lizard.
I want us to
what the freak was
actually.
that?
Oh,
I'm getting lasered.
what?
It's a giant laser somewhere.
I don't see him.
You don't?
No.
That was weird.
Oh, there's a
You
boss over
lied.
here. Oh, there he is, yeah. Okay, he's dead.
This ice skating thing is so annoying.
Okay, just picking up some of the nearby boxes.
Gotcha. I'm gonna summon the boss.
Alright.
No, I might not be able to. I might die.
No! Alright, I'll summon it. I got you.
Ooh.
Let's see. Excuse me, sir. Get out of the way.
Who is it?
Oh, there's another one of these bosses over here.
Oh, it's the same
Another
dudes.
construct. Alright. I forget how sturdy they all are. Okay. One of them's almost dead. Oh, it has a shield. No. Alright, one down. Ow. I got smacked. Nice. We got this, Bruno. I believe in us. Oh, is Big Bro gonna be following us? Yeah, I think he's gonna follow us to the other map
That
as
would
well.
Suck.
Oh, let's get this item before we forget.
Die.
Alright, I'm gonna go through the portal, right?
Go for it.
Alright. Alright.
You better not follow us to this.
I think he's following us.
That would suck.
Oh yeah, I forgot. They actually changed the moon level.
It did?
Yeah,
Whoa.
this is a
This is like a
alternative.
Dragon Ball world. You
Well,
watch Dragon Ball?
I have not, but I get what you mean. How do we go up though? This little thingy? No, it's just plant. Oh. Oh, wait, we move it, it's space out here, so we can just fly.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
What is this thing?
Oh,
You're
well,
right.
we have to get these towers down, remember?
Are these?
Yeah, this one takes health.
Alright,
Wait
I'll
for
do
you.
it. I got the most.
Yeah, I'm blocking the health drain. Alright, there we go. That's that one down. Looks like there's
least-
another one over there.
Where?
Over there. There.
Oh, I see.
There. Can't. It's not letting me ping it.
Are these maps modded too? Yeah, these are matted maps. Maps.
Yeah, we plan on turning them off once we ended because it doesn't have any of the normal maps. Though
Yeah.
I do like the lunar one. This one's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. Those giant balls floating around the sky makes me only like cereal.
I feel like you're always hungry whenever we stream. Oh my god. I'm almost dead. I'm gonna hide for a second. That portal there, that stone took a lot of my HP.
They're cool? Yeah, they're cool. The only thing is that sometimes the random region, it's a bit wonky.
Yeah. It can make finding the right spot to go pretty hard sometimes. Looks like there's another one up on that mount, or not mountain, but island, and one all the way over there. And over there.
Let's go.
Which one? Closest one, I'm assuming.
This one, closest one, yeah. It's given recess puffs. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's been a while since I ate the cereal version. I remember the commercial.
I don't remember the commercial.
It's like a rat.
Oh yeah, this one pushes you. Oh, okay, I'll get this one.
Do you know what to do? Oh yeah, I can do that because
Yeah,
slide back
it,
to a different universe.
this one, this one pushes you around.
Oh, there I go. Goodbye, all of you. I can't. There. I can't. I can't get back.
Oh, that's right. I forgot this one. Oh, wait, what? Are you?
Like I'm stuck up here. Slowly.
Oh wow, yeah. You could go ahead and start making your way to the next one. This one's done.
Your boyfriend breaks into the rap every once in a while. No, that's fair. It is a pretty catchy song. I forgot how it goes though. Recess puff, recess puffs. Something like that. Which one is it? That one?
I think no, it's on the other. Okay, the one past this one. You see it?
Okay. Yeah, I see it. What is that thing though?
Oh, the ship.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we get out. But we have to
Air.
and kill the boss first.
Stop! No, he's here.
Oh no.
It's him. But I'm going
Oh.
down instead of up. I don't know why.
Oh, that's interesting.
He landed on me.
That was about to say, I saw something land.
He's flying. This guy could do anything.
Was this one again? I... Oh, watch out for the flyers.
Ow.
I don't remember what this pillar does. I couldn't do it.
It doesn't even like peanut butter and chocolate. That's a shame.
What?
Dude's
What?
missing out.
Peanut butter and chocolate is like the best shit. I love me some peanut butter and chocolate. Pillar of Salt. What do you... Oh, it's getting smaller. That okay, is that it?
Eat him up, eat him up. Recess puff, recess puff. Peanut butter.
Oh,
puff,
bro's awake again.
Put him down.
Ah, he smacked the shit out of me.
He does that. Yeah.
Alright, that's that.
Did it?
Yep.
Because like, I'm floating away.
Yeah, we
Okay.
need to go up
He does
there.
that. It's so annoying.
Let me go up there.
I see it. It's right there.
He's just floating. He's not even floating. He's jumping at you through space.
Yeah.
He's
He's just that OP.
yeah. Bro
He creates
can't.
shockwave to walk in air. I can't go down. Where are you going? Isn't there one down there?
No,
I
no,
saw a
no.
red
We have the 4,
Okay.
so we just need to go up there. Peanut butter and banana is also good. That is good. But I feel like only if there's also chocolate.
Actually, I got an idea.
Oh lord. Oh, now you gotta go all the way back up again.
I have to go up there?
Yeah.
Oh. Dang it.
Oh man is down to Nair. He's kneeling on nothing.
Doing the one move in One Piece move. Ah, if you
I
kick
haven't.
2 times really fast, you can fly. Oh yeah. I know something similar to that. It's because it was from like... It was from an anime too.
Oh, I'm thinking something maybe like Hero Academia.
Probably, yeah. They're like kick the air so fast that they
Mhm.
can move through it. That's so crazy. We're here.
All right.
I
He
think
looks
he's gonna
like
help us fight.
I don't know about that, but he's definitely gonna be here nonetheless. Okay, fair warning. At some point, this guy is gonna steal our items.
Why? Why?
I don't know. That's just how he's
I'll hit
built.
the teleport before that happens.
No.
Uh-oh.
That doesn't even sound like him.
Where
That
is it?
sound. I don't know. Did it?
It's not here.
Did it?
What do we do?
Is it? I don't know. You should have spawned. Is it bug? Boss bro? You here?
I think Nemesis broke it.
I think so. I heard a roar, which wasn't from him, and we can't. Okay, we can't get out.
That's not good.
That's not good. No,
I think he broke it.
I think he might have broke it. Yeah.
No. Actually,
Aw.
I got an idea.
Oh, you're taking us out.
Yeah.
Like a frog wall and everything, or fog wall, not frog.
My encoder has overloaded.
Hmm.
That's not good. Apparently my encoder's overloading. What if I lower the corpse count? Maybe that would do something.
You're sturdy. You're built tough. You're built for tough, bro. Alright, so what are we doing? Because I'm pretty sure Nemesis is gonna be here, right?
Probably. Should we just call it?
We might have to. I don't know how
Yeah.
quickly you can use your ability. You might
Let's go.
could get us back.
Yeah, I think it can.
Alright. You can get us there real quick. And then we can try again.
Okay,
Why
give me
this one?
60 seconds.
Alright. If we can get one of the extra charges. Oh, what's this box?
True. Very true.
Can I open it? I want to open it. I want to be special. Can you open up this box? I think since you have the stars, you can open it.
I don't see a box.
This
I think it's
box?
your mod that's doing it.
No, because remember with the hunk, I used to see boxes that weren't real for you as well.
Oh, I see. My shoulder's itching. Teleporting. We're hitting space time travel. Would you ever like to slip space?
Just slip space?
Yeah.
I mean, sure,
I think I
guess.
might. You know, do PNG mode. My encoder's like overloading.
Oh,
Yeah. You said yes?
yeah, why not?
Have you ever seen... what is it called? Death and Robots? No, what's it
Oh,
called?
Death, Love, and Robots, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen season 2, not all of it at least.
I only watched a little bit, but I remember there was this one episode where like they go through slip space and everything freaks up. Now I'm kind of scared about it.
I mean, many things could go wrong, right? Depending on how the teleporting goes. Because is it teleporting? Is it just really fast travel? There's a lot of things to take into account.
I bet they're gonna be like, you're 10 times more likely to die from a car crash than slip through slip space. You gotta tell like airplanes. Like if that's the more terrifying part. That's the more terrifying.
I've been on plenty
Anyway.
of plane rides before.
Have you ever been in a plane crash?
No, I have not been in a plane crash before. Oh, I was able to open this box. Heck yeah. We got a saw. Timely execution.
Saw.
Falling below 25% HP causes you to become incorporeal, gaining invincibility for 7 seconds, and increasing movement speed by 30%. Recharges every 60 seconds.
Get 3 more seconds, and then we teleport.
Now you know what? We're actually invincible for the first minute. The first 80
Nice.
seconds. Because of that one item. Hopefully that takes us to the lunar area. Oh, we're actually on the normal map. What the hell? Alright.
Here we are.
You're
You're so fast. I get
Wow.
stuck.
Normal map, I know. It's just the procedural ones kind of take over.
They take priority.
I wish we could have some procedural maps and normal maps as well, but maybe we can. I don't know how.
Maybe with the configs.
Yeah, there might be.
Just
'Cause you can
hard to mess with
also-
it, though.
You can also go to settings and mod options. You can mess with some of the config stuff in the game as well, which is interesting.
It's too complicated.
I didn't see last time. I didn't see any option to make them less likely to happen and stuff though.
Oh, this is our ship.
Yeah, that's our
It's
shit.
our ship, Oliver.
That's our shit right there. If only we could just get to it. The very sturdy blue shield they got. God, they're tanky. They're too tanky. I'm going
These
past
guys are
them.
tanky, yeah.
Yeah. We need to go to the pillars of light. So that one over
way?
there.
Oh.
There's one over there, one over there. There should be a fourth one.
Oh, I'm dead. Fell off the map. How long does it take? No, not that long.
Oh, you're very low on HP though.
But I got a legendary.
Hmm?
Got a legendary.
You got a legend. How? How?
I don't know, I spawned in it. I'm falling again, no!
Oh.
I keep getting pushed. So this is how it is.
No, no, don't die, Bruno. If these guys are this tanky, I really don't think I can take that guy on alone.
Ooh, where's the thing? So we could do it quickly.
There, we need to get to these two over here.
Gotcha. Boing. This one?
Yeah, that one takes health though. I'll
Oh,
get it.
I can't do it, yeah.
Oh, why are y'all here? Okay, I have to take a little break from that for a second. Alright, go back in. Alright, got this one.
Nice.
Because we have leeching seed and I have like this little spray shotgun. Oh my god, that does so much damage, bro.
Dude, this ice skating thing is actually benefiting me. I'm just sliding across the map.
Okay, I'm gonna turn this on. Oh, okay.
You good?
I need health. Yes, slap him. Give me my health back. Alright, cool. Going back in for more. Oh my god, I got absolutely obliterated. Oh, I'm still donating health in my afterlife. No, Bruno, no. Careful.
You're dead!
That might kill you.
Yeah. Alright, what do I do?
I don't know. Because you just need health. And unfortunately, it goes away. Like, you can't just make a few passes here and there. Oh. 30%? That was about 500 HP. Oh,
Oh, I died.
damn.
Sad.
Okay, well.
It always goes bad when you get close to the ending.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I'm sending in the code.
Alright. Wait, were we gonna turn off procedural maps, or?
Oh, that is true.
Alright.
Procedural.
Let me quit the desktop so I can turn that off. Procedural stages, disable.
Where is it? What does it look like?
You can type in the search pro of... It's just easier.
I put people instead for some reason. Turned it off. There we go. It was a valiant effort. That it was. It was amazing.
We did. I
was
think
simply
we
magnificent. What's up?
magnificent.
Magnificent.
Is that what I heard? We did pretty good, all things considered. Where's my risk? Do I really not have Risk Arena in my stream games? Are you kidding me, bro? The hell, bro?
Is it okay if I could send it to you directly, or do you prefer it?
You could put it in your chat most likely if you wanted to.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's just a code, it's not a link or anything.
Gotcha. That is true. I could DM it to you. Alrighty. There you go. I have to do is just copy and paste.
Yeah. So when you go into select your game, there should be select the profiles. There should be a import/update, and you'll want to do import from code. And then bing, bing, biggity, boom.
Why do I paste this? I believe you said it already, right?
Yeah. And if you're already into selecting mods and whatnot, in the top left, there should be change game. To the right of that should be change profile. You want to click that. So you can go back to selecting the default, create new, stuff like that. And then to the right of create new, there should be import/update.
Found it.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. This gives me an opportunity to eat my cucumber.
Go for it. I'm gonna eat my Danmos.
Isn't that a drink?
It is a drink.
It's a thick drink if you're eating it, just saying.
Yes, I do believe you just launched it somewhere, right? There's like at the top right corner, you see a little play button and it says modded. It's blue. You click on that.
Yeah. The UES safe travels last node coordinate something because it went away. I couldn't read it. It's just playing the cutscene.
Hmm.
Nothing like a good old cucumber eating it like a pickle.
You're the only person I know that does that.
I only do it to save time,
No, that's fair.
like during streams. Otherwise, I would cut it like a normal person.
Do you put it in your eyes?
Hmm?
On. You put it on your eyes sometimes. Isn't there like a thing? You put
Oh
pickles-
yeah, when
I
you're
mean,
like at the
cucumbers.
spa or something. I've never done that though.
So your eyes can see the nutrients. This is what you're putting inside your body. Eat more pickles.
I mean cucumbers.
Cucumbers.
I mean pickles
They're
are
both.
cucumbers. Yeah.
Yeah. So much to do in Orlando, Florida. Unique things.
Top 10
Dude.
ways to eat pickles. No, eat cucumbers like a pickle. Number
Eat the
10.
cucumber like a pickle.
What would you say number 9 is?
Hot Cheetos.
That's not, no. I'm in the game now. You need to send me an invite.
Saga's in the game? Oh, you're in the game? Gotcha.
I'm in the game.
Oh yeah, I need to close the game because I didn't do the thing. My bad.
Oh, you didn't.
No, I was still in the game.
Oh, you turned off the mod but didn't reload the game. Okay.
Yeah, I'm also going PNG mod because it doesn't like it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Do you remember me? Bam, 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 bam. That's not an actual song.
So I guess does Saga, will they listen on the delay? Because I'm cool with them joining the call.
Don't know. Whatever Saga's comfortable with.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't have to talk, just so it's not a delay type thing. If it would work better. Launching game, hell yeah. Let's go.
I'm back in my human form. My paper.
Your paper?
It's fine if you can join. Get head to the Discord server. Go for it. I believe it's in Oliver's.
Yes, I'll have to let you in. Re-invite.
Let me in.
Oh, actually, dude, wait, is Saga on here? Gasp!
I don't know.
I don't have a Saga on my server.
Dun, 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 dun.
And I've never been able to see the server, the channel on your server. Like I see, there are no audio channels.
I need to invite you to mine.
You could make a role.
That is true.
That's why I did. I made it so anyone with the streamer squid can access the live channel.
Permissions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Add members or roles.
What a travesty. I know. I've been missing out.
I don't know how this works. I don't want to mess with it. When I wake up, and I know I'm gonna be.
Oh, wait. You go. Oh, wait.
Wait. Just wait.
Wait, 1 minute.
Wait.
Alright.
Wait.
This.
Oh, wait.
Invite.
I did get so quiet.
What?
There's an ambulance outside, by the way. Can you tell the difference between an ambulance and a police?
Yeah, they have different sounds.
Oh, alright. I think it's an ambulance. It's a lot slower.
Oh wait, did put you in the... Oh, I thought I tried to invite you to this one. How did I want to drag you here?
Saga. You can stay on that one.
Come here. Oh, I don't think I can drag you into... Wait, I moved to live. Ah, there we go. Hey, Saga.
Hello.
Best viewer that... Oh, it actually was not annihilated by a Siri bot. Be gone. Okay.
Don't have permission to talk.
Permstead? Oh. Okay, alright. I don't have... Mod view? Can I make... You know what? Here, add roll streamer squids. You should have perms now. Streamer squid. Face squid. Alright.
You're special.
That should work. I mean, hell, only... Yeah, Bruno has face squid. Streamer squid.
I don't need permission. I could just talk
No,
to too.
No, I mean, like... Y'all have the same perms now, so... Still suppressed? Maybe... Oh, wait.
I fixed it.
Hell yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. It's nice to hear you.
Yeah. I think this is the first time I've heard the saga, the one and only.
I think so, yeah.
I have to adjust to
I
some...
don't have you guys on Steam, though.
That is true.
Yeah, that, I didn't even think about that part.
Let's see. Can you add to Discord, or do you want to add as friends?
I can add you guys. I just gotta figure out how.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, there's the Steam fan code. I think that's how?
Yep.
How do I find it?
I don't know.
I believe when you right click on someone's profile. Actually, I don't know.
How do I get to my home?
I think you could probably go to your...
Oh, I found it. At the top on Steam where it says like Steam view friends in game. If you go to friends and go to add friend, it'll show your Steam code.
True.
Oh,
okay.
Nice. Okay. Copy.
I'll DM it to you. Squiddy can send you his too.
Already on it.
Ba-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Nice. I need to make now. Now I need to make a role for people that aren't streamers but still have privileges.
Call it Squid Friends or something.
Yeah, I was thinking something like that. I need to turn on my fan. Give me a second.
It is hot in here too. I feel that.
Regret turning off the AC.
A little bit. But it's for the quality of the stream. Not gonna lie, I feel like I do lose a bit of weight whenever I turn it off. That's how hot it gets. Invited.
You see?
Sauna?
You're just in a sauna.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, my elbow.
Your elbow? Oh, did it pop again?
Yeah, I did. It just keeps doing that.
You good
That's
over
when
there?
I put it down.
Oh, well, make sure to stretch your wrist and stuff.
No.
Yes, do it. Don't make me. I don't know where you are, but I'll find you.
No.
Yes.
I believe I invited Saga.
Don't know. I don't. It doesn't even say that we're friends yet.
What?
I sent you
What?
guys friend requests.
Oh.
Did I reject it?
That would probably do it. I think I might have forgotten to accept. I was like, oh, it's sent, done, good. No, there we
I
go.
think I might have rejected it. My bad.
I I accepted it. Let me.
I see your true feelings now.
I'm sorry.
Invite to play. There you go.
Oh no, you didn't. You accepted it. You accepted
Okay.
it.
Are you offline?
No, I'm online. It says you're not in game though.
I was able to send an invite, I think. Yeah.
It's fine. Akuta Matata. There we go. You were in here. Private. Start.
Cool. See if I can get my Fuji to show.
I think it's loading.
Gotcha.
There we go.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Now I got both of you on here. Heck yeah.
I got the miner.
The mod has. Wait, is this Samus?
Yeah. I put her in.
Wow, I did not realize how close the PNGs were when on Fuji.
I just got you guys on my arms. There is Hunk. Did you unlock all the characters already?
I haven't unlocked everyone, but I have a lot of people.
I see. I
Wait,
see.
maybe I do have. I think I have everyone like base game. I don't have the DLC.
Hmm. Okay.
We can get you those. It took me and Oliver like how many streams to so we can unlock just one character?
Yeah, it took us a few tries. I run this
Alright.
guy. Armor.
I will do the miner. I am
I wanna-
ready.
Play a completely different game with this mod.
Are we running normal difficulty?
I don't know. What is normal difficulty really in this game?
Rainstorm.
Oh, I was trying to ask like a
Yeah, I know. Philosophical question. Well, if we're all sharing items, then we might be able to go to Monsoon. I'm not really sure.
monsoon.
Yeah, it's Monsoon.
Frick it, typhoon. No.
I don't know about all that.
What do you mean by sharing items?
When we pick up a item, we all get the same item. We get a duplicate.
Oh, that's amazing. That should just be in the base game.
Yeah,
There I go.
I know nothing about this guy. I need to read his skills.
Why am I so like?
Why are you so
bad
small?
posture?
You got that gamer posture, but with 2 pickaxes.
I want the gold.
Ah, hello, sir.
Whoa.
Ow.
I'm literally just a miner.
I'm,
I actual occupation.
That or you're just too young to buy alcohol.
Shut I can hit the guys up there.
Okay, I'll try and get them.
Oh, I'm too short.
You're small.
No, I just can't fly.
I am actively having a hard time with these flyers.
Rock and stone.
Alright, so... I'll fortify is active missile fly.
Boom. That's pretty cool abilities though. You're like a Star Wars character.
Oh, General Grievous.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan.
I'm Ball.
You are Ball.
Ball, yeah.
It's actually really good to evade. I remember trying it.
I still haven't played that one.
Give it a go. It's literally like our usual kit from the game.
They even
And-
took the sound effects.
Yeah.
I'm just stacking up missiles around me.
Is that what you do?
Yeah, that's my
What do you do?
R. I don't know what I do. I'm just here. I'm here, man. So,
A robot asking
I can-
itself. Go for it. Go, continue.
no, I was just saying, I can shoot a missile, which explodes on impact. While Fortify is active, the missile flies faster. And then I can
Nice.
charge, no, I can charge up. That got destroyed. I can't even read my skills anymore because I can't see them.
I would donate.
Let's see, how do I... There we go. You're gonna die.
I might die actually.
No!
You could rest Oliver.
Yeah, I think
He's
you
the
might be able
other
to get
one.
me.
Yes. There you go.
Alright, and then I can try and get
I
you.
was resurrecting? No, that's sick.
Yeah.
It does take away a lot of your health though, by the way.
Oh, looks like it won't take you lower than a percentage though. I think 5%. That or 15 health, I can't tell. Okay, so that's good. As long as there's nothing around to kill us while we're trying to res.
True.
Wanted to charge up
True.
thing.
Very true.
Oh, missile. Have we seen... We've only gotten one item so far. I haven't really been able to go anywhere. Like, I'm slow.
I don't
Apple.
know what a ghost apple is, but I found one.
Heck yeah.
Find the teleporter.
Cool, cool.
And there's this thing, a replicator, whatever thing.
Oh,
whatever
does it take green items? Because we have the regenerating scrap.
Oh, I don't know. It takes... It's a 3D printer.
Yeah, but is it green?
No,
No,
it's-
no. Okay.
I can't get these guys.
I'm also having a hard time getting anything that's moving at any amount of speed.
I see Saga rolling around.
I don't have any movement abilities. I only have ball, so I had to basically just run all the way over.
Yeah, we're all
Nice.
so slow. What are your abilities, Bruno?
Me? I just do a mine. I just
You're
mine.
just a miner. Yeah,
Just a
that's,
miner.
that's right, you did say that. Alright. Surely there's more items on this map.
Wait, I have her double jump.
Yeah, you should be able to double jump.
Oh, item right over there.
You also put mines down. Yeah, there you go. There's no items here. What the freak?
Yeah, no, there's one over there in that corner.
It's a thing.
It's a thing? A thing.
A lunar coin.
Oh,
You don't need it.
no.
I do. I only have one.
We're gonna get this item. 'em.
Give me the coin.
Killing 4
Nice.
enemies within 1 second sends you into a frenzy for 6 seconds, increasing movement speed by 50%, attack speed by 100. Not exactly what I meant to click.
Inactive.
Nice. Why do the items seem so sparse?
I have no idea. That's a good question.
Maybe it's just because it's stage 1.
Maybe? I feel like even on stage 1 there's more items typically.
Yeah. We also
Oh.
have 1,000 coins, by the way.
Yeah, because we haven't found anything to spend it on. Not even Gamba. I have to swap my earbud. I heard it say, low battery.
Low battery.
Ow, 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 ow.
I think I'm ready to go. There really isn't anything here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit the teleport.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you
Go
here?
for it.
You're,
Don't
you're
even
stuck.
worry about it. Don't even worry about me, bruv. Where is he?
It's a giant rock. I'm perfect for this job.
Pew. Oh.
Nice.
This is gonna be rough with this character. I can just feel it. Oh my god, I got absolutely obliterated by something.
We could just skip the round, right?
Hmm?
Boom, 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 boom. Do I res you? You wanna be res?
No, you don't need res me. I already got the item.
Woo!
Man, if nothing else, you got attack speed.
Yeah.
you just need some way of getting, you know, enemies that are a little higher. Okay, I find this real hard to believe. As Amor or Armor, the guy I'm playing, to complete a stage without going below 60% HP. I beg to differ.
I believe you're like a service robot. I don't think you were meant for the food industry. Not for combat capabilities.
I shoot missiles though. There is a janitor guy. That's a character we have for some reason. I don't know where he's from.
I think I added him.
I know it wasn't me.
Don't underestimate the janitors, bro.
I played him a
They're war
little bit.
veterans. Yeah.
Yeah. It was interesting. A lot of movement. A whole shit ton more movement than what I got. Bro, I
Makes
can't hit
sense.
this guy. Oh, I see a shrine on the mountain.
Nice.
Does that nice mean like like
What is it doing?
it makes it so there's twice the amount of bosses. Sorry, adds one
Do we
X.
need that?
You also get twice the amount of loot
Let's go for it.
once you kill the boss.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything to pick up, honestly.
I picked up 2 items so far.
Well, that's not a lot.
It's something. Oh.
Empty.
Oh.
I found the teleporter.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
I am heading over there.
I see an item back here I'm gonna try and get. There's nothing that makes me go faster.
Maybe I don't know.
There's
Can you jump?
nothing. I can jump, but that's it. Let's see, what's this?
I do have an active, like increases your speed. Is there any way I can like drop it?
No, not until you find another active.
Got you. I feel like it'll be useful for you.
Which one is that one? Oh, yeah.
It's like a
Oh, it
word
makes you go into a
board.
frenzy. I think that would be
Yeah.
good for you, though, because it increases attack speed as well. Nah, I'm coming. Be in there in, like, you know, a few days. I'll see you tomorrow. Trying to scoot my chair.
Zzz.
I'm here. Wait,
I didn't see anything to pick up.
let me get this thingy.
It do be empty. Why though? That's weird.
I don't know, because you would think with more people it would add more boxes.
Yeah.
There we go.
Get the thing.
Alright, I got it.
Nice. Let's go.
So I'm staying up here, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, why is there so many?
We got the shrine. I got
Yeah.
it, actually.
But there should only be 2. Oh wait, no, the beetle queens, I think, come in pairs. It's a very big visual effect for that one Samus skill.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Like
It
you're
doesn't
dropping a
actually
mini
affect
nuke.
the area either. It's only like a small area.
Oh.
There we go. I got one done.
I've just been shooting at this one since it started. Oh no, Bruno, you're looking a little low on
I'm gonna
HP over
die.
there.
I died. No.
I got you.
I was mining so hard. It wasn't enough.
Oh lord. I got you. I got you. Yeah.
Thank you. There we go.
These things have too much health.
Yeah. Alright, well,
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh no, never mind.
thank you.
Oh, you have a pet.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So I
I
guess.
was trying to kill that guy. Let's go.
Alright. Do you have any red items for us here?
No. That's the
Yeah.
ukulele. Dun, 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 dun. It's an obvious one to get, right?
Yeah, yeah. Let's see, what else is here?
Go to like a blender. Oh, it's a
What is it?
not a blender.
Field accelerator.
Looks like a blender. Spare wire. The squid polyp plop.
Okay, okay. Honestly,
Just a ukulele.
yeah.
Can only buy 2 of them though.
Like,
What is
oh,
this?
that?
Molten coin. 6% chance to ignite enemies on hit for 100% base damage. And then $1. Not bad.
That would help earn money. Alright.
Now this.
Do we keep our money or does it reset every round?
I think it resets, right?
Yeah, when we leave, our money will go away.
Yeah.
But shouldn't we just spam buy all the stuff?
We can only buy 3 items
Tres.
in total.
Okay.
We can buy all
Otherwise,
these.
yeah. Yeah. Any of these, pick your fancy. I'll grab them.
I don't like the lunar items.
No?
They always give you awful debuffs.
What are you talking about? They're great.
You got this one. This one over here is 4x critical strike and half the critical strike chance.
Hit me. Yes. Got it.
Alright. That one?
No. It
No?
reduces movement. I don't want to be as slow as you.
Bro, I am so slow. You wouldn't believe.
What does this do?
No,
Rain meteorite.
not that
Yes.
How
one.
do you
No.
read what it
Yes.
does?
You get ping on it with middle
yeah.
mouse. The little... The thing right there. I don't know. What it's
Yeah,
called.
you have to ping like the pod.
Yeah. Oh, you can get this though. You need that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna grab that.
Now you're a bit faster for 30 seconds.
Oh hey, this
I
one like
give up.
What's up?
Yeah, like I ping it, but it doesn't tell me what it does.
It
Doesn't?
should come up on the bottom.
Yeah.
It
If
just
we're-
says
for a little
has
bit.
found the lunar bud purity and then how much it costs.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Weird.
Alright, well that one, all skill cooldowns are reduced by 2 seconds. All random effects are rolled plus 1 times for an unfavorable outcome. So it's kind of
That
the
sounds
opposite.
awful.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of the 42 leaf clover or whatever.
Oh, look, it's
Oh.
the thing.
Yeah, it's a skip one.
I don't really want it. I have the meteorite.
You
Rain
mean
from
like the
above.
one that sends the meteorites down from the sky and it does
Bombs
like the whole
everybody.
map?
Basically, yeah.
Oh, you know what would be this one? This one. You should get this one.
Nice. Got it. Oh no! You should have told me first.
Oh, I can get them for you, by the way, Saga. I have a copious amount of...
Do it to gazillionaire.
Yeah,
Oh, I have 40. I had 47. Now I have 45. I don't know what I picked up.
let's see, you picked up... Oh, the teleporter one. So it makes it charge the teleporter quicker, but it just makes it 50% smaller.
Oh,
Oh,
the
wow,
radius?
yours. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No, that
didn't
was-
think it would do something like that.
No, that one's fine. Having one of those is good, but having multiple, that's where it gets a little tricky.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, now Bruno's just gonna be a walking catastrophe
I'm Armageddon.
for anyone, anyone including himself. My missiles missed.
It begins.
Run.
Well, don't come over to
Can you
me.
go underground?
Maybe?
No, it doesn't.
Ow, that hurt. I'm so slow, I hardly have a chance to actually get out of range. How are you faring? I mean, you're in the center of it.
I'm good. I wish I did more damage though.
Same. I feel like I do no damage.
Oh, I died.
Same.
No. Where are you? Where did you perish?
I'm at the center of the map.
Center of the map.
I think like the highest part you got
Highest
to.
spot?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. Oh, good lord.
Yeah, those guys, I had no chance.
Okay.
You're very good for dealing with like a bunch of surrounding enemies.
Yeah. Oh my god, why do you take so much HP? God damn, bro.
I'm beefy.
Oh, that's a bad time for your ability to go off. God. Oh, that hurts.
Oh yeah, we need to unlock. Do you have the DLC, Saga?
No.
Oh, you don't have the DLC. Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, we were thinking of going into the void and stuff.
Avoid fiend.
I've done the void area before.
No,
When you're, in your,
Sassy.
when you're in your ball form, you're so small, like you're drowning right now.
I'm completely submerged.
Oh my god.
It's happening. Run for your
Bro,
lives.
it's attacking us over here. That poor beetle. It keeps on getting caught in the crossfire of just Bruno.
I have dealing with these guys. I can't reach up there. Unless...
I don't see any more stuff.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Ow. Ah, ah. Ah, no, it's the tongue guys. No. I'm about to get fricked for... Okay. Alright, we're good. We're good. Gucci.
You got it.
Not even close.
Oh, it's
No.
happening.
Is that open? I can't tell if that box
The
is
music
open
is
or
very
not.
fitting for it though.
Yeah. No, that box is open. I can't jump worth a damn. This has to be like the most immobile character I know. Yeah, I think that's everything. Ow, my god.
Oh,
What destroyed me?
those little bats.
Oh
So
my
loud.
god, there's so many.
Alright, we got 20 seconds before I do the thing.
Alright.
Oh, is
I
it?
was wondering why it went dark this
Oh, I
time.
can't do
Oh,
this.
not that guy.
I got this, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got this,
Maybe I got
Saga.
up a little bit.
No.
I immediately died and I don't know how.
I think it was the meteorites, not gonna lie.
Laser.
I highly suspect it was the meteorite.
Yeah, there's a chance. You might be able to res Saga if you run through there.
You died?
Yeah,
What?
yeah, I got screwed by that laser.
Ooh.
She's at 60% and going down. No. Oh god,
Oh
that
my
hurt you
God.
so much.
I can dodge.
Oh my god.
I can dodge. I'm dodging.
God. Okay,
It was a valiant attempt.
yeah.
It's hard to dodge a laser that's going almost at the speed of light.
I would hope the laser's going at this.
Oh,
The host player has ended the game. What?
what?
What? Oh, Saga's not in here anymore.
Were you the host player?
Oh, no, you were.
Oh. I hear Saga.
There we go.
Oh, they're out.
That was weird. All right, I'm not playing as this guy.
Yeah,
He's
the miners a bit too.
If he was extra tanky, maybe, but he's just so slow. I did unlock a new skill though. Skewer.
I'll go sniper.
They really gave my guy a melee attack.
I'm ready though.
Are you going as like the old school sniper or?
Yeah, I don't have any of the loadouts.
Oh wait, no, you're as the railgunner.
I don't know. I don't got all the characters. I don't know how you managed to unlock them all.
I don't know either. It just kind of happened. If I was a sniper, why not? Let's see. Snipe, Mark, whatever. This is fine. Yeah.
I'll play Axe Guy.
Alright.
Dude is really cool.
The
I think I like it.
executioner.
Locked in.
Locked in, ready to go. Oh. Oh, we can take the pod. Oh.
It's your guy.
Uh.
Does it work the same way?
The sniper? I think so, yeah.
I got a donut.
Cool.
Nice. I'm hungry.
Oh, what? Always. Every time we stream.
It's kind of like a workout because like I'm working without AC, and then I'm also like tryharding, so I'm sweating. It makes me hungry.
The double sweat.
And double sweat.
I feel like, well, I guess I'm going down here now. Let's see, does this do anything? Activate your scope and charge your weapon for up to 3x damage and target weak points. Okay.
Found a cookie.
Wow, look at y'all. So we have a donut and a cookie. Which one would y'all say you like more? Donut or cookie?
Cookie.
Donut. I'm more of a donut.
I think cookie myself.
You what?
Yeah.
What? Am I the only one?
No, I'm not saying that donuts are bad. I'm just saying I think I prefer cookies.
Oh, I see.
Donuts make me sick, so.
Oh, well,
Oh,
yeah.
that's fair.
Yeah.
Those things pack calories. I found coffee.
Wow, we're having all the food. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is this?
What is?
What is...
Oh, I
what?
need to
Radio
activate
sky.
that for a character, I think.
Oh, okay.
Alright, already.
How much do you need for it?
269. I'm almost there.
Okay. Yeah, with the shared items, it also comes with shared money. That's what I'll just make sure I didn't spend.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I thought we all had like our separate.
No, well, there's one down here. Yeah, no, we have shared money. Ow.
Gotcha.
That's rude.
This character does a lot of damage.
To do. Especially the X thing it does. I don't know what it's called. It jumps into the air.
Oh, yeah. I think that one freezes them, right? They're like soul vines or whatever.
I think so.
Yeah, it makes it so they can instantly die if they're low enough. Oh, there's a scrapper up here if you wanted any items. Or, I guess didn't want any items.
There we go.
I feel like we got most of the boxes here. That one open? That one's not open, I don't think. Maybe? No, it is. Okay, yeah. Makes
I
me wonder
hear
if we could
something
get up
under us.
there. If that's something we could do, or if it's...
What?
If we could get up there. Not right now, because I don't think we have the mobility, but
Where?
in
Up
general.
there?
Yeah, up there.
Oh,
I think you could get up there if you're the artificer.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Who's that dude?
That's the magician. Alright, I will go ahead and start the boss.
Go for it.
Alright. And run.
I think I could get up there actually. Oh, never mind. I almost got outside the map.
Did you get lost or something?
No, I tried to get out of bounds, then teleported back inside.
No.
I missed.
The bug just showed me its ass.
It's horrible.
I know.
Very rude.
How dare. I need to learn what this skill does. And I redeem hydrate.
I already finished my water. I need to go get more.
Ow, I just got launched off my post.
Let's go.
We both put down. We both did our little run.
Wait, do you have the same sniping abilities as me?
No, I have a backflip.
Oh, I see.
Ooh, 2 red items.
Oh,
Nice.
well, I guess let's pick up one of each.
Timely
If we can.
execution.
It's a skateboard.
What does it do
Yeah,
again?
we can pick up both of them.
Nice.
And then one of the other items. Thank you for
what
the
is that?
follow, Foxeth the Fourth. Oh, that one makes you dash forward when you jump, when you're
Nice.
sprint jumping.
Decided. I don't think I want any.
No.
Actually, yeah, just floating. This the effigy.
Oh, okay.
That'd be good for the sniper. There we go.
Use it wisely.
Ooh, actually, this one would be good. Oh lord, here we go.
Some meteorites all over again.
No, at least he has control over this one.
Yes. I'm ready
Alright.
though.
Alright, are we going down or... Whoops,
Yeah,
that's
let's go
not
down.
the button I meant to click. Alright.
Get some pretty cool items.
Oh.
And do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
I didn't even know I could collide with the other characters until I ran into Saga. Let's see, I think I can... Now? Yeah. Oh,
I just fell
okay.
straight down.
I made it.
I can't do this.
Thank you for the
I
hydrate, by
don't
the
have
way.
any air mobility. Oh, I punched my mic again.
I think I went down too far.
I can see.
Oh. I'll drag y'all. No. How are you doing, Foxeth the Fourth? I hope you're doing
There
well.
we go. Teamwork.
Alright, I need to adjust volume a little bit.
I don't have the DLC, but I was able to do this. I did it by myself.
Nice.
I'm good. I'm doing
Did
good.
it on easy mode,
Oh.
but I was
An
doing it because
accomplishment is still an accomplishment.
I needed it for a quest or something. I can't remember.
Oh, gosh.
I was just speedrunning.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've done that before as well. It's like I just want to unlock the character already, damn it.
I was like, just let me get the abilities and everything, please.
I don't really mess with that stuff. That's probably why I die a lot.
What do you mean?
I don't bother with the challenges.
Oh. Yeah, the challenges in this game unlock stuff for you, so.
It's a thing.
The thing?
Anybody brave enough to lose
Oh,
that?
I
one of
don't
those.
have the movement to go down there and grab stuff.
Really?
I don't either.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We can always
I don't
come
know
back
what
for
these
it.
are.
It's shrinking.
There we
It's
go.
over there. About that direction.
It's down there, actually.
Why is that so loud?
What is?
Sound alert. It was a Nico Nico Ni. It just seemed like way louder than normal. Oh yeah, the manuscript. Increases a random stat by 10%. Hover the item during the game to see the current stat bonuses. So for me, I got critical strike chance. Bruno got damage, and Saga,
Yeah.
you got 10 armor. Not 10%, but static, I think.
Oh yeah, I got these. Should use them.
Ow. They really pack a wallop. Oh, this is a piercing shot. Okay. Did I respond to that? I think I did. I'm doing good.
Are
I'm
you
happy to
both
hear you're doing well.
snipers?
Yeah, I'm the
Yeah.
sniper. He's the railgunner. Let's go with this one.
Coffee.
Coffee. Movement speed and attack speed. Can't really go wrong. Alright, well, I don't... Okay.
Jump over it. No.
This way, right here. Here. No, actually, I need an active. Saga also needs active.
Try it.
There you go. Oh yeah.
Oh, it's the BFG thing. Giant
Yeah, yeah.
green ball.
Oh, the little wood
I
guy.
got mushrooms.
Oh, okay, nice. I don't have the like quick attack that you have. I'm pure snipe. I can no scope, thank God.
That's just pretty cool. I'm not really a big fan of the auto. The auto aim thing.
I like it because it's good for just smaller people.
Sure.
Alright, to Bruno. The next one's that way.
This one.
That one. Cool.
Gasoline.
Up.
I'm gonna die, by the way.
If you die, I don't think we can res you.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe at the end, because everything I could.
I don't know what's healing me, but I'm healing the same amount I'm taking damage almost.
Oh, it's your mushrooms. You heal when you sprint.
I could probably res him.
Mm,
Do it
maybe. I don't know about all that.
I won't get any of the items.
Oh yeah, yeah, that is true.
It's fine.
Oh, what if
There
we both
is-
go? If we both go, maybe there's a
You both
chance.
die.
Do you have a way to heal?
No, I have actually no way to heal.
Then maybe I should only go.
Okay.
Oh wait, Bruno, are you
You
even
guys should
gonna
just do it.
survive to get over
There's
here?
still like items you could buy.
There's items I can buy. Yeah. There's like that over there. I can take a look at
Are
that.
you gonna survive long enough to get anywhere? Or are you just gonna die immediately?
Can't just stand there, hit it.
This? You want us to start the vent? Is that what you're saying, Bruno? Like,
Hello?
hello? Yeah?
Hello?
Hi? Yeah?
Oh. Are you gonna hit the thing?
Is that what I'm asking? Is that what you want us to do? Or are we...
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
That was a nice long 6 seconds of awkwardness.
I feel like we might be able to get...
Giga Chad.
You got this, Saga?
Hey, thank you.
I don't
Oh,
know
wow.
why I was taking so much damage, but that really hurt.
Oh, when you revive, it takes your health.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I almost thought.
Yeah, I guess we kind of forgot to mention that part. There is an item that we can pick up that makes it so you don't take that damage, I think. Or at least take less. Oh, completely missed that.
We can finally loot the other chest. I mean, we can when it's over anyway, but still.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. We could have just cleared it and not pick up the items until
Oh yeah, we could just rest after.
over there. That way.
It was more dramatic this way.
Yeah.
True.
Oh yeah, don't forget, you get a little boost when you run and jump.
Where is it?
Right down here.
Yeah, I can't make that jump. I have to slowly climb. There we go.
Oh, we have... No, I don't. That was the other world.
Scythe.
I forgot this isn't the one with the, regenerating scrap. Satropone... Drum... No, from... I give up. You know what? That's okay. have the little mushroom dudes. We have shrooms.
The shroom bros.
The shroom bros. Now I'm tripping balls, cubes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of flying ones, I'm just noticing.
There is indeed. Whose turn is it?
I'll take it. This one? Alright, I don't see it. Nope, still didn't see it.
It's over here.
Alright, cool.
Oh, if someone wants to do the void thing, you could do it. I did it last time.
Check.
Alright.
I don't have the health. I can't do it. Oh, actually, you could rest me.
If you really want to, sure.
Can't do it.
Oh yeah,
I
you
guess
don't
'cause
have
you don't have health.
Yeah. Shame.
You don't have a way to heal?
Here, if I
Maybe
There you
I
go.
should have done it, because I can heal.
nice guy. We Gucci.
What did I get?
I think
I
you got
got
the
the-
missile one.
Plasma shrimp.
Posture
Giving a shrimp
check.
equal
Thank
to
you for the
10%
posture
of your
check.
maximum health. While you have shield, hitting an enemy fires a missile that deals 40% total damage.
I know.
Corrupts all ATG missiles MK1s. Nice.
Sorry, that probably
Nice,
got
you get a
picked up on
shield.
the.
Did you just bite into your cucumber?
I'm trying to chew it quietly, but it's hard.
You guys are just carrying. The enemies die as soon as they come onto screen.
Just snipers.
They're pretty. They're pretty OP.
I don't remember how I unlocked this guy.
That guy? You just have all the characters for some reason.
No, like, I don't have all of them. I am still missing some. So I don't know how to unlock this dude.
I'm dying!
Tell me about it.
I'll tell you about it. Oh, I'll tell you about it.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what the items do. I probably shouldn't be the one to pick them up.
No, it's okay. We can
It's
find out.
whatever. I don't either.
I'm guessing this
Just give
way.
it-
No, if anything, there's an item over here. Crit. The glasses are crit. Over there.
How do I get over there? There you go.
I like my backflip. I get to do some sick tricks. I get wah, wah. I am so low on HP with no way of healing. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a little wisp, guys. Okay. The jellyfish.
Jellyfishes.
Yeah. I think jellyfish are immortal.
What?
Yeah, there's an immortal jellyfish. They
Really?
yeah, they don't die. Just like
They
from
become
natural.
a baby again.
Yeah, they go back and forth. Oh, watch out!
That's
My
crazy.
corpse thing might do some damage to y'all.
I thought that was lobsters or crabs.
No, lobsters are immortal too. They die because sometimes they won't have enough energy to shed.
That sucks.
Yeah, they won't have enough energy, or they'll get shell rot because they've had that shell for too long.
I see.
Like having a dirty sock. I
Immortality.
don't know. Yeah. That one of you.
Got it. Oh, double
Oh,
jump.
cool.
Nice.
Oh, hell yeah. All the way over there.
Alright.
Oh, Lord. Okay. I'm not making it.
It's fine. Yes, you are. I think you can. Look at
Ah.
you. Barely.
Oh. Bruno's have to, like, go
I might
around
die.
it. Okay. We're good. We're good. Look at my corpse.
Where is it?
It's right here. At least on my screen.
It's invisible for me.
Good thing my sniper like highlights them. I can shoot them when they're still far away. Otherwise, I just wouldn't be able to see the damn things.
I was wondering how you knew where some of these were.
Cheater.
No.
I'm a cheater.
Well, hex. Knowing where they are won't do anything for my aim, apparently. Hello. We picked up any healing items, like at all, actually?
Cool.
Just a period.
No, I have it. I only got the shield. I think Saga has the mushroom thing.
This one. Alright, yeah, over there. I wouldn't go through that.
Get slowed.
I don't know why.
It's not very useful since every enemy flies, unfortunately.
Yeah, on this one. Ooh, box. Health item? Health item? No, not a health item.
Hey, I got an achievement.
Nice.
Which one?
Collector.
Oh.
Ah. Honestly, the shrooms are some of the more dangerous ones. So just cover our area in fire.
Yeah, they're annoying.
Final item.
Yay!
No guess to the side.
Saga, do the honors.
Do it.
I don't know what these do, but this one's a blender, and I want to pick that one.
Nice.
Let's see. Using a skill with cooldown reduces all other skill cooldowns by 50% plus 50% per stack of the used skills cooldown. What?
It'd be funny if it just says you get smoothies.
Yeah.
Everybody get a smoothie. That'd be a pretty cool healing item.
Oh yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go unlock boxes.
Yeah, I'm looking around as well.
Rose buckler.
Hopefully we'll get a healing item or two. All shrines can be used less than one time. Hey, got a healing item. That's the one where you gain health after getting damaged.
Oliver, you don't have a void item, right?
I do not.
I found one.
It's okay. I'll pass.
I'll take it.
Or
Or do you
no,
want it?
I could pay the toll.
That would be very kind of you. I don't have enough health.
Oh, what's
is
that
it?
one? Oh, jumping creates a slowing explosion. Damn.
Needle tick. Trying to collapse an enemy for 400% base damage. I don't know what that means. Sounds cool. Sounds nice.
At least time is frozen here.
Yeah.
Oh, it is a.
So, Saga doesn't have the DLC, but the portal is there.
Oh, I've never seen that portal before.
Yeah.
It's probably because you guys have the DLC. It's how it works on my boyfriend's too. Like, we can access the DLC content as long as he had, as long as he's playing with me.
Okay.
That is true.
I think
Do you want
that's
to do it, or do
everything.
you just want to go to the normal world?
I don't think you'll unlock the character.
Ah, I see. So
It's
it's
up to you guys.
I don't really want to do it. It's too much
Yeah.
work.
You're trying
I
to
don't like
unlock
the
the
bus-
captain.
Captain.
I think that's everything on this map.
I don't see nothing.
Yeah, it's empty. I just barely realized that you have the blender as a helmet.
Oh yeah.
One wrong move and it can end horribly.
Alright,
Which one is
so
it again?
no.
No. No. We kind of look like graduates.
Oh yeah, we do.
Hey, 2024.
Hmm? Both of us. I was already
Smite.
aiming at him.
There's another shrine thing.
The mountain shrine?
Yeah, no, it's the sacrifice thing.
Oh, the void.
Yeah.
Are you gonna join us, Oliver?
Yeah, what? Yeah. Oh,
you
and the
gonna go in?
void?
Yeah.
Sure. I'll join you in your
Yeah.
in your cultist ways. There is a
Blah.
box over here. Oh, scratch ticket. Oh yeah, so the scratch ticket, it adds plus 1% to any percent based thing. So like the ukulele, which has I think 25% chance. It goes up to 26, 27, 28, so on.
Oh. What's the thing? The voids thing.
Huh?
I don't know any of the names of this game. The giant circle sphere. The thing over there. You see it?
Give me a second. No. Oh, this thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
Giant
that's
void
what you
sphere
were.
thing.
I thought that's what you were talking about earlier. So there are 3 monsters. Saga is fighting 2 of them. The other one's right here. Alright. Oh,
Nice.
You
I'll
don't
join
have
you
the
in your wave.
artifact, right, Oliver?
You mean like the active thing?
Yeah.
I do not. Oh, there's one
There's
up
one
here.
I don't know what it is, but it's called forbidden fruit.
Oh, I think that
It's the
one
black hole.
heals you.
Hey, look, you could have a heal.
True.
So sad. Ooh, generating scrap. I'll get that one for us. Oh, hey, there's a purifier here. This would have been useful last time we were playing.
What is this thing? Looks like a fish tank.
I think it... What does it do? It cost a drone.
Oh.
And it gives
what
you
does it do?
some... I can't remember. I can't remember what it gives you. Also, we have 1 regenerating scrap, so we can use a replicator. If we want.
Nice.
No, excuse me. Why did it not double jump? Oh, actually, this is fine. It put me down under, and now I see the little lunar thing. There we go. I'm happy.
Is it time to go?
I don't know. Here's box.
It might be time to go. I think.
Did y'all say y'all saw one of the sacrifice thingies? I can't remember.
No, I think it was me. I got it confused with the void thing. I don't know what it's called. The void chest thing. The gamble.
Gamba?
I don't know what it's called. I'm gonna hit do I hit the thing? The teleport?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Let's go.
Why is it always Beetle?
I don't know.
It's just 1, 2.
Oh wait, no, that's one down, so there must be a few
That
more.
one died. Oh,
Oh,
there's a second one.
okay. Well,
They die so fast.
is there another one?
No, that's the last one.
Oh, okay.
That void area made us too strong.
It did.
It's okay. It's okay.
I feel like it should be more difficult than this. Honestly, we're on monsoon.
It's because we got so many items in the void area within the first 6 minutes of difficulty progression.
Oh, true.
Can't believe you don't have any songs stuck in your head right now. Like,
Me?
really? Yeah, no song?
I wasn't watching anything. I was like on TikTok.
Have you seen Encanto?
And Kento? I have not.
Oh, it's so
In-
good.
Encanto. Is it the new Disney movie that came out?
It came out a while ago.
Yeah, I think I've
Yeah.
seen the trailer. I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I haven't watched it though.
You guys should watch it.
Oh.
I do.
What item did we get from that anyways?
We got Gore's Tome. Gore. Chance to kill to drop a treasure worth 25 gold. Skills over time.
Garbage shop. You could get the guitar though.
There's also this over here which does, what was it, more damage to bosses? Oh, or the teddy bear.
Teddy bear? Where's teddy bear?
Hmm? Isn't this one? That one? Teddy bear? Oh, that's not a teddy bear. I'm seeing things. I'm going crazy again. God damn it.
Alright, we'll get 2 ukuleles and then we'll get one of the boss things.
Alright, should I get the thingy that makes it so the teleporter sequence goes faster but smaller?
Go for it. Oh, there's a hammer here. Shattering justice.
Yeah, but it's 5 random items.
That is true.
And we have red and I have 2 void. Oh, is it just for you?
Yeah, it's just for one
Yeah,
person.
yeah.
Okay, I was like, I don't want to lose 5 items.
The audacity.
Why is it still pink? Stop hanging. Go away.
I damaged the shopkeeper. I forgot the jump thing.
Oh yeah, it's fine as long as you don't shoot him too much.
You do be angry.
Hey Bruno, here's your favorite thing right here.
What?
This is your favorite lunar item.
Should I do it? Hit me. Like, do it. Like,
Huh? You wanted that?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Okay.
have you seen a purifier?
We have seen a purifier on the last map that we were on.
I don't think I'll survive with this character as a thing. I'm not very tinky. And I want to unlock a character.
Okay, okay. I can't blame you. Oh, those sunglasses, or not sunglasses, the star glasses would do good for you.
What did it do?
4 times critical damage, half the critical chance, but if you hit a sweet spot, it's critical. No, okay.
Okay. I want it. Thank you.
Alright, that should... Yeah, that should do fine. Because if you're hitting the... What's the word I'm looking for?
Weak spot?
Yeah. Oh. Bless you? Question mark?
No. I
Oh.
need to clear my throat.
No.
I need
I
to
just
get some
heard...
water.
I heard the slapping of the mic and I thought it was a sneeze.
It would be funny if that's how I muted my mic. Just punch it.
Yeah. Sorry, y'all. I gotta mute for you real quick. Slap.
I don't know what void items I have, but it's destroying enemies.
Eh. Not this box. Ooh.
Can't jump over this wall.
We have the hourglass. All enemies within 18 meters move and attack 20% slower. All enemy projectiles within that range also fly 20% slower.
What was it?
It was the one of the ones that changed the ability. Is that the one that make? I don't know if that. I think that's the one that makes you fly. Let's see.
I see. I'm good.
Yeah, replaces your secondary. No, wait, no, that's not the one that makes you fly.
Dun, 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 dun.
I just saw Saga's ping trying to hit the box.
You didn't see anything.
It's an active thing here.
What's this? What's that do? A coffee bag. You need 22.5% attack speed bonus and a 21% movement speed bonus for up to 15 seconds after using an interactable. Huh. What was that?
Never mind. It was an active.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think I need to come. Yeah, an active. I need to go get some water. Water.
If we can find the, like, lunar thing, then we can go in there and it'll pause time. You can go get some water.
Could just
Or
pause
act-
the game. Can we?
No, I don't
Yeah.
think we can.
I thought you
After the boss is fine, but it'll still pass time. You
I
know?
don't know. If you only have to get water, we could probably just protect you.
That is true.
I could just run. As fast as I can.
Sprint.
Just sprint.
Wake up everyone in the house. I'll wake up in frenzy. Oh my god, what's going on? Bruno's running.
No time to talk. Got people waiting for me.
You're running like the guy from Claudia, the Chance of Meatballs, the police officer.
True. Flintlock wood. Is that what he says, Destiny?
He says that a lot.
Yeah. Flintlock wood.
Your wood had some southern in it that time.
That's because of you.
Really? Because of me? I
Anything.
like... is the southern contagious now or something? I don't know.
I think it is.
Thing is,
Southern
I'm-
accent is contagious.
Yeah. I don't even have that strong of an accent. It only comes out sometimes, mostly when I'm talking to family. Or when I'm tired.
Yeah.
Or just then, apparently.
Tired.
Yeah, tired. Yeah. It's like retired, but just without the re. I think we're good on items.
I looked around the map, I haven't seen any. And if I did see them, I grabbed them.
Yeah.
Fair. It's very... Getting the teleporter, I guess?
Yeah, I think so.
We're ready?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know why my sound just cuts out anytime we spawn a boss. The game's like, nah. God, Bruno does so much damage. There's a Quinn.
I think we all do damage.
But he has those not sunglasses, those star glasses. Where are they? God. There it is. Moon glasses. It increases critical strike damage by 400% plus 400% per stack, so 800%. And halves critical strike chance for each stack. So you should be at 25% crit chance of whatever crit you had. But since he hits the weak spots and it's a 4-short crit.
That's crazy. We found the loophole.
Yeah. Well, by the time the enemy appears and me aiming at them, they're already dead. I'm gonna take a bite of my cucumber.
Supposed to protect him so he could get water, but he's scared.
Yeah, that was the plan.
Alright. I think... Oh. We'll be right back. Actually, I'll just... stay. I'll stay.
Go! It's okay!
Just get your water. Oh, it's this map. Okay. Gotta protect Mr. President over here.
Secret Service now.
Mm-hmm. I guess if he dies, we can res him. Just try not to pick up any items if he does die. Worm. Ah, God.
That is an inconvenient enemy for this situation.
Yeah, it really is. Just landed straight on Bruno. Alright.
Landed on Bruno, but he has more health than you did.
Oh, yeah. How much health does he have? That's a shame. Actually, I just noticed it doesn't... Wow, you really did sprint. Welcome back.
My kitchen's not that far away.
Oh, that's fair. My kitchen's downstairs.
Oh, it's this map.
Yeah. So look around for some eggs. If you see the eggs? Yeah. So if you kill enough eggs, a boss will spawn.
Who wants a void thingy?
I'll join you. No?
Oh, you take it. Go
Yeah.
for it.
I'll join you
I already
on the
have a lot of
void.
them.
I'll ping the eggs so you can see some whenever I find some. Here's some actually, right up here. That's some eggs. I'll grab this void item. Give me that. Oh, it's the ukulele. That actually works out since I don't hit multiple enemies anyways. I don't attack fast enough for the ukulele to really matter.
I got a nice bird's eye view.
Oh, wait, what did we pick up? Wait.
Oh, I felt.
Oh, that's weird.
I picked up the frenzy item.
Oh. That must have been why it looked different. My, like, reload thing had a completely different bar for a moment. There's a Shrine of the Mountain over here.
Go for it. Actually,
Okay. Should I activate it again?
What is shrine? Why is this stuff glowing?
Wait,
What
what stuff
is?
going?
I don't know. These pipes weren't glowing, and then they started glowing.
I don't know.
I think we need to destroy the eggs, probably.
Oh yeah, did you see what the eggs looked like, Saga?
No.
Oh, they
There's
must.
some right here.
Yeah,
I found egg.
nice.
Destroy. Destroy egg.
All right. Did you say yay or nay to the activating the shrine again?
What do you guys think?
I think we can take it as long as you're far enough away to not get just bum rushed.
Did we
Gotcha.
do the eggs? Did we get all of them?
We haven't gotten all of them yet. They'll spawn the boss when we're done killing enough, destroying enough. That sounds better. Here's some. Oh, there it is.
There we go.
That's the egg one?
That's the egg boss.
Doesn't really look like a bird, does it?
No, he has some feathers though.
There we go.
Ow. And then once you get done killing him, he drops an item down here by the base. Which I think was something we already had. Yeah, it was a saw.
Now we have two.
Yeah. I'll activate the shrine. I think we can take it. Bruno, just make sure you're far enough away.
Got you.
You're kind of what can do it for us, I think.
I know exactly where to go.
Oh, I can activate this thing again? How many of those things?
It's
How many
infinite.
times can I... Oh, it's because we all have one. How many times can I do it?
No, stop. I was just
Okay.
kidding.
Okay, we have a few. That's enough. Matter of fact, I'm gonna activate it when we're ready and just sprint. I'm gonna fucking flee. Oh, there's another
Gotcha.
one. No, I'm not gonna do
What
it.
are
I'm
we
not gonna do it. The mountain shrine is up to like 4 activations now. So there should be a whole crap ton of bosses whenever we activate the shrine. Oh yeah, look at Bruno's spot. That's not a good spot. I don't know what is.
Go.
Yeah.
I got the bird's eye view. This is perfect. No, go hit the boss thing.
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah, I'll get it.
I'm gonna die.
No, Bruno, you can't die yet. Or I guess now would be the best time to die, because alright. I'm running. I would also flee. Oh, it's those guys. Oh, that means he can get you even from up there, Bruno. So be careful for whenever he makes you jump.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Oh my god. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
How do you do
AoE
it?
and everything else? No? Was that just all Saga?
I think it was a saga.
Like, I
I
shot
did.
a little
One guy.
bit, but damn.
I do a lot of damage.
Yeah. I've noticed now. Oh, that's ours. I shot the orb.
Yeah, my old thingy got stuck on them, so I actually hit all of them with it.
Oh,
That's
nice.
crazy. Oh, you get a drone?
Yeah, we have drones now. I don't even see
Do we
where
all have
the...
drones?
I think so. Oh, wait, no. I think that was... Yeah, that was you.
Why do we not all have drones?
It's like the... What was that? The beetle guy? You know how you can have the battle beetle thing following you around? It's the equivalent to a drone, I guess is how it's taking it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yo, what's up? How's it going? Howdy. How are you doing, Maggie? Welcome in.
Should we take the thing?
Oh, we already...
Oh,
I, I think we have enough, honestly.
we don't.
We can always have
We can
more.
always have more.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's a grandfather over there.
We're doing the mini boss that's in this area.
See mini
The
boss?
sun guy?
No, the mini boss. Or not the mini, but the Trials of Honor or whatever.
Oh. Oh my god.
I don't know. I never knew about that.
That dog got fricked, bro. I gotta get out of here.
You never done it, Bruno?
Nah.
Oh, that's the unlock the modifiers, isn't it? Is that what you're talking about?
I think so. Down here.
The? Oh, I do remember that. Vaguely though. I don't know if I did it. How the heck did you get down there?
You fall down in the hole.
Which hole? Oh.
Hole. Wait. Excuse me. We have to know what a code to put in though, don't we? I guess this one. A storm
You
is
got this,
approaching.
Bruno.
What does that mean?
What do I do? What is this?
You look at this little panel, and then you look
Ah.
at these, and then you make it the same.
Oh, I see.
Does it say a storm is
can't do
approaching for
this.
anyone else?
It does. I've never seen that before.
I don't know what this.
it means.
I don't know what this is. Oh, I can't aim straight
I
up.
think it just means it's literally like a storm.
There we go. I did it.
It's just rainy outside.
I think I
Alright.
did it.
Did you?
I think. I'm not that dumb, am I?
Oh, you have to come back here.
Oh, okay.
You click this.
I almost died.
Oh no. You almost died and you're full HP right now.
I did say almost. I dropped to like 100 for a second.
I'm just mean like your region is unreal.
Yeah, I don't know how I healed, to be honest.
Oh, look at the slimes. Brother, look at them. So many. Ow. I don't have pretty much any crowd control.
Where does this lead?
Narnia.
What's his name? I forgot.
What, the lion guy?
Asland.
Yes.
Isn't it Asland? Asland?
I haven't seen Narnia in forever.
I
I
swear.
think it's Aslan.
It is.
Aslan, I don't know.
How's the experience of this game? Do you recommend? Should I try? I do recommend, and sorry I didn't see the message sooner. It is a fun game.
It'll be pretty fun.
Hidden Realm. Works Embry. Okay.
Oh, I remember this.
I hardly remember this.
I think you have to fight a boss like it's in
I
the
know.
middle or something like that. Or like around the place.
Artifact.
Right?
I don't know. I got an artifact key.
Ew.
I don't know what
You
it
can
does.
This.
A
Touch
stone
orb.
shard with immense power.
Get
Oh, touch
key,
shard.
touch orb.
Okay. I'm guessing y'all are ready?
Yes, I do. Think.
Alright. Touch. Ah.
Good luck, y'all.
Dies.
Yeah, that sends me off the map.
What exactly are we fighting?
I don't know. Just the enemies on the around, I guess. Ooh, I like over here. There's this thing. Shrine of Wood. Little healing.
I know exactly where to go.
Oh, there's another key. Bruno, you want to pick up that key?
Which one? Oh, I see it.
That might be how we damage it. I honestly don't remember.
Do I touch it?
Yeah, go up
Get
to
key
it with the
touch.
key. Yeah, get key touch. Orb. Yeah. I'm safe in my little wood totem thing. And apparently nothing wants to attack me for once.
Same here. I don't know where they're at. There we go. There's one guy.
Ow. Rude.
Oh, look at that guy.
Oh yeah. Is there a key?
I still feel like I haven't seen all the enemies yet.
Oh, like, just period?
Oh, I need help. I got a key.
Why does it feel like it gained health? Like it gained max health? Am I going crazy? Okay.
Is your health bar red?
No, not me. I mean the boss. Like it just looks like it added a 0, but it's still the same like percentage.
Can't tell.
Ow.
What is that?
This thing is like a.
Oh my god, that did so much
It's
damage.
like an EMP. It like stops everything, even projectiles.
Oh.
And it cleanses you of all your debuffs and effects and like all the bad stuff.
Nice.
I do not see key. Oh my god, Lord. No. You don't like this? Oh, there's a thing down here. Wait a minute. There's a book underneath me.
Where?
Right here. I'm gonna grab it. I touched it. It was right here.
Bulwarks Embry. Still no keys?
I don't see any, but doesn't mean there aren't any. I'm gonna look around. I see different gold things on the ground, but it's just money. Are you just making the thing have a larger radius?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want to cover the whole map.
It's getting close to half of it. Aww. That's as far as I can go.
Where exactly is the key?
I think it drops off the enemies.
Oh.
It does.
Is this for the what is it? The artifact
Oh, it's blue.
of the I don't remember. It's the one that allows you to pick items. Or is it
Blasted.
no. Or for the mob drop ones, maybe? I don't know. Oh,
I
up
feel
there.
like it should have dropped by now.
Yeah.
Up there? Or is that just a mob? I can't. Right there. There it is.
Nice.
Okay, got key. Touch orb. Okay, well, I'll get on my next pass. Give me a second. Where is I? Oh, I touched it.
Yeah.
I fell past it, so I was confused.
Now what?
I think we have to touch it again.
There's nothing here to touch.
That thing? Oh, there we go.
Oh. There's nothing there
It's a
for me.
giant block there.
There's nothing there.
Got the trial door. That's sick. What does it do again?
What if I touch the thing that's not there? I don't know.
How do we
Yeah.
how do we get up there?
Oh, up there. Cool. Are you stuck?
No.
Drop a bomb. Do you have mines?
No, I just do a backflip. I got sick tricks is what I got.
Here you go.
Remember me?
You tried. A valiant effort.
Let's get out of here. You
Nice.
is this one. Here's
Okay,
map.
so we're gonna have to loop back around. Alright.
You could probably speed run it. We're pretty strong.
Yeah, I don't really think we need any more items. I mean, I'm gonna pick up anything I see, of course, but
Oh, void.
Let me know when you guys are ready. I'll start it.
alright. I didn't see anything on my way to the teleporter.
Same here.
Oh, there's a box
Not
up here.
over there though.
No, never mind. There's nothing. There's a capsule. Yep, there.
I think I'm good on my side.
You're all the way over there. Yeah.
I'm a sniper. I'll
That's,
need the
that's
distance.
true.
I'm good
I
though.
think
You ready?
fog built up.
Mm.
Yeah. Is it just the weather? Like,
That's gonna make Bruno's life harder.
nah,
I got the
he.
cheat codes.
Yeah, yeah. Wax.
Got one, I think. Couldn't see.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a giant bird in the way. There you go.
There we go.
Was that all? Oh.
Yep. Damn. Oh, there was a box here. It's just tucked like inside of the thing.
A storm is approaching.
First a thick fog and now storm.
Imagine it's like a tornado or something.
Yeah,
Or like
right.
flash flood. That would be kind of cool.
Oh yeah, sink some of the lower parts of the map.
Yeah, like just RNG weather events you have to deal with.
Yeah.
Like a volcano.
Or meteors. We
How
just have
exactly
it
we'll deal with the volcano.
that same way we dealt with your meteors, honestly.
Oh yeah, pretty. Just a giant volcano erupts from somewhere in the map, and then you just have to deal with its lava and the meteors that come from it.
True.
So what does the donut do anyways? Activate an interactable spawns a healing orb that heals for 8 plus an additional 10% of maximum health. Okay. Alright.
Let's get out of here.
Oh, that's my wrist. Make sure to do some stretches. I heard the popping.
Those are my fingers, actually.
Alright, let me see if I can put mine.
Ooh.
It's popping on my bones.
Where's the teleporter?
No, I'm looking. Oh, I unlocked Riot, Kill a Magma
Yeah, I did
Worm,
too.
and Wandering Virgin.
I got that too.
Ah, nice.
Let us go.
I think I've been meaning to, or trying to get that one, but for some reason just could not get those bosses to spawn in one round.
We've looped a couple times. We're on level 53.
Gimme.
I like how my critical chance doesn't show the whole number, it just goes 18k. 10k.
Gamba. Gamba.
What you get?
A whole bunch of stuff, actually. Ow. Oh my god, what are these little fuckers? Gnomes.
Woo!
They
Did we
hurt
find it yet?
a lot, actually. I haven't.
Look for red sparkles.
I found it. Right there.
I don't know where these old gnomes came from. They hurt.
I didn't even know there were mobs.
Me neither. They were just sitting next to me for a second. I was like, oh, that's cute. And then it starts attacking me. I was like, okay,
Spit in
okay.
your face.
Yeah. Oh, I was able to get Gamba so many times. Alright, I'm coming.
Oh, I'm getting out of here. Actually, I could probably... There you go. Just stay here.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, caffeinated. Reach 150% movement speed and attack speed. So much going on.
Yeah, and storm the like mugginess of the effect. I can't see everything.
I just saw lanterns. What were those?
I have no idea. I've never seen that before. Have we gotten so deep into the game that we're just seeing enemies never before seen?
I think so.
Probably.
I'm just a sniper. I don't have a quick attack. I'm just sitting here.
Does my frenzy even do anything for you?
Yeah, it makes the... There's a gnome. Sorry, I was getting assaulted by a gnome. It makes it so the recharge is bigger. So I can just start recharging quicker. Boing. Oh.
I feel like this game has been much longer than 38 minutes.
Oh. Probably from the
is-
time we spent in the void.
That is true, yeah.
It's already quite late here now.
Oh, you had to sleep?
Oh, after this run, I will, yeah.
Gotcha.
Ooh, void area. I would like more void item. Also,
there's-
our thingy is inside of the void area.
Oh, okay. Well,
Ooh.
Oh my god, no, I hit the insta kill. I hate
oh
that.
no. That's okay.
Those
We
dumb
got you.
mushrooms.
Dang, you're rezzed already. That's quick. Storm is approaching. Okay.
I think there were 3 void thingies, so we each get one.
I will get this one.
Alright.
Let us sell. I died!
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, I was half health. Makes sense.
Did you get your item?
I did.
Okay.
Alright, Oliver, you got the last one.
Alright. Oh, a key. Alright, sure. I'll take it.
Can't tell what I'm looking at.
Ah. You grabbed me.
It's okay, neither could they. That's how fast they died.
Surely we win this time.
Oh yeah, there's absolutely no way that we're gonna lose them.
Guys are
Yeah,
Sorry,
jinxing
just
it.
for failing.
Yeah, Bruno, there's no way we don't win this.
Yeah, the house isn't haunted, guys. You're just being anxious. Yeah. Don't you know that Johnny the murderer was just a rumor?
I think there's someone knocking on my door. Hold on.
Don't answer it.
Yeah, never ever answer your door at night. It's just that's just how you die. That's
Yeah, oh, someone's knocking at the front door at 2 a.m. No, I'm good actually.
and you're home alone and they're only knocking 3 times and then they pause and then they knock 3 times again. It's not changing. Is
Okay.
that your mother's voice? Why is your mother outside? Why is she knocking? Bro, we could have looped again if we wanted to. The moon portal spawned.
Yeah. I like this map, but it's very confusing.
It's pretty. What the heck is that?
Who?
Oh, that guy? Oh, he's a scavenger.
What is that? Ow.
Nice.
I've never seen that enemy before.
Yeah, oh, go back to his satchel and open it up.
Oh, the big guy.
Yeah. He got 2 shot. Yeah, look at it. Oh, he didn't have time to grow his pockets.
Oh, should I have left him alive?
No, it's good. I just didn't really actually know that was a thing. Because he does pick up items as he goes, but he also, uses those items against you. I've encountered some that have picked up the red revive item, and you'd kill them, and then they'd just come back. It's like, okay, alright, this is okay. This is fine.
My
Gamba.
game is lagging.
Gamba.
There's so much
Gamba. Yeah.
I need to get out of here before your game crashes.
Can I get Gamba, please?
I found it, if you guys are ready.
Nice.
The boss showed up.
I
Yeah,
didn't do that.
wasn't me.
Where is it?
Unless they're angry at me because of the Gamba. I don't know.
Is it these lantern things? No.
I'm
Mini
trying-
mushroom.
Yeah, mini
all-
mushroom.
Pre-sounds
Oh, is it the little... This guy?
This guy. Oh, it's so cool. It's like RGB. Annihilate him.
It's tanky.
Yes. Slaying Empyrean Elite. Oh, that was for one of those guys. We unlocked something. We unlocked a
Ooh.
person.
Let's go.
I've been wondering where that thing is.
Okay, I'm gonna start this thing before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you dropped an item. Nice.
Oh.
Yeah, well, that one's dead.
There we go.
Okay, go ahead and pick up the items.
I can't tell what's going on.
No, me neither. I'm just walking around.
What are the slimes?
Oh, what's up, Junior? Now, the clouds begin to clear.
There's so many flags.
Yeah.
Oh, the void one appeared again. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Take the blue or just take the
No,
orange?
No, we're
we're just
not looking
going.
again.
Okay.
We're almost at stage 100. I'm sure there's an achievement for passing 100, but
Yeah.
it's getting a little late.
One more. One
Oh,
more.
what's this? You see this guy? He was just a dude
Yeah,
standing
the
with.
lantern dude.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was a dude. I saw the lanterns last time.
Oh, he's creepy. Oh, I hate that.
Yeah.
He's like giving Slenderman vibes.
Yeah, yeah. Looks like something you might find in. Ah, man, I don't know.
Like
Followed-
SCP?
Yeah, kind of like Siren Head.
Oh yeah, it is giving Siren.
God, these old gnomes are freaking impossible to hit, I swear. I give up on them. I'm gonna look for the teleporter. Found it. Yeah. Do you want me to just hit it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, let's go. A
Oh no,
grandparent.
not those guys. Those are the ones that do the big sun orb, and if you're not out of range or behind something, you just pretty much get annihilated.
Oh my
I
god,
missed-
there's 2.
There's 3.
That's worse.
I died.
I'm not going down there. I'll die if I go down there.
I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you.
Nice, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Run.
I'm running. Oh, believe you me, I'm running. Oh, good lord. Okay.
I too ran. Do you have that with that effect
I'm still-
stacking? It's just
what-
oh, I'm dead.
Yeah.
I died.
No, the run!
How did we die though? I was out of the range. That's
I died to the
I
planet.
I tapped into the range for like a second and I just insta-died.
oh yeah, I died to the planet. How does that?
Wait, what does this say? I died. Wait, why does it say that?
In the top right of info? I'm
Smashed.
killed by, and mine
It
says
says
the planet.
Planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
How did you know what? We still unlock stuff. It's still
Yeah,
still
that's
good.
true.
But
It
how?
wasn't totally worth this. That's that.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, look at this. Dude.
Oh,
What the heck?
Oh, it's cute. Look
it
at it.
is.
Little guy. Oh, it's named Chur. Wait, this is adorable.
I had no idea this guy was added on the mod.
Yeah. We unlocked something else, I think, as well. Oh yeah,
love
unlocked the enforcer.
The police.
Look how many skins this man has.
You're literally.
Oh my god, it
You're
scrolls.
literally a SWAT guy.
Dang.
Anything else?
I think
No.
no, I think just those 2. This is the
The chef.
yeah. Wasn't there a oh wait, no, I think I added a janitor on a different one.
Is the janitor the handyman thingy? Repair the robot janitor on Rally Point Delta.
Oh, maybe. I
I
had.
don't know. It's called handyman. It wants you to repair a
Oh,
robot janitor. That's like this guy's quest.
yeah. I think I.
But it's with the stupid fuel array. I hate that.
Yeah, that one was such a pain. I think Bruno still has to do that one.
Yeah.
Alright,
Alrighty,
yo,
Saga.
it was fun, but it
Yeah.
has to be
Yeah.
night.
You have a good night. Thank you
Yeah.
for joining.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
No
That was fun.
problem.
Good night and sweet dreams. She's gone. Well, if you can't still hear me on Bruno's stream, good night and sweet dreams. Oh, you might want to move
Alright.
me, by the way. Before we do anything, I have to go pee.
Go for it.
So yeah, I'll be right back.
I will just talk to myself.
Okay.
Well, actually, I could look at the next games we could play. We do have a couple. Damn. What else do we have? We could do Arc. Continue our Arc exploration. Or we could go with Deep Rock Galactic, which we haven't really done a lot. They're both kind of a change of pace too, though. So they're both pretty good. Dun dun. Dun dun. Let's see. Dun. Arc, Deep Rock. We have GTFO. I forgot about that game. Left 4 Dead rounds. I think I want to do some Deep Rock. And then, if we're not tired yet, we'll go for some more Arc. Dude, I can't believe they killed our dinos. I'm so sad. That freaking bear. I couldn't freaking tame it. Sad, sad, sad. I'm putting Deep Rock. Oh yeah, we unlocked new logs.
I'm back. Alright, Deep Rock.
Welcome back. Yes, Deep Rock.
And yeah, that bear is built different.
That dude just didn't want to get down. Kept tricking me too. That was the most annoying part. Alrighty.
There, find something real quick. Alright. Junior, I don't want to run you over.
Junior.
Junior, my cat. My boy.
Junior.
Quit the desktop, change the title and all that good stuff. I'm gonna change literally one word of my title. Instead of risking it in the rain, we're gonna be risking it in the rock. Oh, or should I do risking in the deep?
Risking in the deep.
Okay.
You know what that song is?
I know the song, but I don't know the song. Like, it sounds familiar. If that makes sense. I know I've heard it.
It's by Adele.
I don't really know the names of artists.
No, it's fine.
Where is the game, bro? Apparently did not add it to this stuff.
The game started with the dude saying my ass is itchy. Here we go. What if I just invite you and then I just start looking for you?
No, I'm starting it now.
Oh, okay.
It was just I didn't have it in my stream games categories. I had to look for it.
Ooh.
Why is that so loud?
Ice cold and foamy.
Well, what's up, handsome boy?
Is that someone in the chat or?
No, it's Junior.
Oh.
He keeps on coming up to me. You have food and water, boy. I don't know. Like he went over there to his food and water and then came back like he needs something. It's like you don't need anything. I know damn well and good you're fed. Okay, let me. No, not that. There we go. Like that. Cool.
I was playing a little bit. I was playing with Union,
Oh, okay.
so I have advanced a little, and I have gained some experience, some knowledge.
Did y'all do a stream or like a collab or anything?
Oh, it was my collab. I didn't stream because I was too tired. It
Nah.
was on a Wednesday. But we played a little. It's really fun actually.
Oh, there we go.
Once you get into like, because we're still in like the tutorial phase. We're just learning about the missions.
Yeah, I need to turn on my sensitivity. Oh yeah, that's feeling better.
The shop
It feels weird being first person now.
does.
Oh, good lord, my CPU is dying. Okay.
You look angry. Let me your FPS.
I am looking. Max. Oh yeah, that's better. I'll let it go up to 60. There we go.
I have it set to 100.
Ah, no point. Monitor doesn't ever go that fast.
No, that's fair. I'm good.
Yeah, I am also good. I need to relearn my controls.
Oh.
You have a beer in hand, you just scratched your head.
Let's got this one. Refined liquid morkite. Oh, I need to drink my beer. Ah, there you go.
I just heard one of them say daddy needs something and it's like I don't know what the something was.
I think money.
No. Yeah.
If you press V, you emote.
I press what?
V.
B. Okay. I think I need...
Oh, my sense is a bit high.
Yeah, I think I need to turn my volume down a little bit.
Rocket stone.
Actually, I'll just limit it on OBS. I mean, I still want to hear all this stuff. What is up with these little jellyfish thingies?
They're good guys, I think.
Ah. There are
Those
some
guys
shock. Yeah, there are some shocky ones that are. Ah, no, get away from me. Some alien shit. I still need to finish that game.
Alien Isolation.
Yeah. I just haven't gotten around to it. Where are my buttons? Wait, no, how to... Oh, it's right click to mine, that's right. Oh. Okay, noted. Don't smack... don't smack those. Alright, that's that. I don't like having to relearn everything.
Also, by the way,
Yeah.
damn, I fucking forgot.
Just also, by the way, I'm gone already.
It's gone.
Yeah, fair enough. So I need to extract stuff. But we need... Where are we going? Ah.
This? Is this?
Oh, that's right. I
Mordecai.
can't shift jump. What's that? Can I have it? Get it? Oh, it's
What do
raining.
we need to do?
Underground. It's raining underground. Well, we have the extractor, so I would think we need to... Oh, gold loot bug. This one deserves being set on fire.
Oh, we
I
got.
think...
Here we go.
Yeah.
Extract this trio.
Ah. Yeah, well, there's gold around the place now.
Oh, here we go. We could do the pipeline thing.
Yeah. I'm already so hurt because these damned explosive plants.
And get up there.
I need to look for another keyboard.
Just haven't found one.
Yeah, it's more or less a case of I haven't looked.
Oh. Go.
Yeah, I just need to do some searching.
I guess you need the one I'm using right now.
There is one actually, think about now. There's one keyboard that we have that Dad used to use and then stopped using.
Ooh.
I might try that. What
Oh, I
button?
found the thing.
There we go.
Found the well.
Okay. Do we need more?
What?
Do we need
Need more
more?
what?
Like, just, is that one enough or?
Oh, I don't think so. I think we need more than one.
Beautiful. We do love explosions around here. Alright, did you already request a pump jack for it?
No, I'm going
Alright.
to.
I can do it since I'm here.
It's so far though.
Yeah, it really is far. It makes me think the other ones are equally far.
No, actually, this one over here too. That one was a lot closer to this one.
Okay.
Alright, let's get the pump jacks hooked up to the refinery.
Alright.
Where's the other one? Where's the other one?
Over here on
Bug.
this side.
I mean, like the third one.
Think you can kill me? Well, think again.
Oh my god. The amount of loot bugs over here is crazy. Sorry, buddies. Sorry, it has to be this way. Ow. Here. Where's the other loot bugs? Sorry, little buddies. Alright, well, there's a whole bunch of nitro.
Pump jacks launched. Stay clear
We do need some, because we have to defend.
Yeah. Let's see. Need one more pump jack.
No,
Oh,
don't do the fixing.
Up here?
Yeah, it's right
Alright.
there. I see it.
Where's my miners? Alright, I'll go and request it.
Need a pump jack here.
Pump jack requested and is inbound.
Marker
How
on
do I... Can I take off a marker? Oh, that's not it. Oh, whatever.
Pump jack's here. Let's get it hooked up to the refinery.
Now hook up this one. This thingy? This thingy.
This should work.
First pump jack connected to refinery and ready to extract.
Oh, oops.
Oh,
It'll be a beauty once it's complete.
so it could be hard to defend.
Pipes up.
There we go. Okay, it does have to be made from the bed. Okay.
Surfing boxes.
I'll try and connect the other one. I don't even remember where it is. Where was the other pump jack? One there, and the other one
Second pump jack connection.
over there. Okay,
Look there.
that way.
Look.
Just trying to mark it so I can.
Swarm is a big one, team.
Hmm.
Hate shower.
My man hates showers, apparently. Oh, yeah, hi. Get away from me. Oh, it's a big one. Okay. Mark it.
It's up there.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just gonna mine through it. You're the driller, right?
Yeah, I'm the
Can you
driller.
drill- Can you drill right here?
Okay, we're taking this path. Alright.
We're going through.
Yeah, I think that's it right here.
Right.
So oh,
There you go.
sweet.
Have some extinction.
Definitely gonna have to get some ammo.
Yeah, I don't think we have enough to resupply though.
You don't think so?
No, we need 80 or 60.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have to go look for some. Go if we had a scanner. Hmm. Was it called nitrite?
Nitra. You okay over there?
Yeah. I hit one of the blowing things up.
Oh, yeah.
Feel like I'm the
Uh,
only one building the pipelines.
Let's see, there's some
Nitra.
more right here. I sacrificed some loot bugs to the cause earlier, so I'm picking up the rest of that. This one's so far away.
What is this? Hey,
Nice.
it's only like a small bit though.
Yeah, I can't see like how much we have. Oh, if you hold tab, it brings up a little map.
Yeah,
I didn't know
I
that.
forgot to tell you that.
That's interesting.
Gold.
Another one is ready.
All lights read green. Pipelines and pump jacks are all in place, and a liquid morkite is waiting. Return to the refinery and start up the pump sequence.
Don't got room for more.
Hmm.
56. It's Jover.
Is that some? Oh, it's Bismarck. Okay.
Bismo. Psst, psst, psst.
Hmm. I mean, I do want it.
Woo.
It's definitely more chill than our I think. I can't believe we actually lost.
Yeah, that was disappointing.
I don't even know what happened. We were killed by the planet.
Yeah.
Was it just because we got too far away from the grandfathers?
Probably, I think so. I don't think the Earth literally just smacked us.
Well, it also says you got killed by the planet when you get hit with a rock.
Oh, that. But we were
But
near that place where we.
no, we weren't hit by rocks.
I don't know. The game was probably just like, oh, these guys are actually pretty good. Maybe we should just let the planet take care of this.
Planet sure as hell took care of it. Because we were OP. I mean, of course we could die, but as far as damage, oh. Ow.
Smooth operator.
Sugar. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We have 97.
Okay. That's only enough for one, but
It'll have to be enough.
yeah.
Oh, middle click. For that, okay. Relearning my buttons.
Also, if you didn't know, when you level up, you get different weaponry.
Yeah, I just hadn't leveled up enough to get any new weapons.
Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Tell me when you're ready.
Fuel is missing. I got a deposit elsewhere.
Oh yeah, whenever we have the mule, you can just press C and it puts a waypoint to the.
Yeah, I'm just clicking my buttons and...
Hello.
I can also hold M instead of tab, but it's so far away. Yeah, I guess I'm ready. Oh wait, we need to order the stuff. Ammo.
Where should we put it?
Preferably close to here, I guess.
Like right here?
Yeah, sure.
Where I'm at.
And I forget, how do you actually do that?
Oh, it's a loadout. You press 5.
Oh, okay.
Supplies are on the way.
It's coming.
I'm gonna go. Wow, it falls so...
Slow.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm not gonna load out yet until I run out of ammo completely.
Because it's 50% and I have lower than 50%, so...
Alright, let's do this.
Yeah.
Should we separate or should we just go together?
We'll see. It really just depends on where it gets damaged.
Pump jacks are working at full capacity. Be warned, the noise will draw in the locals, so stay on your toes and do what you can to protect and maintain the equipment.
The locals don't like our
We got company.
mining. We're polluting the area too much.
Liquid morkite is being extracted.
Excuse me.
Sequence at 25%.
Oh. Alright.
Function along the pipeline. Maintenance crew, to work.
Which one? Oh, this one.
Looks like another line. No, that one.
Pipeline functional again.
Nyong.
We still have malfunctions in the system.
Pipeline 2.
Yeah, I got it.
Got it.
Got it.
All pipelines fixed and operational again.
Burn.
Incoming swarm. Show them your dwarves.
Show them your dwarfs. Okay, let me go to the cupboard real quick.
Pump sequence 50%. Keep all systems running and we're done in no time.
I keep on clicking control because that was the run button on Risk of Rain.
Is there crouch? Oh, you keep getting into waypoint out.
Yeah. I have a sneaky suspicion that you're getting attacked more than me. Oh,
Okay, we got a problem with the pipelines. Fix
alright.
them to keep
I see it.
action running.
I'll go down the long one. No, stop. Stop.
This pipeline is fixed, but there are more outstanding issues.
There we go. Nice. Burn.
All pipelines are fixed, and the refinery is purring like a kitten once more. Pump sequence at 75%. You're doing good. Swarm, we got another swarm.
Why does it sound like he was questioning himself that first time?
Yeah.
Like, bro, you're supposed to tell us. It says swarm, but I'm not really seeing anything. Oh, there we go.
%100%. Oh. Think we're
Alright.
good.
Yeah. I need to click the button.
Go for it.
Ow. Burn.
Oh, we're going down. Oh, it's going up. Never mind.
Hi.
Now we need to extract this stereo.
Well done. Cargo rocket is returning to orbit. We're sending in the drop pod to get you out.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, no, that's what we were mining. It's weird that it wasn't just going up as we got it, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like that would have worked better. Wait, no, you're right. Because it was refined liquid morkite, and now the other one is extract the thing. I haven't seen any.
I think this is a side.
Should we do it? Oh,
No.
no. Yeah.
We don't have enough time.
I'm not even sure where any of it is. I haven't seen any blue stuff.
Found it.
You found it?
The heck? I landed weird. So weird. The heck?
Where are you? Oh, there.
Yeah, there you go.
What a spot to spawn.
Let's go.
Slap it for good luck. Oh. Yeah, I can still slap it.
Mission status complete.
Nice. Look at us strutting back home. We walked down like we were going down the Nile or something. Was it the runway?
Yes, runway. Like that's what it's called.
I just hear beeping. Yum. And level
Any
6.
upgrades?
Yeah, we still need to complete the assignments, right? Because we're in tutorial mode, effectively. I want... yes.
Bit expensive, but I really need it. Mob time is fun time.
Shame I can't change the color of my flare. That'd be cool.
Can't wait to try this out. This mod better be worth it.
Alright.
Which is the one we need to unlock?
What do you mean?
Conquer Hoxes. I don't know what that is. Here we go.
Conquer Hoxes, yeah.
Found it.
Hoxes 4.
Drop pod is cleared warm up. Time to get to work, team.
Oh.
Drop sequence initiating.
Oh, you're just like... My bad.
No, I was just looking. That was all the 15 seconds, like, well, know where I'm going. Oh, that was my hip. chair is so squeaky.
Same. I need to get a new one.
I just need some WD-40.
WD-40.
And back to like the top 10 metal lubes. WD-40.
WD-40.
I mean, that's what it is. It, like,
It is. No. Oh, yes, I remember this. I was doing this with Union.
look at them. Like,
What?
the little guy was just shaking his head. He was like sitting on his butt.
Nitra.
Oh, well, I
You can do some
can't.
dynamite? Do you? Do you have like dynamite?
I don't know if I
C4?
can throw it, but
Ready to blow.
okay. Well, I can't pick it up because I, for some reason, decided against. Oh, nitro.
Anyone needs ammo? There's nitro here.
I tried blowing up the mole. Alright, well, I guess I should go up there and get that.
God damn these drills.
There we go. So what's the goal for this one?
You see the proximity scanner?
Yeah.
We're supposed to find these egg-looking things. One of
Okay.
these giant prisms. They're like giant blue prisms.
I saw that the like stone pillar was here.
Yeah.
Does that give us anything if we do it?
We can do it, but I'd rather do the objective first, so we get gather materials and then we do it.
Alright.
At least that's how we did it last time. Can you come over here?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to get the nitro. It's like a little further out than I remembered. Here we go. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Where am I going?
This way.
Okay, I'm assuming. I mean, these.
It's not these.
No?
No. It's somewhere here though. 20 meters.
Yeah.
Can't go anywhere else and they'll drop if you go
Down
this
here?
way. Probably.
I'll find you, you dang crystal.
Oh, I can hear it. You hear it?
I don't know if I hear it, but.
Somewhere here.
Okay, so we passed to going this way, so. It's like. That's it.
Right here.
Okay.
And call that. Nothing's gonna fall from the sky. Right here.
Let's plug this scanner into the crystal.
Just a tiny
Doesn't
little
bend
tube.
that much.
Just a few whacks with the wrench, and the scanner can do its thing.
There you go.
That's one scammer down. Well done. Onwards.
That's event if you do.
Alright.
Oh, we are supposed to destroy these eggs as a side quest.
No.
Yeah, 40 of them.
Yeah, well, then I'll go back for the others.
Swarmer egg down. Dwarves don't die easily.
What are you? Get out here. There's like a weird grabby hand from the ceiling.
Yeah. I didn't let it grab me. I don't know what it does.
No more walking on eggshells.
15. 17.
Another one.
20. 21.
Yeah, I think
2.
I got most of the ones that were back here. Nope, hey, nope, here's one.
Swarmer egg cracked.
Alright, 27.
I'm full. Where's Smalley?
There we go. Hey, Molly. Molly, Molly.
I hear management's been trying to get a shipment of knee pads in. Fancy that.
Alright, where are you? There. I'm up to 31. I'm getting kind of close to one. Yeah.
Time to get busy, miners. Swarm detected.
Well, that's not good.
Swarmer egg down.
Find another one.
Alright, where are you? Right there? Alright.
Here we go. Oh, waypoint. Nope. Think you should be able to see it now.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm out of here. I'm down here now.
Ooh,
There was a big one upstairs. Oh, I think I shot you a little bit.
Where's the big one?
Oh, there it is. Ow. Nope. Egg.
Cracked another one.
You're almost through the wave, team. Go, go.
Trying my damnedest to shoot around you.
No, you're good. I do move a lot. There we go.
Yeah. Eggs. Well, what's this? I got a thing.
One more crystal to go.
I got a ball.
You got a what?
A ball.
A ball.
Puts me up to 3.
Whoa. What do you do with this?
I don't know. It like glows.
Do you give it to Domyo?
Yeah.
It's called a yeast cone.
A yeast cone.
I think so.
Huh.
one more egg.
I'm close to one. Or not close, but near. Okay, got the eggs. Oh, I also got yeast gone there.
I have no
Okay,
idea what that
past
giant
it.
ball was then.
Cast it this way. Close this way.
The resonance crystal is located in the
Not that way.
here.
There.
Oh, there you go.
Ah. How dare.
Flares up.
Just looking around. It's dark as hell in over here.
There we go.
Alright.
Downwards.
We're going down. Drill
Where is it?
Nice.
It's all the way over there. Oh, this is the part. This is the hard part.
Oh, here's some nitro.
Yeah, we should probably take some.
I hate it when I have my foot on the ground, right? It's just minding its own business and then I feel like something crawls on it. You ever
No,
get
I
that?
feel that
Like,
happens to me a lot.
yeah, and it's like on the heel of your foot and it's like, oh. And it's one of those like, I know nothing's there, but is something there?
Or when like the cord touches your leg and you think it's something else.
Oh, yeah. I have that happen with my long hair every once in a while.
How do we get up there?
I mean, I could make a path.
Go for it.
Alright. Oh. There we go. We're going. Yeah.
Go. Nice. Alright, so I think we might need some resupplies here. Oh.
Bug.
Out of my way, pack.
We have enough for a resupply.
I'm getting gold.
Alright, so what's gonna happen is that this is gonna take us down. And we have to defend the little each little like drill from being destroyed from debugs.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Getting more ammo.
Are we just filling up? Alright.
Yep, I'm just filling up.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
Emu.
All aboard. We're going deeper.
I'm aboard.
I'm booting up the drill.
Activating drill-evator. Get on.
Let's go. Alright.
Oh, at
Going
least I have
down.
safety. This is HOA approved right now. Or not HOA, OSHA. Oh, button.
Yeah, press the button. Press.
That's the longest press.
Alright, they're gonna start coming.
Yeah.
Don't waste your ammunition.
Oh, big boy. I don't see him awfully
Freeze on
fair.
deck.
He doesn't seem very frozen. Oh, look at Molly.
Get him!
Might as well shoot him in the butt a little bit.
We have to repair it.
Alright. repair this one. Fire. Got him. Oh, yep. I'll start repairing it. I gotta reload. Another big one.
Where?
There. Got him.
Oh, they're breaking.
Reloading. Molly's getting down here. Okay. Reload. I'm gonna put down some more lights. I love seeing their corpses fall.
Those claw tracks need a lot of maintaining.
Okay. This one looks like it could use a repair, but it's not letting me do it. Oh, hell yeah.
Let there be light.
Well, that's a cool little geode right there.
If only I could, I would decorate my cabin like
It's satisfying to break too.
Oh, this nice? This one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's nice. I got seed. Ah. Oh, the amethyst is a little. It lies on what his geometry is. Oh, there's one up there.
The freak did you get down there? The mule.
No.
Move your tin ass over here and hurry.
Hey, it's trying, okay? Can I go just dig? There we go.
I got it.
Where do all these minerals go?
This one up here?
Oh, no, I didn't see that one.
Where is it?
This one?
There is some orchite seed here.
No, there was one over here, wasn't there?
don't
Did I go to
see
the wrong
one.
side of the one? No, I must have
you
went
did.
to the wrong side of the wall. Alright. Yeah. Wah.
You may have the last one.
Okay.
Got it. And then we're gonna get some pretty cool gadgets here.
Alright.
Ugh. Press the button. Yes.
Oh.
Let's get out of here.
way out of the geode.
So, drill down and then just jetpack boots up.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's right here. Oh, is he? Whoa, that's scary. That's pretty terrifying.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Is that right?
That's what it sounds like.
Waiting for the mule to get up here. Dude's climbing.
Shoot to kill. Fall back to the drop.
Why can't we always have these rocket boots?
I don't know.
You know, like, you want a job well done, give us the equipment, damn it.
Not wrong. Let's go.
Why do I even need this? I don't know, shit, I'll just leave on my jet boot. There we go. That. Oh, okay, well, I can still slap. Oh. A little stretch. I got a whole five yeast cones. I can make some bread.
I think I'll make myself like a banana sandwich. Some peanut butter. There's peanut butter.
How do you mean, like, you're gonna go make make yourself a sandwich?
Yeah, but later on.
Yeah, do it right now.
Uh,
Do it right now. If you're hungry, go do it right now.
Swiss and brother's still in the
Oh,
still in the room.
is it's sleeping.
Yeah.
Ah,
It's my grandma. He came over to stay for a while.
I see, I see. We try our damnedest to keep that from happening.
No, that's fair.
We're not really ones for overnight stay guest
No,
for
that's
many people. There are some people, like my cousin, brother, of course, but some people it's like, no. Please, no. Which is kind of funny because every time me and Dad are like we love him, but no.
No, that's fair. Our reason is because she lives so far away.
Oh,
Yeah, she's really far away. Alright. We didn't get
Oh.
it.
I could get
Interesting.
Mark II drill suit. Mark III drill suit looks. No, that looks weird. Not enough suit.
I don't know how to do the top one. Conquer Hoxus 4. I don't know what Hoxus 4 is.
Oh yeah, no, that's a weird.
I guess we could do this one. Just keep doing missions until we find the right one.
I just have hair everywhere. I am hair.
That hairline though.
No, I can really do about that one. I mean, I could have a light fro.
Oh yes, I see it. I just got a red hat.
Yes. Another script.
Unlock some stuff from the season. Okay. Cosmetic tree? What is this? I have 2 script available. What? This is like season 5. Okay. This is I'm confused. Have the auto can. clothes. And get me a drink. I would like to order a round of Olio, thank you. Give a tip.
Sometimes they do have benefits. Oh, yeah.
Clink.
Let's go. Put the
Alright.
mission already.
Can I actually sit down? No.
We're too big for those seats.
Yeah, the armor isn't gonna fit.
More stone.
Broken stone.
Rockin' stone.
We fight for rock and stone.
Rockin' stone in the heart.
Yeah, rocking stone in the heart. I think you can get that checked.
We are dwarves.
Find them, stow them in Molly, and return. Simple.
Yeah, it's always ones where it says simple or it's not simple. Like, oh, simple, not a problem, nothing but a thing. 3 hospital visits later.
It is right there.
Gotta get the gold.
Lighting up.
Alright.
And I try and go up there. So you gotta collect alien eggs.
Alright. Alien eggs. These little things?
No, they're giant green things.
Oh, okay.
I think I have to mine through here probably.
Pick up the stuff. Hey, hey,
This mine leads somewhere else. It does.
how's it in here?
And stones may break my bones, but
There we go.
you'll never hurt me. Gee, I'm feeling poetic today.
Also, I need to destroy these little things.
Okay.
Why was it that we needed to kill the barnacles?
The barnacles. What's this? Oh, mechanite.
Ceiling clean, barnacle down.
Barnacle. Oh, they're coming. Those things are annoying.
Yeah.
Lighting up.
Damn.
So here's one.
Oh, that's a torch. Huh?
You usually find them through these things.
Oh, yeah.
I'm with you goblin bastard.
Oh, you
Ow.
hit me.
Yeah. I guess I can deal damage to you with my drill. Which means I can deal damage to them with my drill.
Barnacle down.
Barnacle.
Barnacle. It's a fun to say.
Okay, just bobs.
Yeah. What's this little thing? Give me that.
Hi, you lot. How about a nice break? Sit down, rest a bit, and maybe play some dice.
Maybe play some dice. You ever play dominoes?
No one ever played dominoes before. I
Yeah,
have
we
actually. Never mind. I think I have once.
like
A long time ago.
chicken foot.
No. You lost me.
We used to play chicken foot all the time. I can't describe it.
You don't know how to play cards?
Cards? I mean,
Yeah.
what game?
I don't know. Whoa. It's huge.
Yeah. I don't know, like, I know how to play blackjack. I don't know if that counts.
You know how to play it?
Yeah, vaguely. I don't... Well, I guess maybe... I guess I don't, because... Get out here, you little fucker. You too. Because I don't know how many cards are supposed to be dealt to the house.
Barnacle down. Let's show them some pain.
Did you find it? I hadn't.
A surrender? I think I think I got it.
Okay, we're up to 3, yeah. There's a lot of barnacles up there.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Ba-ba-ba.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
There we go.
We need the light. There you go. Whoa.
And that one seemed to... Thank you.
You know, I think I've seen some spare pipe rails lying around the station. Just saying.
Swarm! I repeat, swarm!
Be Lloyd. There, have a bullet in that fight.
Alright. And that one was from this mass?
Yeah.
Okay. That means this one is next.
Make every bullet count.
There's some explosive ones coming up on you. Alright. I'm just gonna... Oh, I just grabbed another. Here you go. Yeah.
Oh, I caught it.
Hell yeah. Being chased by one of them frost ones.
Makes sense. Can't exactly freeze them.
No. No, I actually didn't mean to get the loot bug that time. That one was just collateral damage.
You monster.
I
It's a
know.
cool war looking right there. It's cool looking over.
Oh yeah, I've been picking up some of that. I'm assuming it's another upgrade item.
Yeah. It's poop. The giant poop.
You good over there?
I'm good. My stomach hit my brain.
Oh. No, that's a big belly.
Shot me.
Hey, I only shot you once.
Where is the other one?
I was just looking at you, I was like, you ever get those urges, right?
To kill your friend? Yes.
All the time. No, it's like, I don't know why, but just an urge to hit someone. Not even to hit them because you're angry at them, but just to hit
Just
someone.
bully. I get
No,
that.
not even to bully.
Oh. No. I don't.
It's just, I don't know. It happened to me and my cousin. We were like,
Actually, my brother likes doing that. Like, pretend boxing. Yeah, some people do that sometimes.
Oh, like where you don't actually hit?
Yeah, they just start streaking at you for some random ass reason. He does it a lot.
Yeah, oh. Oh! Those
What's up?
plant things, those. See it? They explode into a platform.
Dum. Where's the last one?
I don't know. I'm looking around.
Oh, it's up there. You can see it on the map.
Up there?
Yeah.
Alright, I got you.
Yeah, it's up there.
Alright. Oh.
Nice.
Not quite.
I'll take it from here.
It's most of the way. Oh, I should have thrown my explosive.
You know, I forget I have a grappling hook.
I forget I have explosives.
Lock and load, miners. Got an incoming swarm.
Ah!
Collection completed. Well done. Pull the escape pod in when ready.
No, we completed all our tasks, so...
And Ska.
Excellent. Drop pod in.
Wow.
Swarm! It's a big one, team.
Where's the drop pod? It's over there.
Above us? I think it's gonna drop just down. Or it could stop. Okay. Sorry, I got attacked, so I shot.
You good?
Drop pod has arrived.
Alright, cool.
Called back. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Woo!
I'm going that way. Oh, it's Big Boy. Is that your water?
What?
It just sounded like a quick sip of water and then slammed it back onto the desk. So
No, that wasn't me.
okay.
No. Oh, that's
Damn, that's just rude, actually.
cold.
Last of the wave is approaching you now. Keep it together. Unit secured. Initiating launch sequence. Deep Rock Galactic thanks you for your good work. Drop pod will leave with or without you. Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
We're ready.
Yeah. Oh, slap the things for good measure, I guess.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, good time. You're inside already. Did it?
I look forward to trying out those new characters we got on Risk of Rain.
Yeah. I wonder what the animal does. Sure.
Yeah, I'm curious about the bug. The bug.
I don't remember getting that one.
That one was from killing that Empyrean elite mushroom guy, the
Oh,
mini
yeah.
mushroom.
What if it's just a giant worm? I couldn't tell what it looked like.
It looked like a flying bug.
Oh.
They believe you're ready to face even harder challenges. I can't say I'm convinced myself, but we'll see.
That's nice sideburns. You there?
Yeah, sorry, I took a bite of a cucumber.
Oh, no, you're good.
I figured you didn't want to hear me speed chew. Mm. My guy even sprints with like the
The heavy panting.
yeah.
Get on board. We're about to lay.
Oh, you're over there. I was
Yeah, getting
like,
some beer.
oh, which one did we get this time?
Leaf something.
Beef lovers?
Mhm.
I'll take that. You know, it's a thick liquid if I can hold it upside down and it still not spill. Give him a tip. Oh, you already gave him a tip. Never mind. I'm taking the empty mug with me.
I flew.
Move it, guys.
Let's rock
We're
and
going
roll.
dead inside.
Rockin' stone.
Rockin' stone. Rockin' stone, comrade.
A broken stone.
Have you seen that one, like, meme where there are some Russians interrogating Santa?
No, I can imagine how it went though.
I'll have to send that one over to you. Give me a second.
Where do you keep all the presents?
I hate this damn unit. Rockin' stone.
Let me see. Let me see. My activity. Okay. Right up near the top. So here we go.
Contained within an elusive Morkite geode. Pinpoint it by locating several resonance crystals and mounting scanners on them. Use your hot mounted
Oh, okay.
to do so. We will send in the scanners once you find the crystal.
There you go.
Make it happen, miners.
Didn't send it over before I forgot.
I got the Praetorian. What's the gas?
What? Wait, what was it? I didn't listen.
That's the scanning one. You know when you find that giant prism?
Oh, yeah.
It's that one.
Oh. What's this?
Holomite.
Hello, mate.
Holomite.
All Might is what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I am here. I can't do it. I can't do that voice.
What is this thing? We haven't done the other one. I didn't think we were gonna finish it that quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Let's gather some nitra and then do it. You ready to go?
Yeah.
Speak
Trying
of
to find some.
the nitra.
I see hole everywhere. Like there's a long tunnel. But nothing on the walls. This is a smooth.
skies blue.
My mind blanked on what happened. On what comes next. I don't know why. Oh. I think the reason why is because it's like the other half. Right?
And I think to myself, what a
Wonderful.
what iota.
What?
Oh, iota.
Almost sounds like Waiarada. Bug.
Bowed.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom.
Trying to get the
for me. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Where? I hear bug. I got some nitro. after running through this tunnel for God knows how long. You know what? I would be proud of myself if I actually got DMCA'd off of that. You know what? It just means I did it good enough.
Not wrong.
It's just the one little muted part in the stream. Like, hell yeah. Okay. 73.
We just need 80. Oh, shoot, help me.
I don't know where you are.
I'm down at the cave where the tunnel is.
I see you, yeah. Oh, and you're getting snatched. I'm coming. I'm going as fast as I can.
Oh, I might die.
I'm going as fast as my little dwarf legs can take me. There we go. So that's what happens when it grabs you. Fair enough. Oh, there's some.
Find the nitra for ammo.
It's also a hollow here, which we do need to.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that was the objective. I just saw it and thought, ooh, another upgrade material.
I think there should be enough nitrate, and then we could do that thing.
Yeah, I have 29.
I'm just lost right now. Where was
It's
it?
interesting. It was here, I got it. Yeah, do you mean the thingy?
Yeah.
It was back that way.
Ah!
Alright.
I'm old lady. I've got old time.
Get out of my way. There we go, okay. I couldn't get past her. Oh, hello.
I need
me
some
move my
red
mic a little bit.
sugar.
I remember seeing some.
Can you get up there? Thank you.
Yeah.
I did not really.
No, that didn't really do shit. Oh. Oh. Oh, here's one.
Find something. Red sugar.
There you go.
Got blown away. Nope. Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There we go, full health. Let's do this.
Alright. I'm ready. Rock and stone, baby.
You, by the way, you can use your dynamite whenever it reconstructs itself to blow it up, so it'll be easier.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah. For now, we can just mine it. Ready? Shoot it.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you. Oh, come here. Hopefully they didn't cut me off that time. Oh. Hello, sir. Can you...
Get the dynamite in it now.
It's not... Is it done constructing? There we go. Alright. God, I don't like how these things have faces. It's not okay. Oh, they took my shit off.
It is a weak point though.
Oh, yeah. The face is typically the weak spot. Alright, let me get out of the range before I blow that up. Oh.
There you
Hell
go.
yeah. You really shoving that into that little...
If it's... Oh no, you have to get that retrieval thing.
I'll say, does it?
You can put a giant egg in there. Should. Ugh.
Oh, if only it took it like that. Alright, bye. Oh. Did we ever put down the resupply?
No, we didn't.
Okay. Just making sure I
Let's go
didn't
look
miss
for
it.
those things.
I'm guessing down.
They're really
Ow.
far.
Yeah, here we go. This is where I was going earlier, I think? No, this isn't. This was not the hole I went down. This way?
Oh, it's over here.
No. Alright. The fuck are you?
I went to the other side.
No, it was the bug.
Oh, I see.
A goo bomber. Yeah, that guy.
What the freak?
Exactly. He's throwing goo at us. Oh, oh. Actively trying to shoot around you. Oh, Nitra. Oh, it's over there.
I like this song. This track.
Yeah. We're gonna need a resupply pretty soon here.
Go for it.
Getting some more nitro. Oh, even more nitro.
Where is that damn mule?
We are pretty freaking far from the other one.
I needed that.
I'm being taken. I've been kidnapped, bro.
Like dual flamethrowers and beer.
Oh yeah.
Huh. Where's the other one?
Lighting up. Zippity.
You're so far away. Okay. Okay. Probably down one of the other tunnels, I guess. Nice. I see some more Holomite.
Breaking my legs.
Oh, I'm closer. It's swapped to the long distant one.
Over to you?
I'm right here.
Over here by the marker point.
Alright, that might be heading that way, but I found some cool stuff.
Yeah, I found Nitra. We're up to 220.
Let's see, how do I get to you?
Let's see. Ah, that hurt. I think it just took my shield though, so we're okay. Okay. Right, that's the wrong way. This way? No, this way.
There we go.
Or do I just need to dig
I
down or
see.
something? Ah, this way. I don't think it's taking me back to this one because I'm on top of this one. But it is near.
Look.
What's up? Oh yeah, that thing. A hoarder.
That's the thing I was talking about last time. Remember I was
Oh
chasing after
yeah,
it?
yeah.
I'm out of ammo though.
I can fire it. Right here. Got it.
Ooh. Look at all that.
Oh wow, yeah.
It's screaming for its life though. Sad.
Had to be this way.
Whoa.
Oh, you're not a mole.
There we go. Now, where is it?
It was somewhere up here. Yeah, I'm thinking up in general.
Can't climb. Hi. There we go. There's this thing. As
I
far.
guess- Yeah, it's not up here. Okay, let's get further away. Oh, this way? Over here? So past the first one?
Oh. I think I found the direction.
Up, there's a swarm of Macteras heading your way. Contact imminent.
It's hidden somewhere.
It's right somewhere here.
I have one right here.
There you are, you
Found it.
crystal.
Did it? Alright.
Yeah.
good.
Did you find
My
it?
one's
Oh,
going
as well.
down for some reason.
Attention, Mactera swarm is here.
Requesting a resonance scanner.
Get some light up in here.
Time to connect the crystal with the scanner pod.
Oh, hello.
Got full triangulation. Drill elevator en route. Clear the landing site.
Alright, we're definitely gonna have to
It's a
refill. Yeah. I'm gonna drill to it.
Oh, that guy's beefy. Oh, I can't do this. I need your help.
Hmm?
Being chased.
No. Was it that guy?
Yeah, the beefy dude. You got him.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't realize that was... Yeah, I forget that this does damage. There's some more chasing us.
got him. Mining into them.
They can mind their own business. Sorry. Oh, we're down.
They're coming.
Alright.
Where is it? There you go. Uh oh.
Yeah.
Dropping redeploy.
I almost put one down as well.
Resupply arrived. Go restock.
Alright.
Ready to kill some more
You're actually out of ammo. And it
Yes.
showed
Oh,
it showed
yeah.
0.
grabbing ammo.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
Okay.
Get on board. I'm starting the drill-evator.
Everyone on the drill elevator. We are going down.
Down we go. Yep. Oh, they just came out of the ground. So many of them. Already? Oh, I see. So that's just a... That wasn't us needing to repair. That was just it bringing us to a halt for a second. Giving the bugs time to catch up.
You want some more?
I bet you this part would be fun as the gunner.
I would.
Just minigun.
It's actually pretty accurate once you hold it down for a while.
Yeah. I feel like I would
just
be
didn't
the
like it for some
opposite.
reason.
I like the miner because I can get around. I go and maintain this one.
Fixing up the drill elevator.
So I like the flamethrower. I like being able to set things on fire. I just kind of go around setting things on fire, you included. But that's an accident when that happens. Oh, we're getting through the thing. Nice.
We're here.
Damn. All right.
What a beautiful shield.
Oh wow.
Let's harvest
So many.
more kite.
Morkite seeds. So can we just grow morkite? I mean, you can grow crystals. We grow diamonds, matter of fact.
Yeah, but no one really counts them as genuine diamonds, do they?
No, they're lab-grown diamonds.
Oh, I see.
But lab-grown diamonds are more ethical than normal diamonds because, you know,
Blow
blood
up.
diamond. No, blood diamonds.
Oh, that is true.
That and of course actually mining for them.
How do I get up there? No. No.
Hey, well, there's 4 in there. I don't know how many you have, but there's 4. Oh, hell yeah.
Mine.
Oh, literally grappled onto it. Come up there. Did you?
Forgot the button was on the wheel. Let's go.
Mm.
I can't go. Instead of shaking out. Where's the drop it?
Over here.
Goddamn overheating.
The frick?
Yeah.
You just spawned. Ugh. We're here.
The amount of flares on the ground right now.
So mine some things. No, we can actually. Can extract it since the dude's going back.
You see this like glowing crystal up here?
Where?
This one.
Oh, that's weird.
Core Rift. It does break. That's pretty
Very.
interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Pushing me
Maybe there's
around.
something in the middle?
If there is, I don't know if I can get to it. It's pretty damn sturdy. I don't think it likes us digging it, if I'm being honest. Oh, like dynamite. Yes. No, that's not where I want that.
I can blow it up.
I don't know, I can actually retrieve it now. Oh yeah.
Oh.
I don't know what's
Nice.
in there, but it's like a black hole.
Can't-
Oh
Can
no.
break this.
No, no, it's like... That's interesting.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah. You just have the guy like, what are y'all doing? We saw something shiny, okay? I like those. I like the ones where we have to go down.
Yeah, those are fun. Also, did you check your perks?
Huh?
Go to your room.
My room? Alright.
Yeah.
This ain't
You should-
single perk points.
Yeah, you should have perk points.
Oh.
Hot potato.
So do I wait?
You could clean.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And then you go to your perks and you get to spend your points there.
Milestone completed. Claim. Hot potato.
Complete 10 missions. Oh. Build medic passive, leave no dwarf behind, you revive teammates. Okay, hello, hi. I see you're in my room.
Yeah.
Heightened senses. You get an early warning when a creature is about to grab you. Being grabbed. Okay. See you in hell. Okay. Oh, thorns. That sounds like a useful one.
New perk unlocked.
How would I get the next one? Locked. Why? Oh, I have to unlock 3 to... Okay.
Much better.
What did you go with anyways?
What's up?
So what did you go with anyways?
For
For your perks.
I went for field medic. Fast 30% revive faster. 30% faster revive. And once per mission you can get down, you get a down teammate instantly back on their feet. And then I got second wind. 12% sprint speed.
Alright.
Fast.
Another perk for me. Just a perk for me. Pure perk.
Okay.
Where did I got a lot of arcades.
I had a lot of points to spend.
Yeah, you never interacted with it since we played.
Yeah.
Thinking about it now.
Yeah, you should have you should have more.
Yeah, I spent them already, but I was thinking about I should have just enough money to I could buy some skins. I could buy one skin. Why is this going on? There we go.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't have enough. That was when it was on sale. Sad. There you go. I think I need to go pee. I'll be right back.
Alright. Have good pee. Don't miss.
Can order some beer.
More pee. More pee to be. Oh, a jukebox. Actually, I don't know if it plays. I don't know how the music is, so I'm not gonna do that. What's over here? Jetty boot? Yeah, sure. 5 credits. Oh. Oh, Flappy Bird. Ah. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Past level 1, level 2. Oh, what? That is so small.
Earn money doing this.
What else we got? Oh, there we go. It's weird, does it not move? Okay.
Sweet.
No, no.
That's pretty.
No.
Watch and learn. Oop, I slipped.
I just spam it. Oh, you can really toss him.
Booyah.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Look at the notice real quick. What is going on here? I'm just looking at some messages. And okay. I'm just gonna, let's see here. I was getting some messages earlier and I wasn't able to respond.
I'm back.
And welcome back.
I just remembered something. I
Oh,
need to apply new thermal gel to my PC.
oh, yeah, thermal paste.
Yeah, thermal paste. I need to do that because it's been a while. They usually last like 2 or 3 years, right?
I'm actually not sure.
Ooh, yeah, I think it's around 2 or 3 years. You remember to put it on. What am I gonna do? Completely. My mind went blank.
I think you said something about a skin.
Oh yeah, I
oh.
wanted to buy some. I can't though. They're not on sale anymore.
No.
I need to do a mission. This one's for you.
Huh?
I didn't even drink the beer.
No, I drank mine. Stone.
Stone.
Stone. Ugh. Do a little loop loop.
I'm really not ready for this.
This is gonna be a walk in the park.
It's gonna be a walk in the park, you hear that?
Rock and stone,
Check
you
your gear and let's
beautiful
go.
dwarf.
Oh. I like these pillars. I don't like the bugs. Ah. Oh, looks almost like a hut. Huh.
It does
Oh.
kind of look like a giant hall.
We got lights, we got turrets. cameras, action. That's all we need. We just need the cameras
Where
and
are
the
we going?
action. I actually don't know. We need to collect Aquarks, I guess, Aquarks, and also extract the Dystrum.
Oh, I remember. It's that one mission.
What's that stuff? Don't know what it is. Shoot it.
This stuff. They look like giant blue little.
Oh. I
Oh.
found no
That's not good.
help.
Where are you?
Or they're over there.
Oh, those things are terrifying looking.
It's an infested crawler. You just threw a grenade at me. Okay, bitch, I can do the same.
You gotta shoot these little sides. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I shot it with my... Alright, I threw a grenade at it. Grenade, not threw it. Explosive. There we go.
There you go. That's gonna blow up. Oh,
Oh,
you can repair it.
yeah, I saw it. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then it started to get up. I'm like, okay, well, this is less interesting. Oh. It's been kidnapped for a second there.
Oh, it's sick. It's destroying the things for us. Alright.
Nice.
Oh, you see this?
No,
Oh, that's
you're
happening, I
saying.
guess.
What's up?
You see this? The blue? You,
That stuff?
if you keep mining through it, you get like this little blue.
Oh, is that the Aquarks we're looking for?
Mm-hmm. And these
Okay.
things. They go like this.
I see one right there, then.
I don't know what this drum is.
I don't know. I see, like, this over here.
Look over here.
Oh.
Common rock. We could find it. Oh, this is terrifying.
Picked up something. I got this.
Oh, purple.
Yeah.
Just throw out the bug.
Alright, I'll dump that in. Where is it? There it is.
Stereo.
It's a bitter gem.
The swarm is upon you.
It's coming.
Oh, there's some nitro.
Found some nitro.
Oh, I actually found some.
You found some? This stream?
Yeah,
What does it look like?
looks like just blue rock on side of wall. Like
Oh, I see it.
like nitro.
Yeah, I see it.
Excuse me. Yeah, nope. I'm being attacked by stuff I can't see.
go.
What's up?
I dropped the blue orb.
No.
I'll get it up there. Oh, that's not good. Hmm.
That's it. Back's full.
How do I get up there?
Hit me. Oh,
Ugh.
delete.
You're right. You get
There we go.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh yeah, I got some this stream.
Alright, nice. Only have 20 from the little thing that I got.
40.
My bag is
Okay. There's more nitro down there.
down the hatch.
Scratch my nose.
I feel a sneeze coming. It's not here yet, but it's on its way. Oh, never mind. I think it's gone. Oh, what's this? A box.
Vectrix soiled loincloth
Okay, okay.
is impossible.
Have you done all these hacking?
No, I haven't. Oh yeah, you do. You play like a little game.
Yeah, you play a little Flappy Bird.
Yeah, I did it once.
Huh.
Found the last one, I think.
Oh, here's some boots down here.
Equip your jet boots here.
Boots.
Boots. It doesn't recharge nearly as fast as the other ones, but still jet boots.
How many do we have?
Only
1, 2,
62
3, 4.
nitro.
Yeah, 4 of them.
Kind of.
82 distrum.
Okay, alright, so
To wait for flare charging.
just a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the past I could just shoot it once and it'd be enough, but this time I actually gotta shoot it multiple times. There we go.
I think I found enough.
18?
A 30.
Alright, here's some nitro.
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
There's so much nitro on this map.
Dum, 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 dum.
Secondary objective completed.
Hey.
Now finish the job.
Wow, there's a whole lot of bitter gem. You see that? 1400 bitter gem.
Dang.
Like, what the hell?
I don't know where that come from.
Me neither. Now.
That guy is huge.
I'll grab this one. Oh.
Hey. Who came for the rescue?
I'm gonna go down a resupply.
Okay, go for it.
Supplies are on the way.
Did we only have 4? I thought we had more.
Yeah, I only had 4.
Oh,
Got another one though. Ba-dum.
nice. I'm looking around.
Have to wait for flare recharge.
Oh, found one.
You found one?
Yeah.
That's 6. One more. Here we go.
Found it.
Hmm?
Nice.
Getting closer to our quota.
Meet your maker, Trey. Goodbye, round.
Hey, jetpack.
Hey.
Last one.
I'm gonna go ahead and refill.
And awaiting your input. Let's bring it home, team.
Pressing button.
Alright.
Minehead launched. Escape pod will arrive when Minehead has been secured. Hang in there.
But oh, that little bit. Oh. Can we chase after it? It's actually. Wait,
I'm gonna
'cause I
die.
can. Where?
Survived.
Because like I can dig a hole in the wall. Curious how high up I can go, but the pod's already arriving. Oh, there's a wind.
It's raining too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got pushed down. Alright. Oh, is it raining because it's the surface up there now?
No, it's just the caves.
The caves are crying.
Babe is sad. We gotta go cave. Where's the drop pod?
It's arriving.
Oh, I see. I didn't see the giant number going down.
Oh yeah, it's definitely windy up here. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, well I have enough to stop myself. I am about dead. But it looked like there was an escape up there. Yeah.
Drop pod inbound. Stand clear.
Where is it dropped? Whoa, look at this bug.
Hmm?
The weird looking bug here.
Oh yeah. It's a long one.
Drop pod has arrived. Clock is ticking. All up to you, team.
It's over there.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.
Excuse me. My boot said no.
There you go.
That's one for the books. Treating escape pod.
I like tried to move my hand, but I was still holding the mouse. Nice. Quick and easy.
Mm-hmm.
Too easy.
That was a little bit easy.
We need more of a challenge game. Challenge us.
I think once we get past the tutorial.
Yeah. Stench nut. No, starch nut. Okay, that makes more sense. It was an item that we picked up. I read starch as stench. Okay, yeah.
Deep core weapon meats. I mean, there you go. Now you should have more missions. A new mission unlock, I believe.
Yeah. Unlock new planet, new mining expedition, complexity, unlock deep scan, unlock new point extraction length.
I gotta do that one. Trying to get you caught up to me. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, ho, ho. These
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Once we're ready to get back into the fight with all your weapons reloaded. HQ loaded.
What you reading?
Looking at perks because I have a red, but I need a blue to take up a slot.
Oh, I see.
Mm,
I think I'm gonna be the engineer this time.
I'll go with Iron Will.
I really needed that talk.
That way if I go down I can res myself. Ooh, I can upgrade my flamethrower again.
I turned into the engineer.
Oh yeah? You've transformed.
And transformed. It's really
Maybe-
cool. He's red.
That'll make my sticky flame slow stuff down. Oh, weapon skin.
I like this beard. It's weird. Let's go with the blonde beard.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was gonna count down. I thought it was when both of us were in here.
Oh. Oh. I've been doing a lot of stretching over here.
Same here.
It's like, I don't know, my buddy just needs to stretch.
I still need to remember to clean my PC. It's cleaning duty.
Get a sticky note.
I used to have some, but I lost them.
Rock and roll! Get ready! Don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
Herb.
Management is sending you in for precious more
What's this?
Uncover
Why does it bleed?
the resonance crystals to find them.
I don't know. It's scary.
Easier. Make it so, miners.
Oh, we're doing this.
Oh, the scan one? Oh, yeah, okay, okay. Bye-bye, drill. How are you going back up? You're not using thrusters or anything? You just...
Gravity.
No.
Oh.
Oh, we both went to this one.
Look at that guy.
Focus fire.
Purple.
Oh, web spider. Or spitter.
I made a platform.
You can fall on this. It breaks your damage somewhat.
Die! Got it.
Giant guy over there. Alrighty, where's the way? Or is this thing? Is Molly here?
Yeah, Molly's with us.
I don't know, my voice kinda cracked. Is Molly here?
No, I get you. There was this one time I was saying, "Yeah, I'm a real boy," and my voice cracked. It's like, even still, it's... I don't know why it's difficult for me to say. I am the realest of boys. Faster flea hauling ass.
We're far away from the proximity zone. Here?
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Where all the fleas are.
Oh.
Oh yeah, we're...
It's not this way.
right here.
Found it.
Yep.
Found it. Send the resonance scanner. Pretty please.
Where is it gonna... That... Where... Oh, there it is. Really, bro?
The scanner never be connected to the resonance crystal.
We can like set it in sync for some reason. Oh, that just got gooed. Oh, those blow up. Okay. Thought it looked oddly explosive. Festerfully is just teasing me. It's not that way. This way? No. Okay, I'm going the right way. I am way too far away from you to help.
Damn flares could need it.
Okay.
It's catching on fire.
Wasn't me.
Resonance crystal.
Alright, found another one.
Send me one of them scanners.
It's really pointing the worst way it could have. Okay. Come here.
Let's hook it up to
Here.
the crystal.
Oh. That's terrifying.
Yeah, that's a lot of... Watch it be an earthquake. Okay, so that's done.
Is there one here? Can't tell.
Well, there's at least one back this way. Okay. This way? Nope, nope, getting further. Excuse me?
A swarm of glyphic grunts is heading your way. They're almost on you. Get ready.
Alright, so you're over there.
The glyphic grunts are here. Let's show 'em our special handshake, team.
Okay, it's not... Oh. It's about time to reload.
How did I get to you?
Give me a second. I'm right here.
This is where you empty your canister when you're fully loaded.
Okay, not down. Oh.
This
Hello?
weird cone thing.
Yeah.
Fighting team, you're almost through the wave.
Whoa. I see what those things do now. They create like a giant crack on the place. I got this thing. I don't know what to do with it. Oh, I'm gonna die.
No. Do you need help?
Yes.
Alright, I'm running. Where are you? There you are.
Okay, I got out.
Axe kill.
I got this thing.
Hi.
I don't know what this does.
I don't know. It's sitting in the park right now, so. Can't put it up. What is it?
I don't know. It doesn't have a name.
Well, this is the way I'm going, by the way.
Which way? That was lost. There you go. Guess I'll take it with me. I need some use for it.
I don't know where the right way is, but I've been making my own. And it looks like it's somewhere up here. Because we're getting closer. And when I open up the thing, it looks like there might be... Oh, wait. I think we can go down a little bit. Yeah, alright. Is that right?
It's overheated.
Okay. Now we can run around here. Okay, here it is.
Requesting a resonance scanner.
I just... I didn't know where to go, so I just dug.
No,
Poor
I was
guy.
lost too. I was going all the way down to like the lava.
Yeah. Huh.
The pod needs to be connected to a resonance crystal to perform a deep scan.
All hooked up. Time to prep the scan hit.
There we go.
All scanners active. Triangulation complete. The drill-elevator is on its way.
Or is it over there?
Oh, we need to kill 10 faster fleas.
In the drill-elevator to take you to the Morkite geode.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Where are they?
The drill-elevator.
Pretty sure they're back.
An elevator all in one.
Oh, let's see. Where was that? Oh, faster flea. Die. Alright, go on.
Once you're ready, we have seats to collect.
Alright, so here's where we came in from. This is pretty cool. Oh, cool.
It is.
We need to go down anyways. I like how much we can dig. Alright, where are you little fester flea feckers? I am running out of fuel.
All together, team.
Right here.
Need everyone on the drill-elevator.
Trying. Oh,
Saw you.
it's dark.
Oh, did it go?
Launcher.
Oh god. What a little thing.
Bit of an overkill, but
Never. saw one. I saw the trail of one over there.
Guys, are you blind? Look over here.
Still don't know what to do with this thing.
I have no idea.
He's right there.
Exterminator at work.
Nice, nice. Only 3 more. And the elevator is above us. Actually, I need to... You also need some health.
Yeah, I do.
Never felt better.
It's over here.
I hear...
It's to our left.
Yeah, yeah.
Can we go through here?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have enough fuel to... But
Platform up.
There we go. I saw it too.
where
You go.
I can hear... No, I think that might be the loot bug. Ooh, we actually... Nitra. Guess if I'm
Nitra.
gonna be refilling my stuff anyways. Where is it?
Somewhere. It literally flew at me.
I dare it to come this way. Still a little bit nitro. Figured if I'm gonna be getting my ammo and supplies back, might as well blow some stuff up. There's... we need 3 more, but I haven't seen any. And I don't feel like chopping down there.
One platform ready to use.
Do you think there's any down by the lava? Oh, I just saw some fire. I got 2. Oh, here's one.
I got.
Everyone, can I get some attention?
There's a lot of fire down here. It's right up my alley. Chasing after one. In hot pursuit. No, I don't know where I went. Somewhere
Shoot.
down here. You see it?
I got it.
Nice.
Let's get out of here. Let me get out of here.
Yeah, I'm confused on where to go.
This way.
Yeah. Come on, no, get up, get up, get. What the fuck? Okay, okay, fire is everywhere. Got it, understood. Fire hurt. No, that climb, there we go. Okay, I need this.
Never felt better.
Going back.
I'm calling it.
Supply pod requisition.
Alright.
Launching now.
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. Ready to shoot. Sentry gun needs assembly.
Getting more ammo.
There we go.
fully refilled for sure.
Ready to kill some more crates.
There we go. Me too.
Okay.
Just press the button.
Where's the button? There it is. Love how he's still just taking this thing. As far as I know, it's an explosive. I saw you look at it.
Hey, they could shoot up.
Burn!
Some you're doing.
Hmm?
The mule. Get blocked. Oh, you just go through it.
Repair this a little bit. No, this one's broken. You can turn off your flashlight by holding F, by the way.
Whoa. Or not.
I'm gonna put a bomb on this wall. Sure, right there. Bring it. Come down. Come to that section right there. I dare you. Repairing. Ow. Alright. I love how they come out of the rock and then I just set them on fire.
Whoa. Ink.
Okay. Oh, is this more of that like void stuff?
The void stuff? What you mean?
No, okay, it was just like super dark. Oh, I fell. Damn, damn. Okay, I have 2 on me.
The last one, I think.
Where?
It's right here. She's right.
No, no,
This one.
don't.
There. Oh, there we go.
Oh, actually, I wish I could throw my dynamite instead of just like a light lob, you know?
There we go.
Cool.
Platforms, please.
Alright, I'll go ahead and click the button.
Click the button.
Click the button, clunk. Nyong. You put walls?
Yeah. It's all the way down there. What the heck?
I got us. I got you. Where is it? Wait, did it? Where is it? Oh, it's right here. The icon went away. I was like, where'd it go?
But he didn't. I'm taking this thing with me.
You can put it. There's a like side grinder thing over here. Maybe you can put it here.
I can't.
I don't know.
Taking it with me.
Was it even? It looks almost like a bug inside of it or something. Maybe I was just seeing things. Let's see. Trying to roll it. Okay. I want to shoot it. Ow.
Oh, look at that one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he did shoot some web. Go figure. Leaving in style. Are you holding nothing? Oh, I saw it appear for like a second. Completed. My man's pointing. Like, I don't know. The runway vibes. Off the charts with the pointing. I need to go pee.
Gotcha.
Unlocked escort duty.
I still would have to. I believe you're all cut up.
Nice. I'm going
Although I
to
don't know
just...
if I want to play anymore.
Fair enough.
You want to keep playing? You want to go to Ark?
We can go to Ark, on Left 4 Dead and whatever.
Oh, true. Left 4 Dead as well.
I'll give it a shot a few times,
We'll
and
do
I will.
Ark, I think.
Okay, I'll be back.
She dead.
We really
Gotcha.
should hurry.
I will wait.
We'll get her out of here.
I mean, that solves a lot of problems when you kind of think about it. What if I was just a shooter
anything
and then we don't
unlocked?
have to worry?
Oh, nothing new. I do want this suit.
I mean,
But
if
I need
she
to be
wasn't,
level 7
she doesn't.
or rank 7 in order to get it.
I'm intruding.
Engineer.
Sardines. Breaking news: the newscaster has been panned.
Oh, no one else is here. I need to explore the rest of this place. Hmm. Memory hall. Ta-da. do we have here? Silence, please. That's what it says. Together we force tomorrow. AI Deep Rock Galactic, or at Deep Rock Galactic, we pride ourselves on having obtained practical dominance of the most lucrative builds of the Outer Realm. Join us at www.deeprockgalactic.com. Recruiting. Deep Rock Galactic is recruiting. Oxus 4 is within our grasp. Join us. Oh, these are posters we unlock. Show respect and maintain silence within the Memorial Hall. What is this guy? Oh, this is a scout. Oh no, this is not the scout, this is the engineer. So as we level up, we unlock more stuff on Memory Hall. Gold Gunner statue, level 25. Gold Scout statue. Boing. Boing.
I'm back. Trying to scooch forward a little bit.
What's up? Welcome back.
So I was just trying to scooch forward a little bit, but Junior was behind my chair, and I didn't want anything to just roll over him. Oh, Ace and Casper are live. Give me a minute. They've been live for an hour and a half. Just gonna put here. Good luck with stream.
Bro. Bro. Bro.
Card to Casper's.
Stop it now.
He's telling me to stop jumping on the bros.
Okay.
Oh.
Alright. What are we doing?
Doing arc.
Arc. Alright.
Arc.
What is our goal when we get to Arc anyways? God. Went flying.
Oh, we need to get wood, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get one of those angry slots.
Hmm?
I need to make a whole bunch more.
Narcotic arrows. Because I spent a lot.
I need
so
more.
salty about that.
I need more darts. I mean, to be fair, who would have thought it would take over 30 darts? Like, come on. It's over here.
Where are you?
I went down the, I went down where the drill is. I just jumped into the abyss, or at least what I thought was going to be the abyss. Oh.
It's for like a game.
I want the ball. I want the ball. Where's the ball? I got the ball.
You have the ball.
to disco. Nice.
Alright,
Oh,
I'm
this,
getting up.
apparently this doesn't... Oh, I think I just threw that through the map. Alright, yeah.
Dum 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 dum. Or should we do leftward?
I don't know. What are you feeling?
I don't know either.
Can I escape or something? I don't see it. Alright, continue.
Hold on. For some reason. Well, look, there's a new update to Lethal Company.
Oh, yeah. I remember if that car was a mod or not.
No, it was an actual update. You get a car. The company
Dang.
cruiser. It's right here. This is version 60. The stuffy update.
What the hell? That's a lot of versions for it being out, you know, not that long. Well, I'm down to play anything. Let's see, we have Ark, Left 4 Dead, Lethal got that new update, rounds, content warning is more of a more person type game, but it was still interesting. Back to Risk of Rain.
There's a mine shaft. It's a mine shaft.
In Lethal?
Yeah, that's the new interior.
Oh.
What to do? What to do? What to do? What to do? What do you feel? Anything?
I don't know of anything in particular. No, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any one thing in particular. Maybe Left 4 Dead just because pew pew, but other than that, I got nothing. You know what I mean?
I got you. Let's go with some Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, if you're down for it. If
We've
you
been
want.
playing survival crafting all day, haven't you, though? Let's do some Left 4 Dead.
Oh yeah, maybe that's why. Yeah. I've been playing Valheim every day for the last few days with Dad. Like, and before we streamed it, I was playing it. It's like, it's been a hefty amount of keeping risking it. Skip. I like my
Risking it,
eardrums.
but dead. There was a cutting, but the game bugged and it was just a huge black screen.
I skipped the cutscene because it's loud as heck. Loud as heck, bro.
It is really loud. And don't do 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 don't do. I am hungry.
Oh yeah, you were gonna get some food.
I was, but my brother, he is asleep in the couch, just next to the kitchen, and I had to turn on the lights because I can't see shit.
Yeah, and he's a light sleeper, and yeah, I remember the story.
I'm not gonna like that.
Does he have to go to work?
Yep, he wakes up really early. Wakes up like at 5 now. It's freaking crazy. I don't know where the freak he gets his freaking workaholicism. I think the dude put how many hours did he put? It was like 100 and something in the first 2 weeks because he gets paid bi-weekly.
No.
Yeah,
Unless
it's
like
fucking crazy.
overpay, I guess. Like
Yeah, yeah, he likes getting paid a lot. It's nuts. He likes money. I can't really blame him, but
yeah, I can't fault
Jesus
him for that.
Christ.
like what are you like? What do you save it up for?
Yeah,
There you
he
go.
wants to buy land actually. I
Oh
guess
yeah,
it's fair.
that'd be pretty cool.
Friends only game. Make sure no one else joins.
Yeah, like last time, have Jimbo or whatever.
All right, we did Death Toll, I believe.
I can't remember.
Invite Freund. I think I invited you.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'm going.
Bill.
And Zoe. I still need to eat my cucumber.
I'll finish it right now.
No, I can eat it whenever you go get your food. Because it's already 5, so surely the brother will wake up soonish, right?
Mm-hmm. Hopefully. Not really, but
I mean, if
somewhere around this time.
that's the times he's waking up, then that's the times he's waking up. Ain't no hard feeling and hoping he's waking up so you can get a snack. You get a mini fridge.
I should, but it's too much power.
Yeah. Or have like a mini pantry.
That is true.
Yum.
Looks like the airport's still operating. Let's try to get there.
I don't think that's a good sign of it operating.
Yeah, if the airport was operating, I feel like... I guess I don't know. I guess maybe the plane is damaged.
Yeah. It looked like it was coming down.
Like, yeah, it definitely looked like it was coming down, but...
What does it say? U.S. Army Survival Guide. Oh, this is a weird small delay.
What? Why does my sensitivity feel so high now? God, it's so loud. I know it's not loud on stream though, because I've been over this a few times now.
Oh.
I didn't realize I could get through. Oh, might as well refill the ammo. Perfect.
Let's unload.
I mean, they gave us a few Molotov, so...
Through the greenhouse.
Let's go.
So, if... How do I want to phrase this? I have a question, but I'm trying to ask it right.
Go for it.
If a company or a game developer would contact you for a voice line, what do you think it would be? Like, what type of game or genre?
With my voice,
Yeah, with your voice.
probably a horror game. I like to do a horror game. I'll be like I don't know, like the younger brother or something of a family that died. And there's like recordings and I have to like voice them. I think something like that.
Yeah. Oh man, okay, that does. Oh, Hunter.
What about you?
I don't know. I feel like I would probably end up on a, I don't know, maybe Stardew type of game. Just be one of the NPCs, giving you a quest to go pick some berries or some shit.
Yeah, I can do that.
Molotov's over here.
They're coming.
Stay back, beast. I don't know, like, what type of NPC I would be. Like how you said you'd be maybe like the younger brother. Ooh, I don't know. I mean, I don't have I don't have a voice that sounds like an old person, so I can't be an old person. You know?
This is true.
I'm reloading.
What's this
Where
say?
is it?
Help! Need food. Not to mention, I don't raise my voice, so games that require screaming, yeah, no.
God is dead.
Yeah.
This way.
Holly Street apartments. Oh, pills.
Pills here.
Some nighttime meds.
I hear a hunter. Come on out, wussy.
Oh.
Fuck scared me. We're going down on the streets.
I forgot that song. Surprisingly enough, I missed my sniper.
Reloading.
Oh, just got a random, like, stabbing pain on my left side for no damn reason.
Uh-oh.
Burn all. Alright, this is our bus. Or our thing. Okay, I'm like keeping watch on back. Oh my god. I look away for 1 second.
It's like 20 of them.
So,
Right. I look at the front and you look at the back.
alright.
Jesus, Lewis, get out of the way. We're almost dead because of me.
Like I'm running out of ammo at this rate. Watch out.
Reloading.
Okay.
good.
Nice.
We're great. We're awesome.
Yeah.
I'm almost dead actually. Just realized.
Here. Can I give you these? Can I like... There you go.
You do?
Yeah, because I still have my medkit. Oh, safe room already.
Oh.
Okay, wait. Oh. Okay, fine. I get it.
Oh, you made it? Didn't even notice.
Tremendous. Did you see how they spelled that? It was TH, you know, TRAH. Tremendous. Oh, it took the least amount of damage.
17. That's crazy. I get touched.
Oh,
This is say. This is our punishment. It's just dead air.
even Francis is shooting
Where
out the
are
door.
the evacs? Board up and wait to die. They don't eat, they don't sleep. What keeps them going?
Oh.
I hope they get me in my sleep. I hope that's where they get you to. Bonnie,
Bonnie.
when you read this, head to the gas station on the 5th and Platte. I have guns and food, I'm going to barricade it and wait this out, Tyler. Sorry I couldn't. It's already too late. I couldn't wait. It's already too late. I see.
Oh.
Oh, sad
You make-
messages.
Yeah, I'll stick with the Uzi.
Let's go. I saw that guy.
Yeah, look. Oh. Got you.
I don't see that one.
At least these zombies die if you just shoot them enough. Like, you don't have to get a headshot, you know?
Mm. Not wrong. It's kind of weird though. Because what's keeping them going?
Oh.
Yeah, wrecked. So I'm gonna go up here. Whoa! Just scared me.
I'm guessing that's where we go as well. Oh, hey. Well, okay, normal zombie doesn't climb a ladder either, so... you know. Gotta scratch my ear. God. You hit Bruno's right arm. I am sorry.
All is forgiven.
I stuck. There we go. I was looking about to see if any poor bastard died in there.
I feel like a hood's gonna be somewhere here.
I feel like dying on the shitter would be one of the worst places to go.
Or?
The shitter.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate.
It's just like you're just sitting there, literally minding your own shit, and just zombie comes in. Like what? Let's see, what about?
Just feels a whole room with 20 of them.
God,
Jeez.
my God, there's so many. All right, I'm down to pistol. Still hear
They're
him.
breaking something.
Oh, thank you,
Behind
Louis.
us.
I didn't need the meds, but thank you.
Nothing here.
Is there any pistol? Someone got a pistol in their bathroom or something?
No.
On the desk? Here one.
Upstairs. Oh! That was that guy.
I feel like, oh, my sensitivity feels fine, and then sometimes it does not. Is that
Yeah, I
just
feel
a
like there's a bit of a
boomer?
delay.
Okay, as long as it's just a boomer.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
That's not a boomer.
no, that's not a boomer, and I don't have ammo either.
I do have a pipe bomb.
I have a pipe bomb too, but
Where'd he go?
I don't know. I don't know why the tanks are smart. They don't go to the loud noises.
Going out there. He's right there. He's
Oh,
climbing
he's
the
down
stairs.
there?
He's
He's
taking the long
actually...
way. It's our chance, though. He's coming.
He's already in the building. We can't shoot him anymore.
There's gas containers here, though.
Okay, okay.
So we could set it on fire.
I'm trying to keep this one over here so we can... Where's he? No, he's throwing
Oh,
rocks.
it hit me.
Where did you get that rock in the apartment, sir? Respectfully.
It was decoration.
Oh, he's
Oh,
flying.
that's unfortunate. They just slip.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
It's for the greater good. Oh my god. Bro, he just fucking bitch slapped me across the building. Oh, what happened to them? Oh, we weren't...
I wasn't alive.
Oh no, I get that, but I thought they would still...
Yeah. To revive you.
Yeah.
Or at least
All
play
right.
without us.
Taking shotgun now, yeah. Now that we know that there might be a tank. Wow, you're doing really good walking on this protective
Very
fence.
agile.
Yeah. This is not like barbed wire.
Smoker up there.
I feel like for the people in the movies where they're shooting at someone that they think is behind a wall, or we're just shooting at the wall, you know, like it's gonna somehow get to them.
Got him.
Nice.
Smoker down. Oh, they're coming. Close the door.
They
They're
come
gonna
to-
come through the stairs.
I just saw. Oh, they're coming from downstairs. Oh, I don't have one where they can come from. I'm just gonna wait for them to go up the stairs and fire. This is nice. This is satisfying right here. That's all things should be. How do you have two pistols?
I found him.
Where?
None of your business. It's none of your business. I don't know. I had him when I started for some reason.
Yeah. What?
I'm guarding the other way.
No.
They come from here. You know what game would have been really cool if it was multiplayer?
What game would be cool if it was multiplayer?
Yes.
Which one?
Remember when I played that game?
Sorry, which one was it?
Fear.
Fear. I can't remember it. Can you describe it to me?
No, that's fair. It's like you're like a military guy, and you go through like every little supernatural stuff, and you're supposed to like deactivate a bomb from going up. Well, the point is, it's really cool.
I don't.
It was a
remember
very
it.
tactical shooter. You could like lean around and stuff.
No, I'm
That was
gonna
a
have to
long
look.
time ago.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
No, it's fine.
Oh, we weren't assaulted by or swarmed.
No party in this room. Oh, okay, he's coming.
Who's he? Tank?
Oh, get away from me! I set it on fire.
Oh, there's more Molotovs over here.
Oh, yeah. Where is he? Oh, he came inside. Yes, just throw it at him. Oh, that's a bit
No.
nuts. Oh, he got me down.
Sir, not like this. Not like this. Not like this.
Run.
God.
Jesus, this guy's tough.
Oh, he died right at the end there.
Wow.
God damn it. Okay. Alright. Do this.
Yeah, I just have 2 guns.
And I don't. That's weird.
I don't remember where I picked it up. I think it was like on the bus. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, yeah. When. Yeah.
To the rooftops.
Okay.
We are clear. Going
Alright.
up. Ew. Ow.
I went a little too far. Oh, they're coming up from behind. Oh, there's pistols. Or there's not pistol weapons on the bed this time.
I see it.
Ah, I love that. Ah, sniper.
Hey, there's weapons over here.
Actually, gonna take the sniper. Shame I can't replace my pistol with the assault rifle.
Oh, she scared me. I didn't expect it to be coming at me. We're good.
Nice.
Reloading.
Oh, I'm taking this one.
I'm taking the sniper purely because it does a lot to the tank. It just dropped off the other end.
Let's go. I don't think we need to open these doors. There's nothing in it.
Oh, this person had a pipe bomb and a Molotov in his room.
Uh-oh.
No. No. Unless she replaces the tank, in case, yes. Where is she? I thought she said bitch. I heard it, I was like, oh. No, she just said witch.
I think she did replace the... She's over there. Where we need to go, though.
Oh yeah, she's in the corner over there.
The crane. Good thinking.
I can shoot her.
God.
Alright, hey.
Actually, I can stay up here.
Wait, if that alerts the horde, then that's gonna, is that gonna alert? I'm gonna... Ha. The witch isn't disturbed
Francis.
yet. Hey, get off me. Got enough room up there for two? Ooh, oh my god, they're dropping from the top.
Oh, you scared her? She's coming.
Nice guy. Nope.
She got me. Why? I need help.
Alright. At least they're dropping down to the fire.
Help Lewis.
It's got him from behind the wall.
Got him.
I wasn't even sure what was happening to me. Okay, I'll stay down here. This is fine.
You can arrest Lewis.
Alright, Louis, I got you.
They're all going after Francis.
Ah, tongue.
Where?
Cool.
Poor Francis.
Reloading.
It's okay, Francis. You did so good.
Dude, I'm half your size. Come on, get up.
Danger.
Danger.
Cover me while I heal.
No.
Hunter.
Oh my god, sent his corpse flying. It's like a freaking blunt bullet 50 cal over here.
We might need these.
Could you imagine that? A 50 cal slug?
That would be pretty crazy. It's just anti-tank. You just gotta be really close.
Yeah. Oh, this is a weird toilet.
I would like to have a bookshelf like this. Big.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You
What?
oh. Then.
It's a hunter here.
I
I got you.
was gonna shoot it and it instantly just jumped. But, oh, there's some meds back here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're being attacked back there as well.
Oh, I'm stuck. That's not good. Why did I do that again? Why did I do it?
I'm coming in for you.
Unfortunate time. I'm down.
Oh no, you're dying in the shitter.
Yeah,
At least you're not
just
on.
Like you prophesied.
Yeah, that's like how we said we wouldn't lose. There's no way we could lose.
Stop opening the door, Francis. Francis. Oh, ammo. I need some.
Oh, yes, yeah.
God damn it, I am seriously foobar.
Yeah,
What
what?
does that mean?
Ooh,
Foobar.
I don't know.
I'm gonna use that from now on.
No, instead of like I'm fricked. I'm foobarred, bro.
Foobarred.
Mm.
Oh, that's a big guy, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's over there. Good look. Where is he?
Cover me.
Wait, no, not myself. I want to heal you. Because you're not, like, healed, you're just impaled.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know. Alright,
Shoot.
watch out for the... Oh no! Alright, taking some temp meds. No. He wants me. I like this. I like this. I like this.
I'm unloading everything on him.
I know. No, not.
Survive for a little longer. No.
Come on. Surely he's
Get Francis
close.
first. There we go.
God. Having to sacrifice half the team for these big dudes, it's so...
Let's wait for you guys to come. I don't think me and Francis can do this. Where were you guys even spawn?
I don't know.
Funny if it's one of the toilet things.
Could you imagine being actually locked in a stall?
Yeah.
Like, of all the things. Like, what, you're not gonna just climb over?
Okay, so we got
Oh, that was Francis. I know it was Louis.
all
But
they're coming.
what about me?
inside.
And I'm all alone.
Close the door, so maybe you should spawn back.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I don't know. The door's breaking.
You should be here now. By now.
Right now. In 5 seconds. And hold on. Okay. Try to keep the doors closed.
True. Should be in one of these.
It would highlight me. Oh, there I am.
There you are.
That was a long 5 seconds. How do you actually get to me, though?
Where are you? There you are.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't see these guys.
Oh.
Just came out of the door.
Do you think I dropped my weapon?
I think so.
Alright, I'm gonna make a quick sprint back for it. I want my sniper.
Reloading.
My weapon isn't here.
No, it's not there.
Well, okay.
Oh, they're coming.
Yeah, I heard them.
Help me.
I'm coming. I don't know why, but the NPCs came to me.
Yeah, I followed you.
Yeah. I'm coming. I just wanted my
Alright, I'm down
sniper
again.
back. No, Bruno.
Yeah, I'm down.
Alright. Louis, you keep... Louis, Francis. No, no. Yeah, Francis. Take the hits. Take one for the team, damn it.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
I took off the stream. Can I pause it? No, I can't pause it. Where'd the game go?
Let's see. Call a vote. Oh, yeah.
Where'd my game go?
Oh.
I lost my game.
You tab out so hard the game went bye-bye.
Yeah. In the future, even the center. Where did the game go?
Oh my god, another pistol.
Where's the
Christmas
game?
miracle. I'm just walking around.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going anywhere, like, far. Okay, well that's the exit. I'm not going over there. Oh yeah, I forgot that makes you go into bot mode. Well, we're all going into the office. Join me in my office. Y'all. Oh, I didn't do anything. That's just zombies being angry. Alright.
The game is gone. What could it be?
What do you mean by gone?
It's gone, it's not there anymore. It's just
But-
a black screen. I don't know where it could be.
But it's not a black screen for you, right? Just for stream?
No, not for me, just for sure.
Okay, is it actually on the screen? Like, is it in the display, the render area?
No. I don't know. What if I just remove it?
Well, what if you... Because let's say if I go to my OBS, go to my source. If you right click the source and then do transform, look for center to screen at the bottom.
I just removed it. There you go. Nope, it didn't work. What is it? Center the screen?
Yeah, because I was just thinking maybe it was off, like you moved it off of the render area.
Where was it again?
If you right click on it, on the render source, so like if it's game capture, right click on it,
Okay.
and then transform, and then center to screen towards the bottom.
Transform. Center to screen. But stretched. I'm stupid. No.
Poor Louis ain't looking too hot.
It doesn't want to show. You got this.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's happening yet, unless we get attacked by another swarm, but if we do, in that case, well, we're boned, I'm being honest.
It's screen. No. Transform to center screen. Ah. What happened?
Uh-oh.
What if I do... We capture the game.
Yeah, like capture something else and then capture it.
Yeah. Okay, that works, but for some reason the game is... There we go. I am back.
Nice. What was the issue?
The game was not in full application.
Wait, that was the issue?
Yeah, it was minimized, that's why.
I got smacked.
Where are we?
We're in the same spot that we were earlier.
Ah,
We're just on the other side of the room.
ooh, okay, I'm dead. And there's a big guy coming.
No, careful with the cars.
Run. You gotta make it at
I'm
least
going
next
as fast
spot.
as I can.
Here, it's here.
I'm going. Is there anything here though? Because we take it into the next round.
Pipe bomb over here.
Got a pipe bomb. There's a Molotov as well.
I feel awful.
Hey, yeah. We made it.
And I have dual pistols.
Nice.
So it was just because you didn't have it maximized, okay.
Yeah.
Or you minimized it, rather.
Bum, 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 bum.
Give me a second, I gotta restart mine.
Gotcha.
Oh, why is it so loud?
Alright.
Hmm?
Heal you. There you go.
Hey.
The
Oh.
planes are falling out of the sky. That's not good.
Oh, that doesn't bode well for the whole... Oh, the
Yeah.
airports must be working.
Trevor, we're going to the airport anyway. No other choice. We're sorry. C and L. Mark and Brianna, catch up if you can. I'll keep an eye out for you. KP. Nothing is coming but a bomb. Sad.
So, there's also stuff up here. Where is the government? The government has a cure and only the rich are getting it. And underlined good. Open your eyes. This virus was a military experiment. It was engineered in a lab by aliens. What if this was first contact? What if you're an idiot? What if you're an idiot? I guess tough shit, right? Like, you can't fix stupid. Looking for the box. Let me go. Sorry.
This guy's dodging my freaking bullets. Trying to go for headshots. Oh, they're coming.
Oh my god.
Right?
I was over here because I was like, oh, what's around here? And then I hear a whole shit ton of them come running at me.
Oh, I'm getting inverted.
Get off of me. Low battery, what do you mean? Let me put my earbud charger on. Oh. earbud case was empty. That would explain the low battery soon. Okay. Alright, well.
Time to go in depth.
Just have it come through the speakers.
Going up here.
Nice.
Yeah, seems like a good idea. Nice. Nice job climbing that ladder. Great work. 10 out of 10 would do again.
Dual pistols.
Yeah, I got sniper.
Yeah.
We've been here.
What is the most like voice liney thing you think you could say? Oh, okay. Is it just to blow it up? Okay.
Good question.
Oh, I was expecting an explosion, not just a fire, you know?
There we go.
Oh lord,
Oh, they
help
got
me
launched.
Jesus. I did not mean to fall. Oh, low battery.
Oh, I got blind.
Same. I'm just pushing him off of here. Ah, tongue.
I got you.
Nope, some of them got up here. Just melee the hunter. Look at them.
Oh, they're both need help.
I'm just slapping.
Got you. I'll try to get them up.
I don't know if you can. I'm slapping to get them off of the wall. Oh, I shot that guy in the dick. I'm sorry. like he's already dead, but surely he felt that one. I didn't realize there was one on me.
You're done?
Yeah.
Can't see shoot. My game bugged out. I could res you. I could res you. I could.
Oh. Okay, I was...
They're just coming and coming.
I don't know. Alright, Francis is dead.
I'm just gonna go.
At this point, I think that's what we need to do. Low battery. No, leave me.
No.
Abandon me. I'll be good bait. I'm sure I taste delicious, don't I, you sons of bitches? There's a tank. I would run. I would skedaddle faster, honestly.
I don't know where to go. This way.
You got this, Bruno.
They're coming.
I'm gonna put my
Oh
earbud
god, they're
in.
coming. They're coming. I can hear. Oh, he's right behind me. Oh, I'm lost.
Oh no. Oh, he's not lost though. He knows where he's going. Of course he does.
What the frick is this?
It's an
Don't touch
odd
me.
little room.
I'm rich.
I'm gonna get the cure. I'm gonna sell a
I have
whole.
the cure.
I'm gonna buy it for a whole Bitcoin. One Dogecoin. Okay. He hasn't left yet.
Open. No. No.
Oh,
There we go.
oh.
Over here. The parking lot. Of course.
Oh,
threw a
he's yeah.
Dumpster.
He threw a dumpster. It was gonna be a good shot if the thing wasn't in the way, honestly.
Safety. There it is.
Seriously? Oh my god. Just waiting to see that tank come flying around the corner. Oh, what the fuck? That's bullshit. Oh no. That's not. Oh, he sniped you. Oh no. Oh. God.
Couldn't juke him.
Yeah. We're ready for some fun. Is that what you just said to me, Francis?
Running was very effective though.
Yeah, I think running is a play. You have an assault rifle? Oh, is that from the last,
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that a...
Why can't I climb like the zombies? How come there's they're more
Jump on my
agile than
head.
me? Let's see. No, I just phased through you.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Synchronized reloading.
On the trash can.
You see them do like a dive? They like dove at the trash can. No, now Louie's on here. Francis, no. Ow. I need to figure out something to do. You probably can't hear me.
What's up?
Yeah, I just need to figure out something to do, and I was like, he probably can't hear me.
Yeah.
Ah! I need to figure out what to do for the 250 mark.
Oh, is it coming?
I'm at 199. And if I can figure it out, then I can at least put, like, a thing on screen saying...
We can burn down this barricade.
Got fires everywhere.
Yeah, basically that's what I'm doing.
Can
Okay,
we...
we're ready.
Do we run with these?
No, you
Yeah. No, you can. You're always running.
can't. Not true.
In that case, I mean, we can clear it, run through, take this with us so we can drop it behind us.
So true. Where are you gonna put it though?
Well, I guess for now... I don't know. I'm just keeping it with me. Because I think we're gonna run through, right?
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Bam.
I got tongue.
Instantly. Oh, I didn't go up there to look for, Where is it? There it is. I want the sniper if it's there.
Yeah, it's just there.
Alright, alright. Cool. Let me... Alright. Alright, we have a path?
Let's go. Run. It open.
Running. Alright, I got it.
Oh, I got tackled.
Bully him. I just smacked him.
It's not here,
Alright.
by the way. Keep going. Yeah.
Oh, that's... Oh, there's health packs right here, though.
Run! Just run.
Alright, running. Where was it? It's this way.
Yeah, just
Alright.
keep following. You just go through the power lines. You
Oh
can take
yeah.
it right. Yeah. Go, 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 go.
There's a witch somewhere.
Then take it right there.
There.
Shut off your flashlight. Quiet.
I don't know. Go back to the painting. Behind you. Giant casting. Take a left.
Oh, over
And
here.
there, yeah. Then take a left. To the room. Then take a right. It's gonna be a right, yeah.
Yeah, alright.
And take a left. Go, go, go.
I'm going.
Left.
The airport.
Right.
Skybridge.
Here.
You have to go around that. The crash.
Yeah. Look at all that luggage.
Make it find a good amount of money.
Yeah.
Let's go through
Oh,
here.
I don't know. I don't know how many people really keep money in their luggage. If they do, then I have my suspicions that it's not legal. I swear. Okay.
I don't know where to go from there. Right there.
Yeah, I see it.
Run.
Smart. Making sure I don't run into a witch.
Safe house across the skybridge.
You're there.
We're almost there. I saw a
Nice.
hunter in that room. I love how she said, "We are kicking ass." Literally the only one that made it. It's just I'm talking to the voices in my head.
I think I'm going tactical shotgun.
Well, give me a second. I gotta reload.
Got you.
I don't know why my thing crashes so much. Maybe I should look that up.
Oh, it's sniper. Boom. Nuke. We are the real monsters. No, that's the zombies.
Oh, yeah. Don't be getting it twisted.
I think it's damn stupid. I hope you're dead. I missed the internet. You're a moron.
I can't blame them missing the internet. I too would miss the internet. I missed having power for like a day and a half because of the hurricane. That sucked.
We're at a mall.
Man, they really trashed this place.
A ball?
The mall.
Oh, the mall. I thought he
No,
said.
it's the airport, actually. Never mind.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
We can use that van.
Reloading.
I didn't know you went that way.
Through the office.
Tongue. What? I shot him in the. I shot him in the crouch and he didn't die. All right. I guess we just. That guy was taller than the rest. Man was big. Oh. Oh, excuse me.
Take care of this story. Don't open it, Francis. We have it closed for a reason. Duh. Oh, well.
Oh,
Reason
sorry,
is
Louis.
We're probably dead.
No, we're not dead. Okay, Louis, you walked in front of that one. Okay, alright. You know what? Not like this corner. Get off of the desk! You're not allowed up here. Could you imagine the amount of zombies that would be in an airport?
I'll be like infinity.
Like, honestly, yeah. The amount of zombies would just be unreal. Because not only do you have the workers, but you have everyone going somewhere. And of course, all the planes would be backed up because, you know, there's a zombie apocalypse going on. Which means there'd be even more people. God. That's the plan. That's the plan, Louis. Well, if y'all would shut up, maybe they'd stop coming.
Come on! Help!
Oh God! God, let's get you back up on your feet.
I think I'm gonna heal one of them.
Zoe, you really are you want. Let me heal you up.
My thing is telling me what to do. Now I'm not gonna heal him. It says heal Francis with first aid. No, I don't think I will actually.
What do you say? Ready?
You had asked nicely. Oh, I think Molotov. Molotov in the back of the room. I just saw Louis aiming up at the top, at the ceiling.
Sissy. I'm hurt bad.
What are you doing in the lady? What are you doing in the ladies' restroom?
Shut up.
Poor man, poor man died on the shitter. Wait a minute, why is a dude in the ladies' restroom though?
It's true. I mean, I wouldn't be questioning where it's restroom to go when it's the zombie apocalypse.
I mean, but just you would naturally go to like the men's restroom. That's what you're used to. Damn, these pistols pack a punch. Have you shot a chair?
I'm surrounded.
Yeah.
Let's back up to this room. I could heal Francis actually. Very casual. There we go, Francis.
Reloading.
Oh, I don't know what I shot, but okay.
Took that running by.
Yeah, they're just running into the fire.
Hey, there's something over here. That's a pistol, in case you didn't have a dual one.
Oh, no, I have one. Anything in the men's restroom? No. Oh, there we go.
The door.
I'm actually surprised it didn't take both doors.
Yeah. Start the van. Oh, alright, so we have to defend this. Where can we hide? Ah, ha, ha, it got me! It actually almost hacked me.
Yeah.
Any ammo clips?
Molotov. Molotovs, look at this.
Oh, nice.
And pipe bombs. This worries me.
It's not gonna be good.
They got the material for the Molotovs from the the mini bars. Like, for sure. Okay, I
This is
can't.
huge.
Can't see. Oh.
This should last until we're safe.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
It's so dark in here. This is like Halo 1 with when you're going through the corridors of the ship on the Covenant board. You remember that?
Yeah.
Flat. It's like the only thing you can see is where the flashlight is. Like, period. Is there not ammo? There's another health kit over here.
We can get up here though. This wouldn't be a bad spot. We will
Alright.
get licked though.
Yeah, if I get licked, no, that's gonna be an issue. I guess the other option would be here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well. We'll play by ear a little bit. You want me to...
Do it. Oh yeah, it's gonna start moving too.
Oh. Oh. I see. Excuse me, car. I'm trying to get out of your way.
Go go
Oh,
go
that's
go
where
go
it's
go go
going?
go. It made move. It made way. Follow it. Where's it going?
I don't know. Oh. Oh, sorry, Louie, you look like a zombie. Oh, my brethren. Look at
What?
that. Aquatic
Hey.
center. Get close up and personal. I love watching them just run by. Burn. Oh, ammo right here.
Oh, they're still coming.
This feels like prime tank time. You know what I mean?
It kind of does. Where are we supposed to go though?
I don't know.
Over here, into the corridors. The secret closets.
No. Get off me. Alright, well surely the tank can't go through there. Sorry, Louie.
Back it up.
Yeah.
Find us.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Oh, I'm
No,
being
no.
choked. Oh, I'm down.
Oh no.
Hold on, I'm gonna get you up.
Okay. Gonna use your med kit.
Let's keep going. Go, go, go.
This is going to hell real fast.
Run.
Running.
Go down here.
Gonna go ahead and close those doors.
Oh, we know how to find a room. Just keep running.
Try and heal real quick because I can't run. Alright. There we go.
This way.
I'm going.
This way. Go, 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 go. Oh, oh.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Oh,
Alright.
he cornered me. No, he got me stuck. Run.
Yeah, I'm going. Oh, oh, it's right here. It's right here. You don't need to die. No offense.
I died. He's coming after you.
Oh, thank.
Good.
Oh, it's a good thing they died. We're making it through just like by thin
Barely.
margins.
Reloading.
Well, stick with the sniper. Why not? Can y'all not? Bro. I don't like it. None of that sounded right. There's a whole bunch of mid. There's a whole bunch of mid grunting. Yeah. Oh, look at it. Look at the plane. Shoot it down.
Crash.
I was coming in. I thought it was going out, honestly. Oh, oh, look at it. Look at it.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, look. It's
Oh.
coming to help us.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's doing a whole lot of help. Every person in that plane should not be a zombie. Yeah. No, they should be more than just dead.
Yeah. Where to next? Oh, we have to get on that plane.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea, right? After seeing that.
Maybe we'll be fine. And haven't you heard that there's more chances of getting in a car accident than fingers?
I mean, I've gone in plenty of planes. As far as just normal plane things, yeah, we fine.
Oh, Francis is dead. Gas me up! Oh, it's one of these. Gas me up!
Ammo here.
Should I go get him?
Probably. You can just hear, "Help me!"
Damn it, Francis.
Damn it, Francis, why you gotta die all the way back there, huh? Oh, no, okay, he's boned. Is that what it is?
Boned, yeah.
Can we...
Can't get
What
him.
if I, like... I can see his foot? Wait.
I need a hand over here.
Yeah, he's dead. I may as well just...
My life might...
No, he doesn't die easy. I'm gonna waste my ammo on him.
He's a tough cookie.
Give me bait.
Dang.
Alright, man.
Now my right earbud's saying low battery, but the left one has been charging. Oh, we have these explosives as well.
Yeah. Let's break them up.
I have no clue what to expect.
Death.
Oh yeah, that, but I mean, like,
Where they
where's
come from?
yeah, where's death coming
Yeah.
from?
I'm gonna get up here. If I possibly can. On that wing. Yeah, I think we just need to get on top of the... Let's go.
Okay.
Wait for everyone to be ready. Gotta wait for that dude to die.
Alright,
I got an idea.
I can shoot him. I like this idea more though.
Don't worry, buddy.
Don't worry, buddy. I rolled off.
Fucking fell. I'm pressing the middle button, but it just doesn't want to blow up.
Here, let me try with one of these small ones. Oh, he survived that.
Yeah, he did.
Alright, well.
This is going to hell.
Just a turn, well. Poor guy.
Cheer though.
How would you look at that? Low battery. Alright, I'm gonna swap over to my other earbud again.
Let's get out of here.
Hopefully, this earbud has charged more than I'm using it. Like, hopefully it's charging faster than it drains. Alright, you want me to start it?
Ammo here.
This is honestly not that loud. This is quiet. We shit louder than this. Like, I've heard my turd splash louder than this. What do you mean this is loud enough? I'm calling Liza to see on this, honestly. Get off the car. Get off here. Tongue.
Oh, I got you. Oh, almost climbed up there.
Tongue.
Again, I can't get you.
I'm getting so much attention. Oh no, I'm down.
I have no idea how to help you, bro.
Yeah, that yeah, I know. I'm running.
Away.
Okay, I have to heal Hunter. There. Alright, I'll stay right there for a second. I can heal. Okay.
Stepping in the fire.
Boomer. Did I just hear a big guy? It's hard to tell, I can't see anything.
No, it's a boomer.
Okay. Get down. Get down. No. Down. It's ours. Be like Louie and stay down. You're not liking it. Oh no, Francis is dead.
Oh, no.
Not tongue. He's behind the cart. That's some bullshit.
I can't, I'm reloading.
I know. Okay. Maybe that's not the place.
Yeah. Or just two-way in center.
Yeah, they can get... I don't know. They can lick us from anywhere. I had to find a way of saying that without it sounding a little bad.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go,
Is there any
brother.
words? There's not.
Okay, people,
Oh.
we're almost there. Let's keep
Are you wearing your face mask? As a precaution against infection, please put on the face mask provided to you before entering the plane. When was this? This game was made before COVID.
They were ready.
Yeah, they were ready. And they knew.
That's sick. Honestly.
Yeah, it is a cool animation. Aren't y'all a little late to like being like it happens a second later? Jesus, like, like bro.
Could have died. Where could we...
No, I guess they have like the military truck. Like that at least gives us some barrier, you know?
It's true, but they could climb from the sides.
Yeah, but no, like run up that side, yeah. If only he would just let us get back here, you know, maybe open the goddamn door and we could, you know, do this a little bit better.
We could right here.
Hmm?
Where I am.
Yeah, we could do. Over there? They're probably gonna jump up the back, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, more than anything.
Hmm. Oh, they have a tower over here. Can we go up there?
Reloading.
We can go up there. There's only one way to go through here. Yeah, this isn't bad. Actually, they could go through here.
Okay, but that's fine. Just one spot there. Here. Okay,
Here.
so yeah, in total 4 spots. But it can be consolidated to 3, you know?
Hmm?
If we're back here. I don't think that's too bad.
Let's try it.
Up here?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm gonna hit it.
I'm gonna grab an explosive.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab some equipment. Put this over here.
I'm gonna take this one up with me. This is mine. My personal little explosive. It's my comfort explosive. Oh. Fuel.
Nice.
This is good.
It's Francis burning himself.
Francis, are you stupid? Francis, what? You don't need to speed up the process of dying. Like, it's gonna happen, bruh. 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 So what do you think you say more? Dude, bruh, bruv, bro?
Hey, bro.
Bro, yeah.
I'm
I
a
didn't.
broster.
You're a broster. Might as well use your heal and take one.
That's true.
Wait up, I'm healing.
Oh, thank you for the follow. It's Susie. Yeah, Susie. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hi, howdy. I hope you're doing well.
Howdy.
Yeah. Howdy, stranger. I don't think that's gonna work. Wow, you fall like a goddamn brick.
Yeah, there's the ceiling.
Oh,
It sucks.
they thought about it. Can we go
Alrighty
this
then.
way? Oh, you know what? Other than being in the open, this also isn't that bad.
Yeah,
Because-
there's only like one.
Yeah, because
Just come from here.
yeah, maybe over here as well. By jumping and jumping.
Alright.
All right. Which one are we doing though?
The other one.
The other one? Okay.
Mm.
I haven't seen OG Left 4 Dead gameplay in such a long time. Also, I'm doing good, thanks. Was just looking through my stream recommendations. Heck yeah. Happy yes, I'm popping up more. This is what it's sounding like.
Ammo here.
I'm gonna go ahead and heal and use this one.
Watch my back, please.
You pulled those out like you were some kind of magician. Have you ever seen someone pull out their They're dual pistols. What is wrong with you? Look at this. It's so slow that the motion doesn't look right. It just looks like I'm pulling some cards out. Alright, I can... Okay.
Run.
And I'm happy to hear you're doing well. Boomer.
Boomer. Smoker. What are you guys doing there? Get over here.
Oh my god. There's a hunter underneath us, I want you to know that. Hunter. Oh, excuse me. Where? That.
I got
Where?
I got him.
No. Francis, no. Not Francis. Louis.
Nice.
Okay. I can't shoot, bro.
He's just stuck there. Don't help him, Francis.
Sorry, Louis. You are good bait, though. Oh, I almost fell. Oh, back up. I'll begin a few more from my side.
I got time to... Oh no! There we go. Woo! Oh, Francis is
Oh, now
dead.
Francis is there. Okay. Well. I don't think we're gonna be getting them back either.
Yeah.
No, you don't. Lady, you're supposed to be dead.
Woo! I got tanked again.
Oh.
Oh, my fingers can't click this.
I know.
I'm gonna down by the way.
Where is he? Yeah, I'm about to be down as well.
Behind you. Oh, I died.
Damn it. I couldn't even
Dang.
hit the explosives and whatnot to try and save. Okay.
You got the hunter though.
I got its attention for sure. I don't know if I got it though.
No, I said that. You got the hunter. You're good. So that wasn't a good spot.
No. I feel like I guess I'll actually go with the machine gun.
We're almost out of here.
Watch out, zombie. There's a plane
Zombie,
coming.
watch out. Oh. Holy shit. I'm going back for a sniper. I remember that the sniper works really good against the tank, and that's why I have it. And then I just use the pistols for the crowd and hope for the best.
Reloading.
Alright, where do you think we should go if that spot didn't work? you know.
Good question. We could go just up here.
Up where?
We try this up here, where I'm at.
Oh yeah, yeah. Alright. In that case... I have to refill for one, but... Mhm. You clear your throat?
A little bit. No? What makes you think that?
I don't know, just a sneaky feeling, a hunch maybe.
What's this dude? Sorry, bro. Someone
Huh?
joined.
Oh, they did? Oh yeah,
I don't
they
know.
didn't...
It's not here.
Wait, what did it say in the chat? What was it? Slash? Was it... Not... Why can't I can't access the thing anymore, I can't remember how.
Because why?
Change the name to... Okay, but they're not here. Okay.
They're from Argentina. It's a quite far away place.
Argentina? You mean like the state?
No. I'm in the city, stupid.
There's a pipe bomb here.
Ammo here.
It's a city?
No.
I was about to say, like, what? like, I don't remember this. I've never been very geographically sound though, so I'll tell you. Alright,
You're going up here?
I'm up here.
Here. They're coming. That's what he said.
No, you can't get up there.
Ow. Can they get up there? They can.
Yes, they can. 100%.
I don't know how I can get up there though.
No, you have to like kind of go on the side little ramp part that goes up. Little wall, you can kind of ramp up that and then jump.
This is our truck.
Get off our
On
truck.
the road.
No, he's on the truck. No.
Trying to get up to you, but I can't.
I don't know how I did it. I kind of just walked up the side of the ramp a little bit,
There we
and
go.
then yeah, perfect. Now if only those two would come over here. They're just playing their own game.
I mean, they're taking care of it.
Yeah, like they're doing good. No, you
No,
know.
why'd you guys go? You were in a good spot. I got thumped.
Yeah, that's gonna be the problem.
I'm going back up. I am bombing.
Alright. Nope, we're coming in. There's so many.
My fingers is going numb. I can't click it that fast.
I slapped you. No, hey, Hattie.
Underscore gesture deemed a win.
Oh no, they got tongued.
I can't open.
I know. Oh, I got pulled into the fire. That sucks.
What do we do? There's a smoker over there. See him? All the way behind, next to the gas fuel tank. Truck.
Going to hell real fast.
I don't see it.
There we go.
Hello, hi Hattie. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Good. Oh.
These guys are
Afternoon.
dead. Oh, this is setting them on fire.
No.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, they're coming.
Now it's just oh.
Let me
It's like
do
you had
that.
explosive shotgun rounds or something in there.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be useful.
Incendiary ammo. Just kick them off.
I haven't played Left 4 Dead 2 in like 600 years. Yeah. This is just Left 4 Dead though. This isn't the second one, is it?
What? Care.
Fair enough. This one's just Left 4 Dead, not Left 4 Dead 2.
First one.
I think it's just Left 4 Dead. Oh, thank you for the 50 bits. Much appreciated, Hattie. Also, I really like the little bit emote.
Get off my boss.
The problem is going to be when we get tongued.
That is sure. But I don't think about it.
I've just been slapping. Like, I have not shot in a while. There we go. It's been too hectic to shoot pure slap. Oh, I almost fell off. I still have my pipe bomb. Yeah. Calls it all. Oh no, they're pushing.
Push harder.
I'm spamming my right mouse button. This is the most. I'm trying.
Don't let them get me. Almost dead.
If I throw my thing, you could heal, right?
Probably.
Alright,
Yeah, you should probably do it now.
I'm throwing it.
Oh, no.
Tossed it. Oh, get off me. Okay, well, at least let me get you up, but... Can't heal.
Just shoot your gun as much as you can.
I can't. Oh. Well, just slapping around. Hey, you know what? It's working pretty decent.
Hitting him with the med
Ah,
kit.
no.
No.
No. God.
I just ripped out the med kit, started.
Oh. That worked really
That's
good, actually. I think if we would have had them up there, or at least
Yeah.
closer, I would be
Glad you
so
can't tell him
dead
to
here.
move somewhere.
Yeah. Here, let me shout out Eddie real quick.
It's for making a fool out of yourself. D rank.
Hands.
No, I'm going back to training because campaign. Let's do this one again, but now that I have a controller.
Just an explosion happening outside while I'm looking at a wall. Just looking at the sign saying wear your mask.
Someday I'll be good at this.
What if one of them just trips it and I stay over here?
Oh, they'll get you from behind.
They will?
Mm-hmm. They'll
Even
swarm
here?
from over there.
To
Yeah.
save him?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. I could do it. Alright.
Back off.
You can tell me when you're ready.
Can't come in. I am ready.
You're ready?
There's a hunter here. Trying to sneak up on me.
Weapons over here.
Or does he know I'm big iron fence? Cool.
Okay. Trying to think, where do I want to go? Can I go over here? No. So why would I? No, you're too kind. Nah. I shout you out because I was literally watching a video on how to set this up. Oh, the shout out clip. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna start it. You ready?
Go for it.
Wait for everyone to ready first. Oh, worry.
That's not good. I need help.
No.
There's a hunter here. He's gonna get me if I step outside.
Where is he?
I don't know. Somewhere.
I don't see him. Oh. Oh, you bitch.
Can you hit
Alright.
it now? Or do I have to get off the thing?
Oh, let me try.
I think the game knows we're trying to.
Yeah, I think it knows.
Whoa, what the freak did you guys come from?
I start attacking from behind.
Yeah.
Alright,
They're coming!
it doesn't work. Dude, it's a... Okay. Maybe we should reset?
It's like a huge wave of them.
No, they're not interested in me.
Trying to get me. They're coming.
Wow, they really don't, like, give a shit about me. This is nice. They give a shit. Like, yeah, no, they definitely give a shit. Be gone. I don't think I can help you. Ah. I think we need to restart, Bruno.
Yeah.
Where is it? There we go. That's where my explosive was. I was wondering where I left that.
How do I blow myself up?
There's another two in the back truck.
Oh, let me blow it up. I don't want to die. Yes. I lived.
What? You had like took no damage. Yeah, charge that bad boy up. Oh wait, I was picked up. What?
I fucking lived.
Oh, how are you so
I'm just impossible to kill.
tanky?
Well, that was horrible.
Now they're shooting me.
Die.
Oh, that's the guy. That's the guy that joined earlier.
What the freak?
Yeah.
Thank God.
I'm just shooting them all down. Alright, now it's Louis. Louis, get off me. Yes.
I told you.
How did he join? I thought you put it to friends only.
I did. He bypassed it somehow.
We have a hacker.
Probably. Scary.
Wow.
I think I know where to go. Sounds very stupid, but I feel like it's gonna be very effective.
Hmm?
I know where to go, I think.
What do you think, like an open area?
Yeah, like a very open area.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking earlier as well. I thought, you know what? Maybe. Dang, one heck of an explosion. I was wondering why I was being shot at, and it was because I was shooting everyone else. And it was that guy. I thought Louis just started shooting me because I was shooting you too much. It's like, oh, that's cool, AI. It wasn't AI. Tongue. No, Hunter. Tongue and Hunter. Hunter. There's two of them.
Because this freaking guy keeps hitting me. Let's go.
You were saying
Let's go.
I need to heal. Like, Francis, why you leave me, bro? Alright. What are you thinking?
Hold on. I'm thinking. Over here. This little corner.
This little corner? If only we could just like...
This isn't possible though.
No, this is impossible to get up there. Oh look, there's zombies outside. Can I shoot those? Yeah, I can.
I'm reloading.
I feel like you can.
Ah. Oh. So,
I think here though is where we do it.
so in that corner?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's also all the way over here against the house or the building.
Where?
This. And this is the... Ow. This is the
We can
res...
literally do it here. Just stay here. Close the doors.
Oh no.
That's like a bad idea.
Or maybe if we left the doors open to make it... to push it out just a little bit more. Oh no.
Maybe we just gotta run around.
They run so quick though. I mean, we can try that. Just run around, just survive.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you've been doing it so far.
That is true. Alright, but where do you... Okay, where do you want to go? Where do you want to try? You want to try a place or do you want to run?
Let's try running.
Ammo here.
Okay.
And we ran. We ran so far away. Gas me up.
Yeah.
Alright, bro. We're just gonna run around the perimeter. Start doing laps, sorry.
Yeah.
Start going this way.
Alright.
Where are they coming from?
I don't know, everywhere. Oh, I should have grabbed the other gun. So if a tank appears, then I want this one.
Run. Oh, he cut me off. We're doing laps here. Alright, this is a bad idea. Maybe running isn't a good idea. What if we just stay... at
This
the one
isn't too
spot, like
bad
I
a
said?
spot.
I'm going over here. I'm staying over here. Because it takes a
Okay.
lot to run to us. Just gotta conserve ammo.
I'm using my pistol.
Or shoot.
Of course, we didn't bring any explosives.
Yeah, I don't have any on me.
I have a pipe
Oh, they're
bomb.
coming from here!
Oh, they hop over that? Okay.
They do.
This spot has lost its integrity.
No, still good.
More coming up from behind. Little ways up.
I'll take care of them.
Okay. You're gonna lurk now? Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Hattie. You have a good one. If you're gonna stream, then good luck with stream. Have fun.
Gonna get the smoker.
Yeah,
Ooh.
coming up from behind. I just noticed. Just smack. I'm gonna need to heal soon. Same with you. I mean, I could try healing you. Nothing coming up from behind. I'm gonna heal you. Okay. Nothing from behind yet. Okay. Looks like they're coming up from behind as well.
Oh, surrounding us. I stepped out again, why not? You fucking did.
Okay, I was able to just smack him off of you.
I'm gonna go get ammo. Oh no, big guy.
Oh, okay, where is he? Okay, towards the right.
No, why? They suck so much.
Ah, tank.
Yeah,
He just absolutely screwed me up.
Oh, I got taunted, dang it.
Ah,
That's
That worked.
unfortunate.
That worked good though.
It did. And they're still alive.
Oh yeah. Come on, get Bruno. Get Bruno.
Go, get me.
Come on, Francis.
Oh no.
Oh, and a hunter. Watch over that. Explosive
No, I can't
next
get
to
him.
you.
Oh, it sucks.
Oh, there's a tongue behind the truck behind you. No.
No.
Yeah. This is rough. But I think that strat worked good. I'm going to devour a bit of my cucumber real quick because it's just staring at me.
I didn't go. Holy potatoes.
Holy smokes. It's gonna make a real racket. The quietest racket I've ever heard. Make sure to refill your ammo. Oh, they... Ooh, Molotov, I think. I'm gonna take these canisters over.
Same.
Yeah, that one doesn't have any in it. This zombie forgot it was a zombie and was just chilling. He was leaning up against the invisible wall. It's like, bro. Once I got closer, he's like, oh, and he put his arm down and, you know. Sound effects. They're needed. Okay, that's all the explosives.
Let's go. Where are you shooting at?
I don't know. While I fuel up. I'm coming up over here. There's so many on fire over there. What happened? Oh,
Oh,
what?
I didn't shoot that. What do you say?
I don't know. It didn't come up in the subtitles, so I have no idea. I think he said sorry, but so I'm assuming that it's taking longer. Oh, alright. Just the bomb on the left side is still active. Unless that one got shot.
It's still there.
Okay. My freaking clicker. Oh, no, the clicker clicked too fast, it doesn't register.
I am running out of ammo.
I'm running out of ammo. I've just been using my pistols. It's now the time for ammo.
Yes. Yep, they're coming.
Alright, big guy?
Yep, big guy.
Alright, I'm taking this explosive, I'm gonna prime it.
Let's go.
Where is he? Oh, he's over there. Okay.
Where is he?
He's behind that truck over there. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Okay, I didn't prime. I don't know. Ow. I don't know why. I got stuck on the crate. Alright.
No.
That's okay, as long as we can kill him. Okay.
No, not me. I'm too important.
He's coming after you. Watch out, there's a smoker.
Yeah, I saw him.
And a hunter.
No, he got.
Okay, tank's down.
Yeah.
Cool.
3/4. Oh fuck.
Did you refill your ammo?
I did, but I wasted all of them.
Alright, well, used to them pistols. I'm gonna eat.
Whoa, where did these guys come from? They're just behind us. No, no, I can't hit that ghost. We try so hard. No, guys, don't die. No, 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 no. This freaking guy, I can't hit him. No, it's over.
Dang. Oh,
I lived. So,
that's a smoker.
I can't freaking see a thing.
Oh no. Oh no.
No. Oh,
No, no. No, 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 not like this.
No.
Oh.
Dang.
Do we, should we, what difficulty are we on?
Advanced.
Should we, bump it down to normal again?
Yeah. It's always the last part you can't do.
Yeah, the rest of it we can do, but this just, endurance is too much. Maybe if we were 4 players.
Yeah.
People, we're almost home free.
Or if they just didn't make the tank so goddamn tanky. Like, I understand he's a tank, but like, really? You know?
Mm. I'm unimpressed.
Hmm?
I wasn't unimpressed.
Reloading.
Plane crash, just another Tuesday.
Reloading.
Ammo here.
Did difficulty change?
Yeah, should have. I did, yeah. I think it's in how much damage you take.
I got it. You do that.
Reloading.
Look at this guy. Okay, never mind. He was leaning up against the thing. He was just chilling.
Gas meal.
Gas me up, brother. We are here. Alright.
You threw that one all the way to the other side.
Hmm?
You threw the gas container outside the border.
Oh, what? I didn't know I threw it that far.
I have one though.
Okay, well, my bad.
Think we're ready, aren't we?
I think so, yeah. I'll turn it on.
Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Out of here. Said, there we go. Him talking is louder than the generator.
Where are they coming from?
Everywhere. I heard a bleh. I like how they get set on fire in the middle paths. That's good. Yes, Hunter, get confused by terrain. Oh no. He got a little less confused.
Bad.
Yeah.
He's like, flatland, no!
Oh, I can't go line of them. Okay, booty. Wasn't me. Oh, the tape is gone. Unfortunately does not mean we can leave, but oh. Oh, did you see him go?
He's laughing. The road burn.
I don't think he needs to worry about road burn. Just constant reloading. I didn't see all.
The mess is sneak up on you. Alright, here they come.
Halfway? Oh, tongue.
Ooh. He's coming.
Over there?
Do it.
It did it. No, I juked him. That takes forever to blow up. Okay. Okay, actually, let me not bring him this way. Sorry, Louis. I didn't mean to shoot you. It was an accident. I was about to say I was an accident, but I think I was planned. I mean, no promises, but...
raid boss.
Yeah. You stop flying, you Mary Poppins ass. So he took a mini nuke next to an explosive and all these shots. Okay, you know, I'm healing.
So we chug it. He died.
Oh, you did?
Nice. Yeah, he died.
Alright,
But
sweet.
they're coming.
Yeah, let Francis deal with that.
Well, what do we do?
Go back,
Yeah,
refill ammo, grab a health pack. Uh-oh.
they're coming. No.
Hold your slap, hold your slap. Was there more bombs or anything like that?
I did throw one.
No, I don't see any more over here.
No, I can't. I'm going out to the open side.
Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Okay. There we go. There we go. No. That's the ones that get behind me is the problem.
Oh, I got tagged. Epic.
Okay.
We're back. We're stabilized.
Okay. Alright. I'm pretty hurt.
I think you should be ready to use your other gun.
No, this one just works for me better, I think. You know. Oh no, he's tongued.
Why do I do that? No.
What's going on over there? Alright. We'll move over there. Boomer? Where? Oh, he tongued me through the wall.
Got him.
Okay, well I guess that, you know, they're acting as some bait, honestly.
Yeah, they're just bait.
I need to heal is the problem though. And...
I'll cover you.
okay. Cool,
I'll
they
try to.
rest him. Healing. No, I couldn't get my heal off. I was so close, I wasn't about to stop it now.
Dang it, why did it do that? I keep...
Oh, you keep diving out or something, or? Well, your stream's still going, so... okay, healing.
Go for it.
The Louis is walking bait. From behind, but it's hard to shoot them without shooting Louis.
Oh, there's so many.
Louis down.
Like there's a lot more coming now.
Oh, Francis is down now as well. I was trying to smack him and give Francis a chance, but
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Dang it, dude. I can't fix it. It's so scuffed.
well, if it gets to the break point, then we might be able to. Oh, I just now saw your stream. Yeah. Alright, resing.
Francis, we don't have time for this.
And don't stop coming in.
Anytime.
Alright.
We are just about, or we should be. Big guy. It's over here. I can't fix my game.
Oh, he's just coming after me. Okay. Yes,
I'm
like
gonna get
Francis. I'm
No.
just running. Oh, there's a whole shit ton of zombies too.
Oh, they're coming. No, it's not good.
No, I was gonna try and run. Where is
Oh, I
he?
got rocked. He's over here, opening. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, at least try to take him down with me. Oh, I died.
Yeah, no, this. No, not the corner. Oh.
Just got stunned.
Oh my god.
I don't want to try again.
Huh?
I don't want to try again.
No.
I'm with
No. I'm out of tries. What do you want to do?
I don't know. I'm
Are
down
you
for.
tired?
No, not really.
Oh, really?
No.
I'm getting too kind of tired. I can still go though.
Alright. What do you want
Let's
to do
see.
then?
Let's see what to do. What do we do? I'm getting out of the game.
Oh,
There we go.
I'm curious if anyone will start shooting me if I just start massacring.
Probably.
No?
Maybe. Let's see. You want to end it with Arc?
If you want, yeah. The only thing with Arc is that it takes forever to do anything.
That's true. Gonna do lethal?
Yeah, let's do some lethal. I'm down.
Boom, 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 boom,
Normal?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making
Just
sure.
or do you want to do the mods?
Don't matter to me.
We'll just go with normal.
Normal. Okay. My thing is doing a little update. I'm just adding the next thing, so like now it's risking it in the deep lethal zombie horde.
I just changed the game. Kept the same Same title.
What's your title?
Deep with Uwu.
Nice.
Hey. Doo-doo.
Where is the game?
Oh.
I actually have like a cutscene going on here. Warning, O2 critical. Oh.
That's not a bad way to die, not gonna lie.
Suffocation?
Oh, it is horrible. Can I look around? No. Still in a cutscene.
No. Oh.
Oh. Weird.
Okay, I need to go pee.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I will be right back. I'll just, I don't know, shout out Hattie. Or Hattie.
Thanks for making
You're
a fool out of yourself. D rank. No, I'm going back to training because I'm baby. Let's do this one again, but now that I have a controller, it should be.
It's been a while.
Yes.
Someday
Someday I'll be good at this video game. Someday. Thanks for making a fool out of yourself. D rank. No, I'm going back to training because I'm baby. Let's do this one again, but now that I have a controller, it should be legitimate. Yes. Someday I'll be good at this.
That was nice. I missed that. I'm going to invite friend. You would have the invite with them. Supposedly there's a new monster and there's a truck which I haven't seen yet. And then there's the new interior, which is a mining shaft. It's spooky. Sigurd. Forgot to play this game though. Gee, there you go.
I am back.
Welcome back.
It's kind of surprising. So I shouted out Hattie, right? Twice. So I figured, oh, you know, might as well have some extra time with the clips.
You're not muted.
Oh, neither are you.
Oh,
Can't get to my. Is it not escape? Ah, there it is. Alright. I changed it off of enabled. Are we doing Discord or are we doing.
how do you fix it?
I went. Confirm settings, there we go. I went
There we go.
into.
Let's
Yeah.
just do this. Just keep it on Discord.
Okay.
You were saying something though.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that I shouted her out twice and I got the same clip back to back. Which, you know, just one of those like not likely things.
Ow. Let's see if we get lucky.
Yeah. Did you order any flashlights?
No.
I got you.
Dum. Dum. Do you even know how to?
Hmm?
Do you even know how to?
I know how to. My voice is leaving. I need to clear my throat, but it's like not clearing. Alright, I ordered the flashlights. I don't remember this place having this many trees.
Yeah, me neither.
Alright, come get your goodies. This game seems louder than it used to be.
Alright. Oh.
Turn the master volume down just a touch. Yeah, middle mouse button for a little scan. So, do you know if the mine shaft spawns on only a certain place?
Yeah, that's why I didn't check. Unfortunately. I hope not.
Yeah.
I could always just look at the Steam patch.
Alright, well, this place is empty.
You went in circles.
Oh, yeah. Alright.
So-
Wait, no, we didn't go straight, yeah.
Oh.
Ah,
Think I lost
horns.
you.
You hear me?
I do hear the horn.
Bro, there's 4 horns in this room. I can't even carry all of them.
I went in circles again. There you are. What the
There's-
freak?
there's
Oh, that's
another-
so weird.
Yeah, I have no clue where you went. Alright, well, my pockets are full. I just clicked, I kept clicking it out of habit, not even... Where did you even go?
I took a left, and then I took another left, and then I took a right, and I somehow ended back. I'm dumping this here though.
Yeah, probably a good idea. No, I want the flashlight.
This is the way I went,
Oh.
and then I went that way.
I didn't even check to see what the value was. No, dog.
Oh,
That's okay, he's friendly. He don't bite. He just farts on you. It's actually like my dog, thinking about it now. Yeah, look all big and strong, woof woof, bark bark. When you get close or shake a paper bag, you're just like, That's Odin.
scared of paperbacks.
If you shake it at him, yeah.
Oh, it scared me. Back off. Another horn.
What is this? This place is full of horns. That's a 5th horn. We found any other item?
Go back. Nope, but there is a fire exit.
Okay, well I can't run jump, so that's all you. I took the path to the right of the fire exit, by the way.
Another horn.
Looks like a dead end. 6 horns?
Another one.
What the?
It's another one. I found 2 more.
Oh my god.
It's an English. It's a whole company of clowns.
Yeah. Found our way into the clown factory. I just heard you. Did you honk one? Yeah.
Yeah. My flashlight died, unfortunately.
I was just far enough out that I didn't hear the squeeze, but just the release. Alright, this is a dead end down here.
I can't make it back.
Oh, you mean like the fire exit? Or
Yeah,
the jump?
I can't see it. But I got 4 horns. It's 5:29.
What?
The amount of horns we have here.
It's ridiculous, the amount of horns.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 horns.
Okay, well I didn't find anything in my little endeavor. The flashlight's dead, so I'm not even gonna attempt to jump even more now. Just gonna
Let's take this stuff
try.
into the ship.
Oh, that's dog.
He was close by, actually. Can you hear this?
Yeah, I hear you. This way? Yeah.
Oh, you scared me. I thought you were charging to kill me.
No. Alright, I can't hold all the flashlights. No, the flashlights, clown horns.
We have enough time.
I could just hear the... Damn, look how pricey these horns are. What the hell?
Fabulous. When you get the last ones.
Yeah, I think there's just one more.
I dropped my flashlight.
We're at 600. What the hell?
Hear the ground trembling.
There are approximately 3 objects outside the ship, totaling at an approximate value of 330.
It's not worth it anymore. We got horns. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. God, it's just a whole lot of horns.
$676. Dun, 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 dun. To death. Oh, we met that quota already.
Oh yeah, we didn't just meet a quota, we surpassed a quota.
to assurance. We're just gonna go by map. Code.
I'm just laid down in the blanket of horns. It'll warm right up.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
again.
the flashlight.
Mm-hmm.
It is coming.
Fly me to the moon. Has this magnet always been here?
Which one? Where are you?
I...
No. That's where you put the car, I think.
Oh.
Let's go.
Where's it? Oh, this way. That's right. Fly me to the moon. Let me play amongst the stars. Okay. Normal. Oh god, motherfucker. That scared the shit out of me, not gonna lie. Turret.
There's two of them. On both doors.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
This one's third. This one's incredibly more deadly than the other one. Oh.
Alright, brother. We need to get by. Can you let us get by?
He has a
It's
key.
the bouncer.
Yeah. Flash him. Flashbang him. Alright, let me take his key and drop it. Here, have a key. Oh, there's a turret over there.
Something here.
Okay. That's okay. As long as I can get past him and out.
That's mine.
Oh, he took the flashlight.
It's mine.
That's mine. Let go of it. Go away. I don't want your shit. I want you to leave. Look at him. He raised his hands. He's about to throw hands. I didn't do anything. Alright, we're gonna sprint.
Yeah, I think you should get out of here. Leave. Run.
Okay.
Could make a lot of money. Not to worry about the losses.
Yeah. Keep some stamina in case worm. Around for dog. It's like it's super early, but you know what? You never know.
True.
God. Alright, look at you. Hey, there's another red dot right there. Okay, you know what? That ain't gonna matter.
There's gliding. The two other ways had turrets in them.
Yeah. Every way had a turret. The front way had a turret as well. I just sprinted past it. I just hear Odin in the background. He hears that Dad's awake and he just starts whining. He's like, oh my god, Dad is awake. It's like, bro.
One day left.
I did get smacked.
I did hear it.
Tips for the job. Use a terminal. Read manual. Watch the clock stick together. Don't miss the quota.
Get another flashlight.
Your life is in good hands. We've trained your pilot to navigate even the most dangerous conditions and leave your ass behind. Yeah, I left that part out, but you know. Is this the one where it's just a... No, this is the one where it's out the door to the right, I think, right?
Left.
The left? I thought it was the right. Did you get your flashlight, or...?
I just barely got it.
It's to the right. So it's out the ship to the right.
It was to the right. What?
Yeah, to the left is a ravine immediately. Yeah, there's a bridge. The bridge. I'm clearing my throat. Give me that.
I see it. Bridge. Bridge. Ah! I didn't mean to jump off.
Well, alright. I'll go down there as well. I don't feel like splitting up.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah. This looks completely different.
Oh, ho, ho. I like it.
Keep out. It obviously says keep out. Why are we going in?
Oh. What is that?
I don't... Yeah, it's very drippy over here.
Oh, it's water. Duh.
Yeah. Can you imagine seeing a bracken in here?
Oh, that suck.
Where did
On the
you
wheel.
go?
This way. Left. Behind you. Behind you. Behind you.
Okay. Oh, this is a different area. Alright, so that's where we went into the cave.
Mm-hmm. Best.
This
Dead
is...
end.
The whole design of this looks different. Like, of course it's
does.
different, but it just looks like a different style altogether. It's way more cramped. At least it feels cramped. Okay.
Nice. Oh, we just went through here.
Alright.
What?
Alright, there must be a way through the cave.
Caverns.
Or we just didn't go all the way over here. No. I'm actually lost at this
We're
point.
stomping.
No, this way? Okay, dead end, man.
Locked.
Oh, I have a key. That,
What?
oops.
That's scared. Bolt.
Nice. Another door. Is this one locked? Okay, we could have. Okay. Oh, what's that? An old phone. Looks a lot like an elevator. Oh, hey, Bruno. Oh, Bracken. Oh, he killed me.
I don't know what to do.
Nothing. There's there's a button you could click there for the elevator, but other than that, I don't know.
I don't know what to do.
You see it? I'm sorry, what? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, is that the way up?
Looks like it.
Oh, my lethal company crashed.
Oh.
Dang. And we don't have, of course, like it's not modded, so we don't have late company. I don't know why it crashed.
No, why do I keep sliding down? I think the Bracken got you so bad, it's just...
Yeah, he got my code.
I'll head back though.
Alright. I'm up to 200. I need to figure out something to do for the 250. I'm not gonna do another 24-hour stream for that. No. Maybe 500. I'll do another 24-hour stream. Even though
drunk.
yeah. I was thinking about that. It's like I could just do 250, make it a drinking stream. Because I don't know, it works.
Drinking is always a festivity.
Mm-hmm.
I think about it.
Drinking is typically a festive thing, in a way. Oh, I tried to see if I could just join you.
I should be joinable in a second. Zero days left to meet profit quota.
You gotta go ahead and take it back. Make that quota. With all 13 of the horns we have. No, the invite doesn't work unless it's the start of your session.
What? Alright,
yeah.
I'll leave.
I don't know why it crashed on me.
Invite sent.
Got it. I still need... I need to make a... role for people like Saga. Or they don't stream, but they are... You know, still have the perms to hop in the live channel and stuff.
Members?
Mm-hmm. So I need to do that. Not... Excuse me. Fun game.
Jesus, I just got hit with sleepy.
Hmm?
I got hit with an overwhelming amount of sleepiness.
If you want, we could call it and get some sleep. Up to you.
Doesn't sound like a bad idea.
I'll probably still be awake for a while longer.
What are you gonna do?
No. It's just I know I won't be able to go to sleep if I lay down. That's just how my body works for some reason. Also,
Yeah,
I was trying to join, but it didn't let me.
Okay. I think I might call it there for me.
Yeah.
9 hours wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
9
Ooh,
hours.
daddy.
Oh, hey Ravney, good morning. Oh, daddy. That's what he did. He did the sound alert. The oh, daddy. I got that one.
Ew. Alright, dude. It was fun.
Yeah,
Had a lot of fun.
I like that mineshaft thing. We'll definitely have to check that out.
Yeah, definitely. On my last tired. Alrighty. I will see you sometime.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Alright,
good.
man. You too. Good night and sweet dreams over there.
Same day. Adios.
Adios. And there we go. Bruno is gone, and it's just me. I'm all alone. That's weird. It doesn't show my mic queuing on Discord for whatever reason. Hydrate, thank you for the hydrate.
Brivnikor just redeemed hydrate.
Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. Much appreciated. It doesn't show me queuing up on Discord. That's weird. But anyways. Sorry, I was replying to something. Anyways. I'm gonna end. So yeah. I hope everyone has a very thank y'all for stopping by, chilling, chatting, spending time with us. As always, I appreciate it. I hope y'all had fun. And hope that I hope that all no. How does it? I hope y'all have a lovely rest of your day or night, and hopefully, maybe I can catch y'all next time. Yeah. Toodles. Bye-bye. I know my brain's losing function. I screwed that up that badly. Yeah. Let's do it one more time, quick. Thank y'all for stopping by, chilling, chatting, spend time with us as always. I almost forgot to do this part, actually. Thank you, Foxette the Fourth for the follow, and it's a Susie for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope y'all enjoy your stay. Thank you, Hattie, for the bits. I appreciate it. I hope everyone has a very lovely rest of their day or night, and hopefully maybe I can catch y'all next time. There we go. Toodles. Bye-bye, y'all. Bye-bye. Toodles.